should make Trump speak clearly, or have someone really tell us what's really going on in America. Because people can't make decisions or understand with the economy, the food prices. Are they up? Are they down? Are they coming down? The oil prices, the prices of gas. It's like America is like we don't even matter. And we can't even get the truth out of this man. And it doesn't make sense. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. Thank you.
All right, that was Aaron from Virginia. Now, one of the stories that he mentioned he was following was the president slamming his D.C. attorney, Jeanine Pirro, over the reflecting pool. Let's take a listen to what he had to say yesterday in the Oval Office and then discuss more about the story after. Take a listen.
But Lafayette Park is a large park. It was known as the gateway to the White House, and it was disgusting. The monument is beautiful, graffiti all over it.
He's right. Thank God Mayor Trump cleaned up D.C., man. Wonderful job. All right, what's up, everybody? Big night. Finally put this Michigan Senate race to bed. We hopefully will know who the winner is before the end of the stream. I don't know. Reading some tweets about when to expect results. Could be going in tomorrow, but sounds like Michigan counts votes pretty quickly. Full Max Miller, Jake Tapper interview. Nice. I saw clips from it. What a mess for the Republicans over there. 23 minutes. It's a hell of an investment on a big night like this, but we'll put it on the tabs. I don't know if we'll be able to do all that. Like, people don't even know who that guy is or what's going on there, you know? Basically, a congressman who was an aide to Trump in his first administration is in a heated family dispute with his ex-wife, accused of throwing hot water on her and terrorizing the family. And he also has an ex, Stephanie Grisham, which you may have seen on TV. She's an ex-aide from Trump's first administration as well that is now on the left. She's also accused him of domestic violence. But he's running for re-election, and I guess the deadline, I think, is tomorrow for him to drop out. And Trump called him and said, "Not looking good, Max." You know, and he's like, "I'm sticking in it." But he also happens to be the ex-husband, well, his ex-wife that he threw hot water on is Bernie Moreno's daughter. Bernie Moreno, the senator from Ohio that replaced J.D. Vance. Didn't replace J.D. Vance, that beat Sherrod Brown in 2024. So, a lot of drama, a lot of nonsense. I'm ready for Steve and Adam. I don't know how much Steve Kornacki will be watching tonight, I'll be honest. I'm going to be hanging out with my buddy, Mrmouton, chatting as the results come in, so we'll see how that goes. Always nice to have someone to talk to. I'm always on an island by myself here, so good to interact with other people. Should be fun to watch the results come in, but we'll put Steve on in the background. Boy, I tell you, a lot of reactions to yesterday's Live and Learn. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to delete some people because of that. I see people talking shit. Some people, we got some two-faces out there, think they can talk shit in other channels, call me names and say nasty things, and then come by here and just pretend like nothing happens. So I see you. I know who you are, and you will get deleted, and I'm going to do it in front of everybody so you feel the full shame. And I will comment on it too. So just know you should not run your mouth in other channels about anybody and then expect to pretend like you're their buddy. This is another life lesson from Uncle IRI for some dipshits. But people really, unhappy that I didn't do exactly what they want. God forbid I try to be nice and try to be a nice host and, not jump down the throat of every guest that jumps on and beat them up and shit on every million plus YouTube million plus sub YouTuber that's out there. I mean, come on. What do people want from me? It's called making friends and having influence. There's a whole book about it. What's it called? How to make friends and influence people. What is it? Let me see. A classic. How to make friends and influence people. Yeah. Dale Carnegie. I recommend people read it. Like, Jesus Christ, man. I think I pushed back quite a bit. I don't even know who that person really is. I met Keith at the DNC. I've seen his name around. I don't live on Twitter, so I have no idea about him tweeting this or that or anything. I don't know. I just go on there and talk some shit once in a while. I mostly go on Twitter to look at the news. Like, if all of the people I follow are my friends and news, and I mute every single one of my friends, so I just see reporters and news stories. I have the word Hassan muted, so I don't see anything about him. I never see any of his tweets. And so I don't know who these people are, and I don't know what they've said, So all I'm doing is interacting with people in the moment for the most part. And I have no reason to think that Keith is an evil person. Now, I think, some people acting like this guy is pulling a fast one on people. I don't think so. I think what I learned last night is, as I said after the stream, after the podcast, not the sharpest tool in the shed. And that's the case with a lot of these big YouTubers who talk politics. They don't know shit because they don't really care about it. They're just kind of riding the vibes wave and found a way to make money and get attention. And that's kind of a standard thing in the world of content creation and acting and entertainment. Like, people forget that this is entertainment first. You guys don't come here because it's mandatory. You don't show up here because you need the credits. You don't show up here because you're getting paid. You show up here because you enjoy it. It's your hobby. It's something you're interested in. And so it's entertainment to you. Obviously, it's a subject you care about, but it's still, in the end, entertainment. You could choose to distract yourself with jiggling things and watching movies and whatever, but your entertainment is to engage in politics and learn and discuss it at a certain level. And that's your fun, DNC, turn out for what? But that's not the case for most people. Most people are engaging with politics as a content creator because they found something they can make money from and get attention. Stay Space, thank you for the five gifted subs. I almost said 5,000. Thank you, Stace, for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate you. That's awesome. Now, I feel okay to talk some shit. I was being nice yesterday because, I believe everybody's trying their best, but he reposted some tweet calling me and everybody on the panel sex perverts or something. And then when he was confronted about this by Josiah, he said he didn't read the tweet. So, I'm sorry. That's an idiotic excuse to me. Like, a tweet is 180 characters, bro. This isn't a report and it was on page 37 in chapter 2. A tweet is a paragraph, and why would you retweet something you didn't read? So he can kiss my ass, you know what I mean? And I think people were calling him Keith Shirley, and that's pretty apt. So, I'm hearing people say this guy is tricking everybody. He's pulling a fast one. You don't understand his power level. This is part of the plan. No, I think he's dumb as rocks, and he's showing up to DSA to meet hotties and just ride the vibes. You know what I mean? So give me a break, man. He got there eventually. Yeah. But, people want to give me grief. Like, you're allowing this monster. It's like, bro, the guy's a fucking moron. What do you mean? He's not going to do anything. Oh shit. We got a giant raid. Destiny, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Hell yeah, man. Let me turn off my follower mode. Now listen, DGG. Some of you guys were very mean to me yesterday, okay? You think I don't see the chats? You think I don't see the shit talking? And then you show up here with a different face trying to act two-face, and I see you dumbasses, and you're going to get clapped when I see your names come up in the chat. I'm waiting for you to run your mouth today. Talk a lot of shit when I'm not watching. You think I'm sitting there in DGG chat? No. But I see that shit, man, and I won't tolerate that shit. Teach you a lesson. Uncle IRI going to teach you a lesson. Some of you guys got thousands of chats, too. I see your asses. You're busted, man. I'm just waiting for your names to come up, and I'm going to pop you in front of everybody and embarrass you, call you out, create a hater for life. There's a couple of you dumbasses that hang out in that channel. 99% of DGG are beautiful, wonderful people who I find hilarious. But there's a couple lifelong haters over there, and I say, good, fuck those people. You're not being authentic if you don't have some haters. So I love seeing the little haters, and I'm about to create a couple more today when they speak up. Watch.
We are eerie, we carry the flame.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Linus. I appreciate it. Dodger Jim, thank you for gifting a kick sub. You know, I am a nice guy. I saw a lot of Destiny's coverage today. I was at the gym listening, and I think he was fair. I think he was perfectly fair with his thoughts on the things. But here's my difference between Destiny and I. Destiny is convinced that Keith Shirley is hiding his power level, and this is all part of the plan. No, that guy's dumb as rocks, man. I was being nice. I'm a host on a podcast, and a guy with 1 million YouTube subs comes on my show. I'm going to be nice. I have no reason to be a dick. And I think we made him show his ass by saying he goes to the DSA. You don't even know why he's there except to meet hotties. Right? So what do you want from me? You're naive. You're telling me Keith Shirley is a beautiful mind that is pulling a fast one on me? Are you kidding me? Give me a fucking break, man. There's no secret power level with that guy. The battery is at power level 1 nonstop, dude. It's a low hum. And I'm talking shit because that guy retweeted some idiot calling me and every other person on the panel some sex pervert or something. And then when Josiah called him out on it, he said, I didn't read it. What the fuck? This isn't some report with page 486. There was something weird on it. It's a fucking paragraph, you fucking bag of rocks. What do you mean you didn't read it? You just fucking retweet? Who the hell just goes on Twitter and fires off retweets? Boom, boom, retweet, 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 retweet. What? Get the fuck out of here. You don't get forgiven for retweeting some bullshit. You're going to get a day of getting called out. I didn't read it. He's a liar. I agree. 100% a liar. And that tells you everything you need to know about him. So I had no ill will towards that guy, but I treated him nicely. And then to do that afterwards is fucked up. So, you know, my kindness only goes so far. Sounds like he's a bad dude. I don't think he's a bad dude. I think he's just a dope, you know? Most people who talk politics on the internet are idiots. I'll be honest. Alejandro, thank you for the kicks. I mean, look at me. I'm the fucking pretty fly guy. I didn't go to school for politics. I have a degree in business, and I worked for an elected official for 2 years. But what the fuck do I know? I just read the newspaper and repeat what I read, and I've come to some conclusions after 10 years of this. So we're all morons, but some of us are really dumb. And most people who are content creators in general are here for the attention and money, don't care about the subject. And when you interact with them, and the politics ones especially, you realize they really don't know anything. X Dolan, thank you for becoming a member on YouTube. I appreciate that. All right. So that's my speech. Now, I've said it 100 times and I'll say it again. Destiny is fighting a different fight than me. Like most people, his activism is going to be different than mine. And I'm not going to be fully aligned with him. It's just funny how, like, if you have any sort of difference, some people in the community will be like, this is not our boy. This is not our guy. He's not one of us. Like, the woke scolding in DGG sometimes is really funny because that's the same thing we criticize the leftists for, is the woke scolding and the purity testing. And then if you do anything that doesn't align perfectly, like, it's okay for Destiny to criticize me or other people. I can take it, you know. That's what friends do. They can criticize each other. I don't expect people to agree with me on everything. But it's so funny to watch people purity test me out of the circle in their own little weird way. You're doing what you're mad at the other people for. Is the Destiny bridge burned? Yes, it's over. Destiny and I are no longer friends. He gave me some light criticism and I'm done. Oh, come on. It's not a big deal at all. Like, he could have screamed at me and I would kind of shrug and just say, all right, man, I guess we disagree on this one. I would still support him. Even if he was mad at me, I would still support him because it's not about me. It's about what we're all trying to do here. And if he thinks I did something wrong, which I don't think he really does, then he has a right to feel like that. And I know it's not a big deal. Caramel Cold Brew, thank you for the membership on YouTube. Appreciate that, man. I mean, if you're both liberals, you should be attacking communists as much fashion. I don't give a shit about attacking communists, man. That's what I said. Destiny's got his own fight. That's his thing. That's not my concern. I'll leave that to him. I've got a different goal, and I'm going to stick to it.
People are giving you guys too much grief about the podcast. I think everyone gave a good performance and pushback on Keith.
I thought it was fine, you know. Le American, thanks for the $5. Appreciate that. I think the guy was a guest. He wasn't even supposed to be on our podcast. I had no idea he was going to be there. And why would I just be a dick to him out of the blue? I'm always going to try to be nice. And I said everything I wanted to say to him. I said, the hell? I said, you know, I think you're falling for the concern trolling that the right does when it comes to our rigged elections by saying the Democrats didn't have a primary. I hear that from MAGA all the time, that, oh, don't lecture us about democracy when you guys didn't even have a primary. And I told him, I said, you're playing into that. You're giving oxygen to the right's bullshit when it comes to undermining our elections by playing along with that. I told him, I think it's bad to attack our leaders like Chuck Schumer, and I don't think it helps. I can't get him to agree with me. Communists are worse than whatever fascists you think. That's like your opinion, man. You can think whatever you want. You're telling me these 1 HP, 0 Riz, Thanksgiving hating losers are a threat? Are you kidding me? Bigger than MAGA and fascism? Like, come on, man. I find it odd that you guys are terrified of the school nerd. These are people we would push in lockers and take their lunch money, and you're acting like they're gonna take over the party. I mean, like, pussies like Mike from PA and Hassan aren't gonna do shit, man. We need to step our game up. They're filling a void right now. While you cry on the internet, they are out there going to DSA meetings and taking over Democratic Party clubs in different cities. While you sit at home crying about communism, go out there and do something, man. Are you volunteering? Are you getting involved? Of course not. Just crying on the internet, what you accuse them of. And we told them, why don't you get involved instead of stop crying? And now they're involved and now we're crying. So that's not it, man. There's polls that show 1/3 of Democrats identify as democratic socialists now. So what is that? What are you going to do, bro? A third of Democrats identify as democratic socialists. So what, do you think that's because you haven't tweeted enough about them? Come on. Fear of DSA feels irrational. I don't think it's irrational. I think it's overblown. I think it's like, what is happening here, man? I've made the case a few times. I made the case last night on the podcast, and again, I think people are just they're taking what Destiny is saying and they're running with it without even understanding why he's saying it and why he feels that way. I think Destiny is justified in his concern, and his concern that other content creators aren't taking it as seriously. I think he's justified in that based on his experience and what he's going through. I don't think the rest of you are. I don't think the people who are screaming and trying to echo what he's saying are justified in that. He's out there fighting. He's out there doing shit. And yet I'm the problem. It's just funny. If you find yourself saying I'm the problem, and I saw some people saying this, not a lot, it's a small minority. If you think I'm the problem, then you've lost the plot. That's all I can say. You've completely lost the plot. And you're a moron. Like I am not the problem in any way. My performance on Live and Learn last night was not bad. It was just fine. It was totally normal. If you think I'm not part of the coalition, then you're a woke scolding weirdo who we make fun of. That's it. That's all it is. You are purity testing for no reason. You are trying to circle the wagons for no reason. If you think I'm not good enough, then you're an idiot, and this is not the place for you. You and Destiny rock. I think Destiny's doing great stuff. I have no notes for him. I have no criticism for him. None at all. I think he's totally justified in what he's doing and his approach, because that's his arena. That's where he's fighting. That's what he feels he can contribute best at. And he's concerned about what he's seeing. And I think that's awesome. And I think he will influence people and nudge them in the right direction. But Destiny is different. His approach is different. I think you're soft. All right. Well, I think you're gone, dumbass. I don't care. So let me delete some of you guys and send you on your way so you can go enjoy your pathetic lives. Have a good one. Soft as fuck. Let me get rid of some of you fucking melted ice cream over here. Cry more. And I saw some of you guys talking shit in DGG chat while I was on the podcast. And I'm just waiting for your names to show up so I can delete your asses, because you come here two-faced trying to act like my friend, but you call me stupid, say I'm dumb, and you're going to get clapped, and I'm going to make sure everybody sees it in front of everybody. Make you into a lifelong hater over there. What's the hot predictions? I think Syed's going to win because there's just no excitement around. There's no excitement around Haley Stevens. I'm glad you're holding people be accountable. We should. Uncle IRI is going to teach some people a lesson. There's one of them. Cowboy Marks was calling me dumb. I saw that. So fuck you, you little cringe lord. I hope you have a miserable life and enjoy being my lifelong hater of mine in the chat. You guys keep an eye out for that one. He's going to be salty as fuck from now on. Good luck. There's one of them. Got one. Cowboy Marks. What a fucking cringe name. What are you, a fucking little cowboy with the fake badge? I'm the Karl Marx of cowboys. You're being a bit naive. You're being a bit deleted, dumbass. What do I care? Fuck you. You think you come here and say that to me? This is my living room, dumbass. You're a guest here. I don't tolerate that shit. Fuck out of here. We have rules here. We have rules here. You can't run your mouth, especially to my face. Are you fucking crazy, man? Some of you guys are on another level, man. And anyone out there acting like I'm harsh, Destiny deletes people all day long, man. Even just for typing certain words. So I think I'm being nice. But some of you guys have zero social skills. Very few of you, actually. The majority of you guys are totally normal. But a couple of you guys are just freaks and bring down the whole room. So we're going to remove you so you don't depress the rest of us with whatever mental illness you have and mental health challenges.
Boss off. One time I was in Guy's living room and I asked him for a glass of water and he spit in my face. He doesn't play around. That's why we love him.
That's a true story from Soypill. What up, bud? Stace, thank you for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that.
Hope to see you debating again Earl soon. Good showing at UCLA when I went with that white nationalist guy.
Bryson, thank you for the resub on Twitch. Appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Listen, I don't mind people criticizing what I say. That's all well and good, and that happens a lot. But if you run your mouth and talk shit and call me dumb and other stupid shit, I'm just going to delete you. Nobody should tolerate that. That's unacceptable behavior. I don't go around calling people dumb. I have respect for all you guys. I think you're all, well, 99% of you are normal, good people. But we tolerate stupidness too much around these parts, and I don't stand for it. That's harassment in the workplace. Yeah. So dumb, man. I don't get it. All right. Anyways, we got a big night. Got some primaries here. Not just Michigan, but Missouri. Cori Bush. Remember good old Cori Bush? She's trying to get her job back. Trying to take out Wesley Bell. The guy who beat her last time. So we're going to keep an eye on that one because that's a big hope for the DSA crowd as well. Though that district's different. She wasn't able to go all in on Israel because I guess the district is a little different.
Amy Klobuchar for Minnesota governor.
Hell yeah, CB. Thank you for the $2. Appreciate that. We're going to be hanging out with Mrmouton later as well to watch the results come in Michigan. So that should be fun. But we're going to just check out some videos and see what's been going down in Michigan. See what the candidates did on the final day of voting. I saw some criticism of El Sayed that he was having a pool party. Saw some photos from that. I don't know what the story was with that. But look, in the end, I think El Sayed will be fine. I don't think he's some sort of Trojan horse that's going to get into the Senate and cause problems. I think he can win in November. And the polls say it's going to be a little harder, but not by much. Obviously, I prefer Stevens. But, it's not the end of the world. I really don't think people should be dooming about that one. And same thing with Francesca Hong. I really don't think she's that big of a deal either. Her primary will be next week, and we'll see. I really like McMorrow. Well, I think we missed a great opportunity there with McMorrow. She was awesome, and she was just sort of one of these like working class people that decided to run for office a few years ago, and she kind of the lane that she picked just didn't resonate with people. It was just sort of like kind of progressive but pragmatic, and that's just not what people are looking for right now. People want the extremes, man. They want the person who's going to promise them candy for dinner, Skittles for breakfast. Like El Sayed is out there telling people, why should we send billions to Israel for bombs when we could spend that money here in Michigan? It's like, bro, not a single dollar that you're going to supposedly take away from Israel is going to make its way to Michigan. I'll tell you that right now. Why go out there and promise that to people, man? Like, nothing related to Israel is going to change anyone's lives in Michigan. Maybe you could make an argument morally they'll feel better because their dollars, their tax dollars, aren't going to support a genocide on the other side of the earth, even though they'll never meet anybody from there or know anything about it. But maybe you could feel better. Maybe they'll sleep a little better at night, but it ain't going to put food on the table. It's not going to make your gas cheaper. It's not going to bring down the cost of health insurance. And it drives me nuts to hear people just running on Israel, basically. It's like, what is he even going to do about Israel when he gets into the Senate if he does? There's not anything to vote on, right? Like, that's what the Senate could do, is vote on funding for Israel, whether military aid or military cooperation. That's done. That stuff's all done. There's nothing going to Israel anytime soon, man. It's over. Even Israel's like, please don't send us anything. But here we have a guy whose campaign is basically stop sending money to Israel and spend it in Michigan. It's like, wow, bro. Great promise you're making there to people, and that won't lead to anything. Feels good kind of thing. Yeah. And then he's got Medicare for all. Well, you know, Medicare for all is wonderful. I'm a supporter of Medicare for all. I'd love to see it implemented. I think it'd be amazing. But fighting for it now is kind of ridiculous if you think about it. If you really read into the challenges of getting Medicare for all, it's astronomical. It is a mountain. It's like deciding to go climb Mount Everest before you even hike. You know, maybe you should do some low elevation trails first and see if you even like it. See if you can, you know, get there, get past the low elevation first, right? Like, you're talking fighting trillions of dollars in revenue from all these different people that are making a living off this, whether it's doctors being able to charge more, pharmaceutical companies, hospitals, private equity. It's just incredible. The people, the health insurance companies, and you're just like, well, we'll just have a groundswell and the people will speak and it'll happen. Not in a million years, man. I think the only way to get there is incrementally through things like a public option and showing people the sky doesn't fall and getting all the stakeholders involved. And I read El Sayed's book on Medicare for All, and while he provides a nice history of why we're where we are now and what the challenges are, his solution is we'll just get a lot of public support and then they'll implement Medicare for all eventually. Okay. Well, good luck with that. Can I call in? No. He's a hospital administrator. He should have some business ideas related to that wheelhouse. Well, he does. He provides some insight on who the stakeholders are and what the challenges will be. And I appreciated reading that, and I thought, oh, that's interesting. Okay, bye. Good. Here, I'll make it easier for you, champ. All right. We'll delete you so we never hear from you again. No problemo. Medicare for all has kind of become a liberal buzzword to apolitical normie people, like just meaning healthcare reform. I agree. I agree. But I think it's like telling people, hey man, let's get you $1 million in retirement funds. Okay, nice goal. Couple steps
What
before
do you think
that,
of
though.
the open mic live debate events, like the UFA campus tour you did with Destiny? Fun? Effective? Any plans for more in the future?
Dancing Zorba, thank you for the $5 super chat. I don't think in the short term they're effective, but you got to start somewhere and learn. And I think the lessons being learned on these tours right now are good. And now there's two competing tours, the Take Back America tour and the Unfuck America tour. And I think competition leads to innovation and getting better. And so this is the building process now. And I think it is important to go out there to college campuses and public spaces and engage with people and deal with just normal talking points that people bring up and being able to give people answers to standard questions. So I think it's a good thing for sure. I don't have any plans to do it anytime soon, but we'll see. I don't know. All right, let me see what's going on with, let's see if we have Meet the Press now. See what they said is happening. All right.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now.
Spam Harder, thanks for the Prime sub on Twitch. Appreciate that, man. Did El Sayed say where the money comes from? Yeah, he basically says what Bernie says, that people will be taxed above a certain income, and companies above a certain amount of revenue will be taxed. But you can read all about that in Bernie's bill.
Now I'm Kristen Welker in Washington. If it's Tuesday, voters are voting, heading to the polls to cast their ballots in primary races that will set key matchups in November's midterm election.
What the hell?
Heading to the polls to cast their ballots in primary races that will set key matchups in November's midterm elections.
Potato Shrapnel, thanks for gifting a membership. Hell yeah, man.
It is the biggest night remaining on the primary calendar, with voting in dozens of races across 5 different states. And the marquee matchup is in battleground Michigan, where the insurgent progressive movement on the left is facing its first major test in a purple state. The establishment-backed candidate is Congresswoman Haley Stevens. The progressive-backed candidate is Abdul Al-Sayed. The winner will face Trump-backed Republican Mike Rogers, who's running unopposed. This is a must-win race in November for Democrats if they want to take back control of the Senate. NBC's Shaquille Brewster spoke with Al-Sayed yesterday about the electability question that's been hanging over his entire primary campaign.
What do you say to someone who's skeptical that someone as progressive as you
Oh, here's the pool party. Looks fun.
can win statewide in a state that's as purple as Michigan is?
You know, purple implies a certain model that we've often foisted on politics for a long time, despite the fact that that model has proven incorrect for a very long time. That there's red and there's blue, and in the middle there's purple, and that if you're not a Democrat or a Republican, that in the middle you're moderate, right? I just don't think that's true. If everybody was so moderate, why would the state elect Donald Trump twice? I got an alternative hypothesis. The alternative hypothesis is that people are so sick and tired of establishments on both sides of the aisle that are bought off by the corporations who are nickel and diming them at every turn, that they were willing to hold their nose and vote for Donald Trump twice.
What? That theory doesn't make any sense to me. Like, Trump is in bed with all the corporations, all of the elites. What are you talking about, bro? That doesn't make sense to me. It's like, I don't know. Like, is he trying to claim that Trump sold himself as an outsider? Maybe the first time in 2016, but this time, ain't no way, man.
Al-Sayed appears to have the momentum. He's criticized Stevens about the outside spending, boosting her campaign.
Yeah, what's with the black t-shirts? What is this? What was this choice here? He's been doing this now for weeks. I think, first of all, guys look best in a button-up shirt with rolled up sleeves. I'm sitting at home doing a live stream. I'm not running for U.S. Senate, so I'm just chilling. But why would you not dress up a little bit here, man? Like, you know, black t-shirts are cool. I don't know. Black tea like a comedian. He wants to show off his gains. I don't know. It just kind of plays into this idea that he's a showboat, that he's a narcissist, that he's in this for his ego, and it's like about his image. It's just kind of weird, you know? It just doesn't really make sense. It doesn't, like, also, I don't know about tucking in your t-shirt. That's always been kind of weird to me. That's like super dad energy. Who tucks a t-shirt in? Do any of you guys tuck your t-shirt into your jeans? Anybody? I don't know a single person that does that under the age of 45. And I don't even know any 40-year-olds that do that at this point. I've never seen anyone but like old people tuck a t-shirt into their jeans. Like, might as well clip his cell phone on his belt, you know? Not jeans. He's doing it. I don't think there's any acceptable pants to tuck your t-shirt into. That's weird. Never even occurred to me. It's a thing. I actually disagree. I don't wear suits, so it's kind of cool to have someone. Okay, do you wear button-up shirts? Do you not think a button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up would give that sort of like getting to work image that he's trying to convey? Like, I don't know. It just seems weird, man. He makes $600,000 a year. Yeah, he's the 1%, by the way. You can look it up. Google what income is considered the 1%, and it's like $650,000 a year. I think a little less. I think it's like 640. It's the perception of a casual working class. Yeah, working class guys don't wear a bunch of bracelets. No offense. You'd get laughed out of the mechanic shop or the factory you work at, or whatever plumber you are. You're rocking like 20 bracelets on your hand there. Nice bracelets, man. What's going on there? You guys have the same shirt. Oh, there's one of the dipshits. Vlad the Impaler. You must have missed my speech. I saw you talking shit in DGG about the podcast. So you're one of the two-faced. Think you can show up here and run your mouth. So I wanted to do this in front of everybody. Get fucked, bozo. This idiot ats me every day 20 times. 1,000 chats in my channel all day long. So lifelong hater status has just been awarded to you. Let this be a lesson. Don't run your mouth talking shit about me in other channels. I will find you and I will take care of you. There's one of them. We got two of them. I got a couple more names. So just know I see it. And I'm not talking about some light pushback, because you know these little pussies will be like, I just gave some light pushback. Let me, I actually kept this idiot's logs up on my screen. So Vlad the Impaler, IRI was banning and making fun of DGGers in his stream chat after the pod last night for dooming about DSA. Mrmouton tagged Mrmouton. You sure about IRI? He spent his whole stream after the pod yesterday banning and making fun of DGGers freaking out about DSA. Wow. That's interesting. Do you guys think I spent my entire stream making fun of DGGers? Somebody else was saying I was like sneak dissing Destiny and DGG. I don't do anything behind any facade, guys. If I'm talking shit on you, I'm doing it right out in the open, okay? I have no problem saying right to your face what I think of you. So if I was going to talk shit on Destiny, I would say it out loud. Why wouldn't I? So you can come up with whatever fantasy you want, but it's not what's happening, man. I can handle people disagreeing with me and having a different opinion and being upset even for a moment at what I'm saying. But if you're acting like a little bitch and trying to make up stories to get me in trouble, then fuck you. I'm going to find you and I'm going to delete you. You don't get to come around here and present a different face. So congrats on your lifelong hater status, and maybe you'll learn a little lesson, champ.
campaign, especially from groups affiliated with the pro-Israel lobbying group AIPAC. Congresswoman Stevens has leaned into her establishment bona fides as proof that she can get things done in Congress, and painting al-Sayed as the easier candidate for Republican Mike Rogers to beat.
There is a reason why Republicans are already spending thousands and thousands of dollars meddling in this primary, trying to maybe get their preferred candidate. Look, when it comes to Michigan, I run through anyone and anything to stand up for us.
And on the question of whether Democrats can unite behind a candidate after such a hotly contested primary, some voters telling NBC News yesterday their support in November is guaranteed, but others say they aren't so sure.
I will vote for Stevens in the primary.
If al-Sayed ends up winning tomorrow and becomes the nominee for the Democratic Party, what will be your calculus heading into November? Would you rather give that seat to a Republican, or would you rather al-Sayed?
Al-Sayed.
Would you vote for Haley Stevens if she won tomorrow?
I would have to think about it.
Your vote's not guaranteed just because she's a Democrat.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say so.
Oh my God. These people live in quite the privileged world. That's incredible, man. That is incredible. Vlad's in here every day. I know, he's got thousands of messages. That's what I'm saying. These people are two-faced, man. And I hope this is a lesson for them, because I know people like that love hanging out in here, but now you can't go run your mouth in other spaces, man. You're gonna get caught. So let it be a life lesson for some of these people. He's not the only one, too. So fuck him. This is a privileged position, man, from this guy. He's like, yeah, I don't know if I could vote. So you could tolerate Republicans controlling the Senate and enabling Trump, and you want to see more of the last 2 years? No, it's the Democrat Party's fault for not giving me better options. Oh, really? That's interesting. So somebody said both candidates were non-exciting. I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. I think the bigger problem here, bigger than DSA, bigger than anything you're concerned about, bigger than MAGA, bigger than Donald Trump, the bigger problem is candidate recruitment. What are we doing? I think we need to have a very serious conversation in the Democratic Party about our candidate recruitment. What does it involve? Who's reaching out to people? What are the plans? What is the energy behind it? I think we should have people in every state recruiting fantastic candidates. And I know that there is a Tallarico and an Ossoff and a Mary Patola in every single state, every single district. There are business leaders, there are sports heroes, there are musicians, there are entertainers, there are people in academia, there are people that are behind the scenes in public service, that have run nonprofits and worked in administrations. They're out there, but they're not being recruited, and they're not thinking, oh, I should run for U.S. Senate. You got to have people out there talking to them and saying, here's why we think you would love this job. Here's how your skills and your background and your connections can lead to amplifying your mission in life and the good you've done. And you can help so many more people. But we can't sit here and just wait and hope that the good people decide to run for office. Otherwise, we get stuck with dipshits like Graham Plattner, who lie about being an oyster farmer and raped people. What are we doing? It's like we just sit around hoping someone good decides to run for office out of the blue. That's a recipe for disaster, man. We need to be way more proactive year-round recruiting people to run, because if we had rock stars across the board, we'd win everything. Imagine if we had a Pete Buttigieg in every single race, not a specifically Pete, gay, whatever, transportation secretary. I'm just saying that sort of energy, that sort of charisma, that sort of that level of communication skills, they'd be able to sell anything. Then we don't need to come up with amazing policy. We already have good policy. We already have great things to run on. We don't need to reinvent the wheel here. Biden did amazing things during his first 2 years. We need salesmen. We need people who can be cheerleaders. And it all starts with the candidate. It all starts with our candidates. That is like 80% of it. 80-90% is the person running for office. So I think we should just pour resources into that and find these heroes and these rock stars everywhere, because they're out there, man. I know it.
Joining me now, of course, on this big primary day is NBC's chief data analyst, Steve Kornacki, who's at the big board. NBC's Julie Sirkin is on the ground in Detroit, and NBC's Sahil Kapoor is in Missouri, where we're watching another progressive moderate fight for a House seat in St. Louis. But, Steve, I have to start with you. Set the stage here. Let's talk about the big race in Michigan. What are the various different paths to victory for Al Sayed and for Stevens? What are you watching for?
Yeah, well, in a few hours, the map is going to start lighting up. And I think one thing to keep in mind here, so much of the vote as it comes into tonight in Michigan in this Democratic primary is going to come from the southeast part of the state, particularly right here, the state's biggest.
Against the border wall? Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
Ossoff, idea for Pete Emote. Him stepping on and smashing the Fox News logo.
That's a good one. Been wondering what to do. I was thinking like something about him on Fox, but it was tough. I don't know. You know, it's like a small little space, but that's a good one. Thank you, Stace. Appreciate the $10 super chat.
County, where its biggest city, Detroit, is. That's Wayne County right next door.
Yeah, like, what are we doing here, man? Mallory McMorrow is a fantastic candidate. We should have put all of our energy behind her. Instead, we wasted time with Haley Stevens. Now, Haley Stevens might still win. I don't know. It doesn't look good with the polls, but who knows? But somebody like McMorrow is a great candidate. But in general, I don't know about you guys. I've been horrifically disappointed in our candidates. Look at New York City last year. That was a joke. Zoran Mamdani got lucky. This guy was a nobody. 4 years as an assemblyman. Nobody knew anything about him. And he just turned out to connect with the right people and run a very charismatic and like exciting campaign, right? Like that's 1 in a million though. He would not have done anywhere near as well if we had a great candidate running from the more moderate wing of things, right? Like, what in the world? This is the largest city in America. Who wouldn't want to be the mayor? How did we not have just a long parade of rock stars ready to be the next mayor of New York City? Like, what is happening, man? Instead, we were left with just fools. And what happens? We don't stand a chance. I mean, Andrew Cuomo, really?
Washtenaw County, Ann Arbor, where its biggest going to come from the south. So much of the vote as it comes into tonight in Michigan in this Democratic primary is going to come from the southeast part of the state, particularly right here, the state's biggest county, where its biggest city, Detroit, is. That's Wayne County right next door, Washtenaw County, Ann Arbor, University of Michigan, and the two big bedroom suburban communities here, counties, Oakland and Macomb. Together, just these 4 counties, you're probably looking at about half the vote that's going to be cast in this primary tonight. I think you can expect, take a look in Washtenaw. The question there is going to be not who wins the county, but how much does Al Sayed win it by? Demographically, again, big college area, Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. This is where he's expected to do very well. Can he run up a big score right there? Meanwhile, for Stevens, I think Oakland County, her political base, into Macomb County, she wants to be doing well there. And the real wild card here is going to be Wayne County, because we say Detroit, but Wayne is also much bigger than Detroit. Wayne County, in fact, itself is 20% of all the votes that are going to be cast tonight in the primary. And there's a bit of a split there. When you get outside of Wayne, you got other cities in Wayne County like Dearborn, like Dearborn Heights, like Hamtramck. Dearborn, the first a majority Arab American city in the United States of America. You can expect in places like that, Al Sayed potentially to be posting some very big numbers. In the city of Detroit, though, Detroit itself is 75% black. And actually, Al Sayed did not do that well there when he ran for governor in 2018. Polls have suggested Stevens is doing substantially better than Al Sayed with black voters. So can Stevens run up big numbers in Detroit? But Wayne County looms as the biggest wild card in this. It's the biggest piece of the puzzle. The bad news, Kristen, is if past his prologue, Wayne is also the slowest at putting its results out there. So if this is a close race, we could be waiting late into the night for Wayne County.
Oh, get ready. May not know until like midnight, maybe even later. Eloy, thank you for re-upping your membership on YouTube. Could we get an Ossoff AOC ticket in 28 to unite the party, or am I coping?
I can't wait for this race to be over. It got so ugly for two mid-candidates.
Yep.
When President Ossoff is president, we won't remember this race because we will all be hanging out with our government-issued goth girlfriends.
Hell yeah. Well, Nelly seems to think that Ossoff can be president. I do not think Ossoff or AOC will be the 28 nominee or on the ticket. I'm sorry. That's my opinion. But we have great candidates, and hey, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Ossoff is Jewish, number one, and anti-Semitism has been popping off in America. So right now, that's not coming up much, but I think that will sadly be problematic. It has gone down. It peaked in 2024. And it's gone down, but I do not think America is ready for a Jewish president right now, especially with all the Israel stuff going on. That's unfortunate, but this is the environment we're in right now. Also, that seat is very valuable, and I'm not sure anybody could keep it. So unless Keisha Lance Bottoms wins the governor's race in November, then there'll be a Republican governor who is not going to do us any favors with replacing John Ossoff if he wins. So that's a problem too. Same thing with Tallarico. Kind of hard to imagine anyone else being able to hold that Senate seat down there. So J-Dub, thanks for resubscribing on Twitch. Appreciate that. I'm not worried about uniting the party though. Like I know a lot of you guys are coming from a different point of view on this, and that's fine. I do not think we have a huge problem with our party right now.
Much love.
Ekale Nub, thank you for the resub. Appreciate that. And I've said this a few times, but I'll repeat it. I think we have a lull in our politics right now. It is August before the midterms in the summer. Not a lot's happening. We have primaries, and we have the Democrats out of power and some charismatic people coming along promising the world. And people want something new. They want something big, and they're very unhappy with their economic conditions and what Trump is doing. And they don't see the Democrats doing anything because the Democrats can't do anything. But they don't see that, and they don't understand that because we have no civics education in this country. They have no clue how anything works. And so they're upset. And they've got people coming into these primaries saying, these Democrats aren't doing shit, and I will get you everything you want. I can get us more. I can get us something bigger. And you know what? It's Israel's fault. And they've heard about Israel causing problems and all the issues with that. And it makes sense. They heard about AIPAC. It makes sense. They heard about corporate money or whatever, right? And it's just, it's ignorance being taken advantage of. And so the reason why I don't think it's a permanent problem is because the midterms are going to change everything, in my opinion. All signs point to Democrats winning the House. And I believe you're going to see a different face of the Democratic Party when they do that, because once they have the gavels and they can do investigations and they can get respect from the media, and they will. A lot of you guys weren't involved in 2019 when the Democrats took over in Trump's first term and changed the entire narrative. And that was a big part of Biden winning in 2020 was the Democrats in the House doing investigations. They're going to hit the ground running, and they are going to hit pay dirt very quickly. They've got the Epstein files. They've got corruption, insider trading. There are so many things that they have Trump just caught in 4K, just busted. And it's going to drown out any of this discord within the Democratic Party. You're going to have like 4 people that are DSA that are probably working with Hakeem and everybody. I wouldn't be surprised if on January 3rd, when the 120th Congress convenes, you have one unanimous vote for Hakeem Jeffries to become Speaker of the House. People are acting like it's going to be a revolt within the party for the next 2 years, us against them. I don't think that's going to be the case. I don't think that's going to be the case at all. You're already seeing these DSA candidates capitulate. On day number 1 of winning his primary, Brad Lander, who took out Dan Goldman, said, I'm all for Hakeem Jeffries. That was one of Mamdani's 3 endorsed candidates in New York City, already on board with Hakeem. Didn't even have to do anything. Just, yeah, I'll vote for him. No problem. Recently, we saw DAZ, Daraliza, one of the crazies in New York City, say she's going to join the Congressional Black Caucus and the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. Those are not ultra-progressive caucuses in the House. She's showing that she wants to work with the moderates. She wants to get along. She wants to try to get shit done. You would not be joining those caucuses if you are trying to drive a wedge in the party. So I think these people are going to play ball. And Hakeem is a smart guy. He was taught by Nancy Pelosi, who's still there to guide him in his first couple of years as leader of the party. And Nancy Pelosi is one of the most gifted politicians our country's ever seen. As much as some of you guys may not want to hear that, she's the first woman to ever become Speaker of the House, and she did it twice. That's impressive, man. So she taught him, and I think Hakeem will be just fine. He's actually done very well from the minority if you're following this stuff closely and you know what's going on. Most people don't, and so all they see is Hakeem giving awkward speeches and say, this guy sucks, with no clue what's possible or what anyone else could be doing, and completely ignoring that every single Democrat has voted for him to be the leader. Not a single person has gone against him. And I think we're going to see that on January 3rd. And now, if that happens, then you're not going to hear anything about these DSA people because the media and everyone's going to be talking about all the big investigations and all of the stories and the excitement around the Democrats holding Trump accountable.
But we are ready for all of it, Steve. Look,
shouldn't the speaker be a more effective communicator than Hakeem? Look at Mike Johnson. He sucks. And who are you to question every single Democratic Congress member who's voted for him to be their leader? You think you know more than them? Kodak Browns, do you think you know more and better than every single Democrat in the House of Representatives, AOC? Everyone, every single one of them said Hakeem is our leader, and there's no one questioning his leadership or challenging him. So you're telling me that you know better than them? I wouldn't take that position.
One of the big questions tonight is just how much momentum do these progressive candidates actually have? And progressive candidates are running in a number of different districts. So where else are you going to be watching for clues about this tonight?
Yeah, I mean, take a look here in the 7th Congressional District here tonight. This is a Democratic primary here, open nomination here. William Lawrence here, endorsed by Bernie Sanders.
So I don't know anything about these races, so I'm fascinated to hear this. So more races to look at. So we've got William Lawrence. I have to look into this guy.
There's very much a candidate of that left-wing insurgency in the Democratic primary.
I don't know, and I also don't pretend to know what goes on behind closed doors. I think he'll be challenged. So why hasn't he been challenged now then? And why is nobody saying Hakeem needs to go? Everybody is behind him. Again, you're ignoring reality and what's right in front of you for some made-up thing in your mind. I find that incredible. Same thing with Chuck Schumer. You hear very little grumbling from our elected senators about Chuck Schumer. They vote for him. They want him as their leader. But I hear a lot of armchair quarterbacks saying somebody else can do better. Well, why is nobody else stepping up? Why is everybody voting for Hakeem then?
This is very competitive.
Is this William Lawrence guy DSA? Let me look this up. William Lawrence, DSA. Let's look at his website, actually. William Lawrence for Congress. Look at this lad. Yeah. Being extremely charismatic isn't the only required skill. Here's the other thing I'll say, guys, and you don't hear this too often. You guys have to take yourself out of the equation when it comes to what's good for the Democratic Party. You're already voting for Democrats. Why would they waste their time appealing to you in any way at all? You are not the target audience. You are going to drag your balls over broken glass to vote for Democrats. You are not who they're trying to win over. They couldn't give a shit less about you and what you care about because you're already on board. You've already been sold. You know what they stand for. You know what they represent. You've already convinced yourself that they're awesome. So they're trying to appeal to people that aren't voting for Democrats yet or are apathetic. So whenever you think you're cooking on something like, boy, I really want to see more of this, they don't give a shit what you want to see more of, and it would be stupid of them to entertain that. Oh yeah, you think they're going to lose your support? Again, you're acting like you're going to vote for someone else. You're not. You're going to vote for Democrats. I do not want the Democrats wasting 1 minute on what I care about because I'm already on board. I want them to go out there and win new people over. I don't want them to waste 2 seconds on me. 2 seconds, please. It's a waste of time. All right, what's this guy on about? I want to see his endorsements. Curious if this guy is DSA. So he's got Bernie, Talib, Kana. I don't know who these other people are. Track APAC. Oh boy. That's embarrassing. Okay. I don't see DSA. Track oil packs. Jane Fonda, Our Revolution. He does not have DSA on here. Wow. Must not be pure enough for DSA. Let's see. Is William Lawrence a DSA? He is a member of the Working Families Party and the Democratic Socialist America. Well, I guess according to his Wikipedia page, he is a member of DSA. I don't know if that's, I don't know. Just kind of like one line. All right, well.
Haven't been here in a while. Can't believe Ossoff is on top of the poll now.
He's kicking ass. Jason, what up, buddy? Thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Okay, so this is a race to keep an eye on. William Lawrence in Michigan's 7th district. Go ahead, Steve.
competitive race. The Republican here, I can show you, Tom Barrett, Democratic primary, 7th congressional district here tonight. This is a Democratic primary here, open nomination here. William Lawrence here, endorsed by Bernie Sanders, very much a candidate of that left-wing insurgency in the Democratic primary. This is a very competitive race. The Republican here, I can show you, Tom Barrett is a first-term incumbent. It's a very close congressional district at the presidential level. His race was very close in 2024. And Democrats, you take a look at this primary, Lawrence here has that progressive lane to himself. Bridget Brink, the former U.S. ambassador to the Ukraine, Matt Mazdam, he's endorsed by Alyssa Slotkin, the senator who used to represent this district, is that sort of establishment wing split between those two candidates, and has it opened the door for Lawrence, who is very much in line with these progressive candidates who've been posting these, sort of eyebrow-raising victories in Democratic primaries around the country? Has it opened the door for him to win the nomination in this district? And again, as I say, this is the kind of district you're talking about here. I think that's one of the themes tonight in Michigan, Kristen, that's a little bit different than these other primaries. We've seen these left-wing candidates winning primaries in deep blue districts, deep blue areas, where Democrats really don't have to worry about the general election. This district, the 7th district, or the Senate race to statewide in Michigan, a Trump state, Democrats very much do have to worry about the general election there. And some of these contests could raise the question of, are they testing the limits of electability?
And it's...
So why is this even happening, man? Why are we splitting the vote? It's like in Wisconsin with that Francesca Hong race. We got 4 moderates on the stage and 1 DSA freakazoid. What are we doing, man? Why are these clowns on stage? Why are people staying in the race when you don't have a commanding lead? Why wouldn't you drop out? These narcissists, man. This is why the party needs to come in and punish these people and take the reins and say, hey, motherfucker, you're out of here. It's 2 weeks to the election. You're wasting time. You're splitting our votes. We are going to punish you if you don't get the hell out of here. Like, good God, man. This is why I'm not focused on the DSA people. We cannot control what other people do. They are taking advantage of a moment, an opportunity. And we don't have to give that to them. How do you beat them? You get better. You do better. We cannot shut them down. We can't stop them. What can we do? Nobody's ever proposed anything. It's like, oh, well, we need to talk more about it. Okay, nice. That's going to take 10 years. Why don't we start locking down these races and get great candidates and be more proactive on recruiting good candidates and start forcing some of these low-hanging, these bottom feeders who don't have a chance to get the hell out of the race and clear the field so it's a 1v1 and we will dominate. People don't know when to drop out. It's obnoxious, man. Like, I point to Brad Lander in New York City. He is a great example of how to do this in the mayor's race. I'm not thrilled with him primarying Dan Goldman, of course, but in New York City's primary for mayor, he saw that he wasn't going to win, and so he got behind Zoran Mondani and put his eggs in that basket. That's the way to go, man. You're not going to win. You're going to come in 4th place. Why not get behind one of the other candidates and help boost them with your 10% of the vote and get yourself involved? And now you live to see another day as part of their campaign, or the party appreciates you and their supporters appreciate you. And they'll always remember you as the person who helped the candidate win. But yeah, it's ego. It's crazy, man. Ego terrorists. We should be screaming at these people. Like, there should not be 3 people in the race by election day. Period. There should not be 3 people in the race. There shouldn't, 5 people is the norm nowadays. What are we doing, man? Get the hell out.
One of the big questions we will answer in November, if those progressive candidates, in fact, are victorious. And Steve, we should say we are going to be talking to Lawrence and Mazdam coming up in just a bit. Steve Kornacki, thank you so much for setting the stage. We're going to see you all night long for our special coverage. And we want to say a hearty congratulations on launching the Data Dive with Steve Kornacki for expert analysis and updates on the midterms all season long. You can scan the QR code on your screen now to subscribe to Steve's new weekly newsletter out every Tuesday. All right, very exciting news there. But let's turn now to Julie Sirkin on the ground in Detroit. So, Julie, you're there in Michigan. You've been talking to voters throughout the day. What is the mood there with that big Senate primary unfolding?
Yeah, talking to voters, not only in Detroit where I am right now, we're at a high school, you hear a marching band behind me, very festive primary day vibes here, but also in Western Michigan in Grand Rapids. That's that young voter that you heard from who said he isn't sure if he would extend his support to Haley Stevens if she ends up winning tonight. He's an El Sayed backer, and that's kind of the back and forth that we found ourselves in. I'm hearing so many different things, Kristen, depending on the age of the voter, too. I talked to some older voters who are sticking with Haley Stevens. Something that Steve Kornacki was saying there in terms of the black voter, that's certainly something that Stevens has very much been focusing on. And in my conversations, anecdotally, I've picked up on that, too. Take a listen, though, to a little bit of what we heard, particularly from one voter who is a progressive. He has always been a Democrat, but he told me, Kristen, the Democrats can't count on his support if they don't start listening. Watch.
Hey, I love these people, man. Can't count on my support if you don't start listening. Okay.
I can say with like my whole heart, like all of my friends who are, 25 younger, they won't vote for a candidate that's not pro-Palestine and against Israel.
Wow.
No, totally makes sense. And if you think about it, it's because it'll make their housing more affordable and their job prospects better and their grocery bill lower. It all makes sense if you think about it. It all comes back to Palestine. If you solve the Israel-Gaza issue, then everything else falls into play. Everything else falls into place. It's pretty simple. It all starts and ends with something on the other side of the globe. Makes sense to have your number one issue be a country in the Middle East. Yeah. I think for guys like this is like their moment to stand up and be a moral, like on the right side of history to them, So like anything is worth the sacrifice. But the thing is, there's nothing to do for the next 2 years with Israel, Gaza. Like the Senate isn't going to do jack shit about Israel. There's no money that's going to be sent there from Congress. If anything, it'll be peanuts. Like, what are you going to do? Drop it from $3 billion to $2 billion? Like, there's nothing. There's nothing to vote on for a senator. Like, it's over, man. Israel's even telling Congress, don't send us money. We don't want it, because they realize how toxic their brand is right now. There's nothing to even be done by the Senate in Gaza. Nothing. Zero. What are they going to fight over? Should we send them defensive weapons? There's not even anything happening in Gaza. And so what happens then? Now what? Is this going to make housing more affordable? Is this going to bring down energy costs? Is this going to change people's lives in any way? I mean, again, if people want to take this position for moral reasons, that's fine. They can do that. But let's not kid ourselves that this is going to solve any
There
problem.
should be sub-primaries for progressives and moderates within every Democratic primary. Cool face emoji.
I don't know what that would entail, but I'm all ears for new ideas. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's be real. These people don't vote. Yeah, I think what he's saying is my friends will not be motivated to vote if Israel isn't the main issue. And that's understandable for people in their early 20s. I mean, they probably wouldn't vote anyways. This has got them excited. So, okay. But I just find it incredible that you would even bring this up when we are the number one issue for young people right now. You can look this up. Based on polling, the number one issue by a mile is the cost of housing. That is young people's number one issue. And I don't blame them. It is daunting. The average age to buy a home is like 40. It used to be like 30 in the 80s, 40. And the average home is like $420,000, which is nowadays like 5 times your income. Most households on average make $80,000. So it's somewhere around 5 times your household income. Back in the day, in the 80s and 90s, it was like 2 to 3 times. So housing is just a nightmare for young people right now.
And what happens if Republicans end up winning? Like, what if Mike Rogers wins the Senate seat because you guys didn't vote?
The Democrats will have to take a look at themselves and realize that they need to change.
I got that. See, not the prince and princesses looking in the mirror. It's the Democrats. Democrats need, imagine you're living your life saying other people need to do something. It couldn't be me, man. This is why I don't think this movement will ever get big, because it's a bunch of whiners and people pointing fingers. This is not how you succeed in life. So the Democrats need to do something. And what if they don't? What happens then, champ? What? I don't know. I guess we just have Trump. Well, then I'm sure you don't give a shit because your life isn't impacted in any way at all, sir. You'll be fine. I don't know. Democrats need to do something. I've never lived my life depending on other people to do something. It's part of life that we're all connected and you can't do anything alone. And yeah, there's some percentage of your life is dependent on other people. But boy, you have a lot of control, man. You think this guy would say, you know what? If El Sayed doesn't win, I'm going to double down and get even more involved so that I have influence on Stevens and we make sure that she goes in the direction that we want. I'll get even more involved and I'll do even more within the party because it just shows how much work is left to be done, because this issue means so much to me and I believe it'll help so many people. Instead, it's just, nah, Democrats will have to do something. There's so many people like this under 30. I think this is beyond politics. This is Americans and probably a lot of Westerners. I don't know. I can't speak for other countries, but I think a lot of Americans are like this. They don't blame themselves for anything. Nothing is their fault. Everything is someone else's fault. It's not the little prince or princess looking back in the mirror. They've done everything they can. They're incapable of doing anything else. It's always someone else's fault. They want things to happen right now. Instant gratification, Medicare for all tomorrow, Israel, single state tomorrow. Like, there's no timeline. There's no 20, 30 years, right? Like, you tell a young person right now, hey, if you put away $200 a month, you'll be a millionaire in 40 years. They will laugh at you. They will piss their pants laughing so hard saying, are you kidding me? I'm not going to spend 40 years saving money so I can be a millionaire when I'm 65. They're not interested in this stuff. They'll go drop that $200 on Polymarket trying to predict the weather tomorrow and lose it 99 out of 100 times. So this is a much bigger problem to me than politics. Same, and look at people. The average credit card balance is like 10 grand. And people are still spending money. They've got the buy now, pay later. People are living well beyond their means without a care in the world, not even thinking about paying off debt in any way at all. So what do you expect when it comes to politics? Of course, they're going to take this route too. And like, why can't we have everything tomorrow? Why do I need to invest 20 years of my life to get incremental change? That's bullshit. This guy is actually in the top half of Americans because he's somewhat plugged into the news. Probably.
And that is so fascinating to me because we've covered the New York City primaries. Democratic leaders back in D.C. downplayed those results. But we are in Michigan. We are in a purple state. And the Democrats here, the younger progressives, they still want the same thing that their friends in New York want.
Yeah.
How is it that something that doesn't affect them at all, the Middle East, is the thing motivating them? Because they've seen an October 7th every single day on TikTok and X for years, right? Israel had one day of 4. They have been flooded with an October 7th every day on their feed, and it's turned into this is my issue. This is where my morals stand. Like it's their moment. Young people don't vote. Well, Israel didn't do themselves any favors with how they've handled this either, you know? Like they completely lost the optics war by a mile, and Trump wasn't helping them. If Kamala was president, she could have helped them, but of course that didn't happen. So, and the sad thing is anti-Semitism is at a high level. Like in New York City, the majority of hate crimes are against Jews. I kid you not. You can look it up. Jews make up 10% of the population in New York City, yet the majority, 50% plus of hate crimes are against Jewish people. And why is that? What do Jewish people do all of a sudden? Anything? Nothing. They can't control what's going on in Israel or anything like that. But they're bearing the brunt of all of this.
And it's just fascinating, Julie, to hear just how central that issue of Israel has become, not just in the race that you're covering, but in other races as well. And I know you've been talking to other voters. Do you get the sense that they share that same passion as that voter you were just talking to there?
They do share that same passion, Kristen, and I'm definitely picking up on that. But see, for older voters, it isn't just about that issue. This is part of that generational divide that I think I've picked up on, not just here, but also in the other primaries that I've covered. For example, I talked to one older voter, a 65-year-old black man who's a Detroit native. He actually likes the socialist direction that the party is heading in. But he told me it's not so black and white for him. He doesn't love just how far the conversation, the rhetoric around Israel has gone. And he really likes the fact that Haley Stevens was endorsed by Governor Gretchen Whitmer. So it shows you that these are all still anecdotes. Democrats have a lot of work to do to figure out what kind of candidate they want to run in the future, because this really is right now taking me back to 2016, what Republicans saw on the right with President Trump.
Fascinating analogy there, Julie. And before I let you go, I do want to ask you, because we did learn today that the Justice Department is actually monitoring polling sites in 4 Michigan cities. What are you hearing about that? What are you learning about that?
Yeah, this happened in 2025, too, in that governor's election that I covered, the New York City race as well. In federal elections, we've seen the DOJ put poll watchers out at various locations. It's happening in 4 different cities in Michigan. They're not dressed in any official way. They're kind of just sitting around in a public area. People that we've spoken to and officials in Michigan have said that so far they've been cordial. We have not seen them in the polling location I'm standing at, but certainly a change than we've seen in the past. The Secretary of State here in Michigan and Haley Stevens as well at a campaign stop earlier today saying this is why they're going to work to make sure our elections are not federalized.
Well, here you go. We have a test of Trump sending DOJ to monitor the polls. This is, a little preview of what's to come. And I don't think it's that big of a deal, man. Like, people are not going to be intimidated by this. They tried it in 2020 with the Trump army of volunteers, and it led to nothing. And so I think it's going to have very little impact on things. But she brought up Gretchen Whitmer's endorsement. If Stevens is going to win, I think it's because of those endorsements. She's got rock solid endorsements, and I think that means a lot to people. Yes, El Sayed is exciting and promising people free candy for dinner and everything they want. And he's got the Israel issue, and she has the big bad boogeyman AIPAC supporting her campaign. But those tens of millions of dollars in ads might have an impact, right? Like, I don't think AIPAC's spending money for no reason. Why would AIPAC want to sink her campaign by spending tens of millions of dollars? They must believe that the ads will work in her favor. And number 2 is the endorsements. I mean, Gretchen Whitmer is one of the top 10 most popular governors in the nation. And not only does she have Gretchen Whitmer's endorsement, she has Dana Nessel, the popular attorney general. She has the outgoing senator, Gary Peters. She has the former senator, Debbie Stabenow, who was replaced by, what's her name? Alyssa Slotkin. Now, Abdul does have the UAW, which is a pretty big deal, but that's because of his Medicare for All stuff. They would love to take healthcare off the table in their negotiations with auto companies. But I think those are pretty big endorsements for Haley Stevens. Now, the polls show El Sayed ahead by double digits. They're mostly internal polls. There was a poll by an organization called Glenn Gariff that was sponsored by local TV stations and showed Stevens +7 about 2 weeks ago. And then another poll came out showing El Sayed up like 12. And so I'm like, really? We have like a 20-point swing in 2 weeks? I don't think so. So I think this race is much closer than the polls are saying right now. I think he's in the lead though. But those same polls show him losing to Mike Rogers, the Republican challenger. So if you believe the polls that show El Sayed winning over Stevens, then you have to believe the polls that show El Sayed losing to Mike Rogers. And I don't know what he's going to do in 90 days to change that. We heard some ideas from Keith on the podcast last night. He was basically saying that they'll run a bunch of ads attacking him and it'll sour the public on Mike Rogers. Well, I think that's a bit of cope right there.
Kristen?
All right. Very busy day for you, Julie. Thank you so much. And of course, we will see you throughout the night in our special coverage. Really appreciate all of your fantastic reporting. We want to turn now to Sahil Kapoor, who is in Missouri. Sahil, you are covering the big rematch between Wesley Bell and Cori Bush. You've been talking to voters throughout the day. What are they saying? Where's the momentum?
Yeah, this is a huge race to keep an eye on as well. The rematch between Cori Bush and Wesley Bell. I think Wesley's got this, man. He beat her up on that radio debate that we watched, and she cannot lean into the Israel stuff in this district for whatever reason. Her language about Israel was pretty soft. She wasn't able to talk like some of these other candidates, so that seems like a disaster in the making. But we'll see. We'll be keeping an eye on this race for sure.
That's right, Kristen. Wesley Bell looks and sounds confident that he can hold on and defeat Cori Bush. He has a huge money advantage on the airwaves. He has incumbency, which in a year like this kind of cuts both ways. Cori Bush is highlighting the fact that Wesley Bell is supportive of U.S. aid to Israel. That's one of her core messages. That was a huge issue back in 2024 as well. I talked to Wesley Bell about that and how he's framing up his campaign. Take a listen to what he said.
What you know you're going to get from me is that I'm going to wake up every day thinking about the St. Louis region and how to make this place a better place than it was yesterday. You know, the M in Missouri doesn't stand for Middle East. It stands for Missouri. We were going.
Oh, snap. I like this guy. The M doesn't stand for Middle East. This guy doesn't give an F, man. He's leaning into his strategy.
To focus on the issues that matter to St. Louisans, and I think that's what this race is going to come down to.
And Cori Bush, who I'm planning to interview next hour, is on the air with two ads. Both of them, Kristen, mention AIPAC, and she's connecting it to the home front, accusing Wesley Bell of wanting to spend money over there on a foreign government and not over here on priorities for Missourians on things like tornado relief. So this is a real issue that's resonating on the ground. The question is that going to be enough to help push Cori Bush over the top?
Well, you talk about the spending. We have reported that Al Sayed has been outspent significantly in Michigan. Cori Bush has also been outspent as well, right?
Absolutely. It's a staggering sum, Kristen. It's $5.3 million spent on the airwaves overall. Of that, $5.1 million is Wesley Bell and his allies. About $2 million of that is AIPAC, Super PAC. Less than $200,000 spent by Cori Bush and on behalf of Cori Bush. So that's notable here, now what's also interesting is that the AIPAC-linked Super PAC ads, they don't really mention Israel. They know that that's not a particularly winning issue, their side of it at least, with Democratic voters. They instead go after Cori Bush for the fact that she was very critical of Kamala Harris and the Biden-Harris administration back in 2024. So there's a lot at stake here for the future of the Democratic Party, and voters are all over the place here. Many voters I spoke to like both of the candidates. Some of them were divided. I found one voter who supported Wesley Bell last time and is now supporting Cori Bush. Take a listen.
I voted for him last time, and so I'm voting for her this time. I think that he's been paid for. And I think that there are people out there who are using their money and financial influence to buy candidates. And I think that's the wrong direction for our country.
Boy, if these guys don't start proposing some real change to campaign finance, we're just going to end up with a bunch of social media stars in Congress who don't know what the hell they're doing and know how to get likes and views, right? We're going to end up with a bunch, well, I won't say any names, but yeah, it's not going to be pretty, man. Like, is this it? Is this what it comes down to? Who can just win enough people over on social media?
And to put a finer point on that,
because think about it. If you're rejecting PAC money, then you're on your own. It's expensive to win these races. You have to spend money. You have to be on TV. You have to be on the radio. You have to buy ads on digital. You cannot just win without money. So how do you raise money if not from corporate support, which obviously we don't want corporations to run everything, but we're asking people to just ignore a huge source of funding and go raise it on their own. Well, not everybody's a social media darling who can get $5 from 10,000 people. I mean, that takes a certain type of person to work social media.
And he did say pushing back on AIPAC is one important issue to him. This primary really could come down to how many more voters like that there are here.
Sahil, great interviews, great reporting as always. And we will see you in a few hours because, folks, we are just getting started here. Special primary night coverage kicks off at 7:45 Eastern with the Kornacki cam tracking.
Oh, nice. All right. 7:45 Eastern, about 5 minutes.
The results as they
see. Looks like they have a couple interviews with some of the candidates in Michigan.
Come in. You can watch it on YouTube or NBCnews.com. And our special coverage on News Now begins at 9 p.m. Eastern with me, Hallie, and Steve Kornacki right here on NBC News Now. You do not want to miss it. We will have all of the results as we get them. Coming up, as I just mentioned, we are going to dive deeper into the race for Michigan's 7th congressional district, a key battleground where Democrats' ideological rifts are once again on display tonight. Two of the top primary candidates vying for that nomination will join me next. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Welcome back. While all eyes are on Michigan's Senate Democratic primary battle between Al-Sayed and Stevens tonight, there's another race down ballot that's highlighting the divides in the Democratic Party. The three-way primary in Michigan's 7th congressional district has become the latest front in the tug-of-war to shape the future of the party in a swing district that the Democrats are hoping to flip in their quest to retake control of the House. Two moderate candidates, former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine Bridget Brink and retired Navy SEAL Matt Masdam, are up against progressive activist William Lawrence, who co-founded the Sunrise Movement that advocates for political action on climate change. Centrist voters are split between Masdam, who is backed by Senator Alyssa Slotkin, who used to hold this seat, and Brink, who has the backing of prominent local Democrats. It creates a potential opening for Lawrence, who's backed by Senator Bernie Sanders, as well as Al-Sayed. I will be speaking to Mr. Masdam in just a moment, but first, joining me now is Democratic candidate for Michigan's 7th District, William Lawrence. Thank you so much for joining me. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here.
Well, we are so glad to have you. This is literally the home stretch, just hours to go. So what is your closing message to voters?
If you want an unbought, independent-minded candidate who is going to stand up against AI data centers fight back against these stupid wars around the world and bring our money home to invest in the American people, I would love to earn your vote before the polls close at 8 p.m.
And how do you see the stakes?
Well, looks like the progressives screwed up on this one. This guy's a fucking geek, man. This is the best you got?
Because the moderate Democratic voters seem to be split between your opponents right now. Has this effectively given you a path to be the front runner? How do you see it?
You know, I think voters are tired of corporate-funded candidates on both sides of the aisle, whether they be Democrat or Republican. And we've built a powerful grassroots movement in this district by standing alongside regular folks against the billionaires in Silicon Valley and Wall Street and the insiders in Washington, D.C. So I'm very proud of the movement that we've built. And even now we have hundreds of volunteers out there making phone calls and knocking doors and making sure that people get out to the polls.
So let's talk about the stakes here. They could not be higher. Democrats see this as a key pickup opportunity in their quest to try to win back the House. Obviously, Tom Barrett holds the seat right now. He won back in 2024. And there are concerns, as you know, that a progressive candidate may struggle in a swing district. I want to read you what State Senator Sarah Anthony told the New York Times. She said, quote, "People are absolutely worried about Lawrence being able to beat Barrett." She added, "The recriminations could be harming our party in ways we can't see yet." What do you say to those concerns? How do you respond?
I feel great about our chances to beat Tom Barrett in November because he has not shown up to do the job. He does not answer to the voters. He's voted to cause all of our health insurance premiums to rise. He voted twice for this disastrous and expensive war in Iran. And he hasn't shown up to do a single town hall because he knows he can't answer for his record. So we've been really building this campaign on the foundation of accessibility and showing up in all the places where Barrett has refused to and serving the constituents in the way that he has not. So I'm excited about the opportunity, should things go our way tonight, to unite the Democratic Party along with independent and frustrated Republican voters to send an unbought and independent-minded representative of Mid-Michigan to Congress.
Wow, no mention of the genocide or AIPAC yet. Bold strategy. This district is even, according to Cook Political Report. So I think no matter who wins can be dragged across the finish line if they have a D next to their name in November. Wouldn't worry about it.
Well, let me follow up with you on that point. How exactly would you do that? Obviously, some of your policy issues, Medicare for all, ending arms sales to Israel. What do you do to extend that olive branch to more moderate voters, independents, and even some Republicans?
Sure. Well, on that latter point, we see that as a major point of commonality. People have seen that these endless wars around the world and the blank check that we've given to Netanyahu's government have not made Americans any safer or more prosperous, and in fact have resulted in higher prices at the pump and at the grocery store. So I'm excited to take that message out to independent and Republican voters, as we've already been doing. And then another big issue that is uniting people is opposition to these AI data centers, because people feel absolutely bullied by these Silicon Valley behemoths who are pushing their way into small towns across Michigan and trying to build these data centers with no regard for local democracy or self-determination. And I know for a fact that there will be Republicans, registered Republicans, multiple-time Trump voters who will be voting for me in the Democratic primary today because I have stood with them in calling for a federal moratorium on new data centers.
Got to get in on the data centers, man. That's the new boogeyman. Got to ride that wave for sure. Don't try to argue with people about it. Data center, man, bad. Take our water, raise our energy bill. Don't give a shit about AI. People just are angry at them, so you might as well just roll with it.
Well, let me ask you about the Congressional Black Caucus, because it's come out against your candidacy after some past comments resurfaced, calling out the older generation of black political leadership for...
Oh, no, bro. Did you? Oh, no. What did you say, buddy? The black leadership? This ought to be good.
Holding up the Democratic establishment, saying it, quote, defangs the white left. You have a...
What? No shot. Defangs the white left. I gotta look this one up. What's his name? Oh my God. Really, bro? Skeletons. Holy shit. What's his name? William Lawrence. William Lawrence. White defang. Let's see. Progressive House candidate. Let's see. Stop. Yeah. I'm waiting for an article to load. Okay, there it is. William Lawrence, a progressive running in the Democratic primary for the U.S. House of Michigan, is responding to backlash over his previous criticism of black political leaders. Huffington Post on Saturday published Lawrence's comments from a 2024 episode of his podcast in which the Democrat accused some black lawmakers of being, quote, a pillar, frankly, for establishment, capitalist, imperialist American power. It's a big problem for left politics in this country, and it gets us every single time, Lawrence said in the episode. It really defangs the white left and puts us in impossible positions, really. Damn. He addressed this recently, looks like 3 weeks ago. The way I made this point was clumsy, and I regret my choice of words. I understand the potential impact when received out of context. The way the story is being reported does not reflect my beliefs. He noted that this comment was made during a conversation with a black anti-war organizer in reaction to Democratic leaders' support for aid to Israel during the Israel-Palestine conflict. Wow. Leftists don't be racist challenge impossible.
Apologize. We should make that very clear. But are you concerned on this election day that those past comments could hurt your chances in the general election, particularly amongst African-American voters?
You know, I'm really proud of the work I've done alongside the African-American community here in the Lansing area, especially on the issue of housing, stopping unjust evictions, building affordable housing, and creating pathways to home ownership in partnership with Black-led organizations. So people know where I've shown up and the work I've done. A lot of folks here in the Lansing area have reached out to have my back amidst the controversy about my past comments, which I have apologized for. And should things go our way tonight, I look forward to sitting down with the CBC in D.C. and introducing myself and mending fences so that we can flip this district in November.
And let me ask you, whoever wins tonight, will you back the winner in a general election?
I absolutely will, and I'm thrilled that all three candidates in this race have made that pledge multiple times in various forums and appearances across the district for the better part of the last year.
And I do have to ask you, because the DOJ announced today it was going to monitor polling stations in 4 Michigan cities, including Lansing, which is, of course, where you are running. What have you heard about that, and does it raise concerns for you?
It absolutely does raise concern.
I just think anytime you find yourself as a white guy blaming black people for white people problems, like, you're going down the wrong road, man. Like, you shouldn't do that in general with any race, but really going down a weird road when you're making those kind of comments, right? Like, there's a better way to look at that. You could say, like, historically, well, I don't even know if I would use historically. You could just say the current crop of leaders across a variety of communities are holding back progression that a lot of people are looking for, something like that. But I mean, to put your target on black leaders specifically, even if you're talking about black issues, is kind of a weird, unfortunate road to go down. Say you were drunk. Yeah, I mean, That's just as a white guy, you're going to run into problems saying stuff like that. You want to talk about white people as a white person, then you're not going to get any flack for that. But talking about other races is always a bad idea.
You know, we've heard some reports of the DOJ officials at certain polling sites today. There hasn't been any funny business reported that we've heard yet, although we are certainly monitoring the situation. But to me, it looks like a dry run and a fact-finding mission to interfere in a bigger way with the general election in November. And that's because Trump knows that Tom Barrett is a deeply unpopular and vulnerable candidate who has not done the job to represent his constituents. And so he's in big trouble this November should Trump not intervene to try to interfere with the election in some way.
All right. Well, we will be watching all of this unfold very carefully. William Lawrence, thank you so very much. We're going to track your race throughout the night and bring folks the results as we get them. And we do want to say that joining us now is one of William Lawrence's opponents in that Michigan 7 race, Matt Masdom, a retired Navy SEAL. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you, Kristen. Appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate your being here on Election Day. I do want to have you respond to what you just heard from your opponent. He just told me he does see his campaign as having momentum in these closing hours. How do you respond, and do you think you can beat him?
We have a lot of momentum, too. Alyssa Slotkin endorsed this campaign, and, you know, we are running through the tape. I think it's going to be close at the end. And so, but I do think I can win. And we're excited to represent the voters really well here in Michigan. We're fighting for, you know, lower costs. We're fighting for accountability, and we're fighting to get corruption out. And so that's our message. That's what I'm hearing on the doors. I love connecting with voters, and we can absolutely win this thing.
Let me ask you, because both you and your other opponent, Bridget Brink, have suggested that one of you should drop out of the race to consolidate the more moderate vote. Neither of you has done that. And I wonder if on this election day, you're concerned that that may have, in fact, created an opening for William Lawrence.
Yeah, I think these people need to be confronted, man. Like, what are you doing, dude? Why are you two not figuring this out, man?
I think what people in this district want is a fighter. You know, I showed that I was willing to fight for the Constitution for 20 years, and I'm going to fight for people in this district as their congressman. And I think people are mad. People are upset with the way things are. They're mad at Trump. They're mad at parties. They're mad that things cost too much, and they want to see people stand up for them in Congress. I think Congress needs to get in gear and actually do the job that they're there, that the Constitution intends. And that's what they want to see. They want to see somebody that's going to fight for them and stand up and do the right thing.
Mr. Mrmouton expecting you? Yeah, my bad. I didn't realize. I said I'd call him 30 minutes before. Let me use the restroom and then I'll give him a call. My bad. Polls are closing here in a few minutes. 3 minutes. All right, let me give my friend a call. Invoice. Oh, he's in Destiny's room. Chilling. Yo,
Oh, hey, how's it going?
do we stay here?
Do you think most people have perms here? Or would it just be better to do like a call and then we can add people as if they want to join, other streamers or whatnot?
I feel most people who would want to join would have perms.
Have it here? Okay,
but
cool.
it could,
yeah, we just stay here.
It could also open it up to randos jumping in too, though, you know?
That's true.
I don't know.
Let me just call you and then I'll add people.
Okay.
I convinced people that there were IRL Michigan voting booths by watching a Onion video of a voting booth. And now that got to LSF, so.
What?
People
what
in the
did you
comments are
convince them
fighting.
of?
I made a joke that I was watching a real life voting booth in Michigan. And then people in the comments are somewhat taking it seriously. But it was of a guy who's stripping and taking his shirt off in a voting booth. So I don't know how.
So
we're cooked.
They thought you had like a camera pointed at people voting and you're able to see what they're doing?
Yes.
That's funny, dude.
That's pretty good. How's which race were you looking at?
So I was looking at Michigan's 7th congressional district. Have you heard anything about this?
No.
There's a Republican in the seat right now. And it's a toss-up. I think it's Michigan's 7th. Is it? Hold on.
Let me look at Ballotopedia.
It's not showing up as one of the key races to watch on New York.
The incumbent is Tom Barrett?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's 7th.
Yeah, so on our side, there's a guy, William Lawrence, who's endorsed by Bernie and running as a progressive. He's not DSA endorsed, though he's saying all the lines. And then, unfortunately for us, we have two moderates, Bridget Brink, and then Matt Masdam is endorsed by Alyssa Slotkin, the other senator.
Ooh. So are they going to steal?
They might split
from each
the vote.
other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we'll
the
see.
guy's like mega socialist pilled William Lawrence. I don't know. Why does this guy look familiar? Have I seen him before?
Maybe. I hadn't really heard about him, but I knew there were some other progressive DSA types that were running tonight as well in Michigan. So this is one of them to look at. The other one is in Missouri. I'm sure you've heard of Cory
Is Missouri also going tonight? Yeah, I've heard of Cory Bush.
Yeah, that's Missouri's 1st congressional district, and that's the rematch between Wesley Bell, who holds the seat now,
and Cory.
I guess Israel is not a big issue in his district because we just watched a clip of him saying the M in Missouri doesn't stand for the Middle East. It stands for Missouri.
Oh my God.
So, and she's kind of, she has neutered her language about the Israel conflict as well. So I don't think that's a winning issue in this district for the.
From Cory?
Yeah.
Interesting that they're fighting for this one seat. Is this the only like fucking winnable Dem seat in Missouri?
I think, yeah. I'm if there's even more than one, I'd be surprised. I guess there's two. Well, let's see. Yeah, there's only 2 Democrats that are incumbents right now that I see. At least running. So that's a seat to keep an eye on. Michigan polls are now closed. So I sent you that
breaking
tweet.
News. The one about how it could be like till midnight when stuff starts coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we may just be sitting around for a while chatting about whatever. But yeah, the tweet I sent, Mouton said, polls close at 8 Eastern. In 2024, only 15% of ballots were counted by 10 p.m. in 2 hours, 50% by midnight, and 75% by 2 a.m. Now, we still have an idea what's going on. We may not have to wait for 50% of the votes to be counted to know what happened.
Yeah, what was his name? Steve Kornacki or someone on NBC News was basically saying like they could be called as early as 9 p.m. if it looks like a blowout, but I would be surprised by that because I think the big one's Wayne County, right?
Yeah, I don't know the specifics like that. I usually tune into people like Steve Kornacki, and I'm going to put him on muted in the background.
Yeah, I'm putting him on now.
Because these guys are good at kind of showing what's outstanding still. And where to look.
Those are the results.
So, wow. He's already got some results, too.
9% in.
Yeah.
From Kent County. What's he say?
Look at Mallory getting 5.5%.
Stealing?
That's
that is not good.
Why would people still be voting for it? It's like out of spite.
They probably just don't know, man.
That could be some, but I bet you out of spite.
Oh, you think spite?
That's their uncommitted, angry vote. Now, look, people have been dooming about this, but I want to lay out the evidence for Stevens again. Number one, a poll came out like 2 weeks ago from Glenn Gariff, sponsored by local TV stations, that had her +7.
Damn.
So that, and then polls have come out since showing El Sayed up 12. I don't think there's like a 20-point swing in 2 weeks, So it's somewhere in the middle there. That's what I think. And she's got big endorsements that matter. Most people.
Yeah, she's got Slotkin, Whitmer.
Doesn't have Slotkin. Slotkin stayed.
Wait, Slotkin didn't endorse her? I thought she did.
No. Not that I'm aware of. She stayed out of it for some reason. She endorsed in this House race, though. But she does.
Know why. I thought she did have Slotkin. Oh, it was the previous senator. It was Mike Peters or whatever.
Well, yeah, she has Debbie Stabenow, who represented the district, and Alyssa Slotkin replaced her, represented the state in the Senate. And she also has
Gary Peters. That's who it is.
Yeah, she has Gary Peters, the outgoing senator.
That's his seat.
Yep.
That should mean something, man.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. Like, people are just discounting that. So Gretchen Whitmer, the popular governor, she's top 10. She's one of the top 10 governors in the nation. And the outgoing senator, plus Dana Nessel, the attorney general, who's popular as well. So, people look to that stuff. They that matters
Governor,
a lot.
2 senators. Slotkin stayed out of it. Are you able to turn your cam on in here, or is that too much of a headache?
Oh, yeah. I can do that.
Wait, let me pull you on here. I feel like it would. I know the polling is looking really good for El Sayed, but I would be genuinely surprised if a Whitmer endorsement wasn't like the golden goose, kind of.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why would Whitmer want to harm her like political capital by endorsing a loser?
Yeah.
Oh, somebody told me
Whitmer's well liked too, right?
Yeah. Gretchen Whitmer was very well liked. Alyssa Slotkin did endorse. Somebody's telling me Slotkin did endorse. You're looking at Alyssa Slotkin's to this person in my chat. You're looking at Alyssa Slotkin's website under endorsements. You sure about that? I haven't seen it. I mean, I'll just Google. Maybe I missed it.
I'll just look it up.
Did Alyssa
Slotkin. Where would her endorsements even be?
House. I don't see anything.
I didn't see it when I Googled it either.
Yeah, you're wrong.
I saw the one guy that you were talking about, but nobody else.
Are you putting me on camera on your stream or just want to stare at
I
me?
did.
Okay.
No, I did put it on the stream. It's not just to stare at you. I promise.
How do you add that to the stream? Do you do like a window and then crop it? Like what do you do?
So the way I do it is I do a window capture, and then I pop out the Discord camera, and then I put that in as the window capture, and then I crop it. If you want, I can turn my camera on too, but I don't know how your shit's set up, etc.
Right. I see. So it does a pop out.
Yeah, let me turn it on real quick.
Just so I might as well learn how to do this. Let me see. And then a window capture. All right.
So do you know the counties specifically that we're looking for like high Stevens turnout?
No.
I've just heard Wayne. Had it backwards. Stevens endorsed Slotkin. Got it. That's what it was.
Yeah, I could see maybe back in the House race that Slotkins endorsed Stevens for her re-election campaign or something like that. Freaking chatter.
God dang chatter.
Useless.
I guess what do I have to ask? Oh, does Haley did she give up her House seat for this?
I don't think so.
Okay, so if she loses, she can still stick around in the House.
I believe so, yeah.
That's nice. These dang McMorrow voters, man. This is only 10%, but she got 5.5% there.
I mean, imagine Stevens is still up in that county right there. You're looking at Kornacki?
Yeah, Wexford.
But you're watching the Kornacki cam.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I thought you were saying Kornacki County, but that's the guy's name. Yeah.
Yeah, but Stevens up. But imagine if she had that 5%, from McMorrow. That'd be nice. He'll tell us. I turn the closed captions on so I can see what he's
that's
saying.
smart, yeah.
But yeah, look, as far as I know, the big counties are down in the lower right-hand corner there of Michigan.
Oh, apparently he's saying these are like early votes as well. So these like could be people who just couldn't change their votes and just sent it in. That actually makes a lot of sense too.
That could make sense. And obviously early votes are going to be older people. I think the theory is El Sayed is going to do better on the day of vote because it's younger people. They don't do anything in advance. They wait till the last minute.
It's fine. We'll just call it with the early votes and then we'll say it's rigged. We'll pull a drum.
Hell yeah. Stop the count. I don't know anything about these Virginia races. Do you know anything about what's going on here?
No, I don't know anything about any of these races. I kind of usually wait for more of like the actual midterm past the primaries so I can support the candidates. But obviously like the big Senate races, I think everybody's been hearing about. It seems like Missouri and Kansas are today as well.
Well, Missouri, that's the Wesley Bell, Cory Bush. Yeah. Washington, Kansas, there's a few different ones.
Steve had some guy on. I think his name was Adam. He was like a CIA guy in Virginia 8. But I don't know if he has any path. But we'll see. Virginia 8. I think his name's Adam. He seemed real cool.
Okay.
Wikipedia, Virginia 8th District. Adam Doonigan. He's going against Donald Sternoff Bayer Jr. That guy.
Nice. Oh, somebody's telling me that somebody is running for Stevens' seat. Is that true? I have to look that up. There's so many moving parts on these election nights. Like, I find it's difficult to be an expert on all this stuff.
Let's see where she's at. Michigan's 11th district?
That I don't know.
Michigan 11th district, ballot, media.
Yeah, I end up looking up a lot of this stuff on the day of, just like this.
Yeah. Apparently she had to vacate her seat in order to run for Senate.
Makes sense.
So, yep.
This is it. Burn the boats. All or nothing.
Yeah, there's 4 people running for the primary. Aisha Faruqi Jeremy Moss, John Paul Torres, and Don Uford.
Hell yeah, Uford.
I'm surprised that she would give up what I would assume is like kind of a cushy seat.
Sure. Well, you got to take chances in life, you know?
True. Big true.
She also probably made the right bet because now she's a nationwide figure and she wasn't before. She'll land on her feet even if she doesn't win this. I would say. Now, I make fun of this Adam guy a lot, his pal, because he's kind of disheveled, yet like he wasn't on camera for a long time, and now all of a sudden they're
bringing him on.
Yeah, and it's like, bro, time to get a haircut, hippie, man. What are you doing? He's chill though.
All right. Okay, male still.
We are chilling.
Big chilling today.
Sit around and wait, man. That's a lot of these election nights, just chilling, you know.
Yeah, are you doing anything for midterm election night?
I don't have anything planned right now.
I'm trying to get. I know Steve did an election stream a few years ago for like the actual primary or the actual presidential election. Yeah. I'm really trying to get the midterm going. So let me figure out if I can actually get it going, but you are absolutely invited to. It would be in Miami, I think.
Okay. He doesn't have that studio anymore, though, right?
We'd probably just do it in either Dan's cuck shed or Steve's. We'd turn his apartment into a studio, would be my guess. I'm sure there's studios that we could rent out as well.
Oh, that sounds like work. But yeah, if we can figure something out, I'm down to go out.
He's got all the microphones. He's got all the camera equipment. It's just laying around. Yeah.
Oh my God. Because he had a whole studio apartment's worth of like furniture and stuff.
Yeah. Did he have a bunch of furniture there? Oh, he probably had like a table and chairs and stuff. So yeah.
They had couches. Everything.
Oh yeah. Yeah. He must have. Probably all in his current apartment.
Damn. Well, that'll be fun. I think it'd be great. I'm excited, man. I'm telling you, I know I'm getting a lot of heat for my
optimism.
Yeah, my unshakable optimism.
I hope you're not getting heat because it's refreshing. Because I feel like a lot of the time we'll be around here real sad, and then I'll tune into an IRI stream, or we'll bring you on, and I'll be like, okay, hold on, it's not over. We can do this.
No, the thing that bugs me, and it's very few people, is the purity testing. Like this constant, you're with us, you're not with us. It's like, why? Like I can handle some criticism, I can handle some disagreement, but it's so strange to see people like cast you out so quickly. And it's not coming from the top either. It's like people at the bottom getting the wrong message, which I find unfortunate because I'm not the enemy, you know, like I have a different outlook of what's going to happen in the future. And it makes me not worry as much about what's right in front of us. That's all. But I don't
think it's
discount
important.
I don't discount like your concern or Steve's concern about what's going on. I think you guys make valid points and your arguments are sound as well.
Yeah, I'm being moved on the Wisconsin race because of how crazy Tom Tiffany is. I am starting to look more into it, but I think I'm an immovable object on those New York seats. Especially for like
What if they show up on January 3rd when the 120th Congress gets sworn in and they all vote for Hakeem Jeffries? Would that end your concern right then and there?
I don't know if my concern would be ended, but that would be optimistic, or that would be something I could look forward to, and I would be way less skeptical about everything.
Yeah.
That wouldn't end my concern because the DSA still have a crazy platform, and I think that sometimes people forget about that. Like, if they get to do everything that they're saying that they want to do, that's insane. Like abolish prisons, no borders. I mean, Medicare for all could be fine, but it's like the most radical health care that any country would have. I don't know.
Sure, if they could enact it, but I don't think they can. I mean, even Francesca Hung is distancing herself from the platform, and doesn't seem like anybody's really running on that. Like, yeah, I am for abolishing prisons, except the lunatics who they got on Fox News probably paid them to show up as actors.
Then why are they in the DSA then?
Good question. Well, that's why I brought up to Keith Shirley last night that to me it's a drinking
Wait,
club.
you know that's not his name, right?
Yes, I know, but
okay, good.
Because he retweeted that bullshit, I'm
man,
out, like claws out for him. What the fuck?
You should. He's been retweeting that Gato guy for fucking ever. I saw at least 4 this morning, and then I pushed Josiah a little bit, and he's like, well, he said that he kind of did, and again, I like Josiah. He did the Kyle Kalinske excuse of like, well, he told me that he wasn't going to vote for him anymore, but instead he was like, well, he told me he didn't read the tweet, and it's like, come on, man. You read every tweet that you retweet.
That's not an answer. That's unacceptable. If anyone on earth told me, hey, man, I retweeted something without reading it, I would say, dude, why are you lying to my face, man? Come on, bro. Have some respect for me, man. I don't know why he did that. I don't think he was roughed up very badly. He may not have liked.
I don't think so at all.
I thought it was very gentle with it. That's the thing I wanted to say too. Is like, this was a guest on the podcast. I didn't even know he was coming on. I'm a nice guy. I'm always going to try to work with the people in front of me. There's not a lot of million YouTube subscriber political content creators out there. It's kind of a small circle. So I figure it's better to be friendly with somebody like that instead of just eviscerating them, in real time.
Yeah.
That's my approach.
Think so.
That's just what I'm saying for me.
Yeah. I think if you're going to have people on that you disagree with, I don't think you should sweep for them entirely, but I don't think you should be rude. And again, I don't think you guys did sweep for him entirely. I think that everybody kind of made their points, and I was surprised by Soy Pill and the points that he was making, and he was pretty much just like, like you're bullshitting as well. You're bullshitting me. Like, come on.
Well,
So
I think
he's not an idiot.
No, well, that's another thing. I saw Destiny's coverage. Well, hold on a second. I kind of think he is an idiot. I have to argue on behalf of him being an idiot because Destiny was saying, well, this is the plan. They're being sneaky. I don't think that's what's happening here. I do agree that does happen, but I'm not so sure that's what's going on with this guy.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I don't think he's a complete idiot, but I think he isn't a good speaker. I think these YouTubers who just do like scripted content get absolutely coddled by their scripts, and then when you have to go and like do public speaking and like have a conversation, they're gonna look like absolute morons. The reason I don't think he's a complete idiot is because he has 1.2 million YouTube followers or whatever. He can kind of like make coherent-ish points, and he was on 2 campaigns. So maybe I have too high of opinion on people who are in campaigns and whatnot. But there must be something there. So yeah.
Sure. I don't think he's a total fraud or anything like that. But just listening to him and his answers felt like he doesn't follow things too closely. And I really think he's just rolling up the DSA because it's cool and there's hot people there.
It's hip.
Yeah, it's fun, No.
I wish that we could make the Democratic Party more fun. And I'll say, I feel like Kamala did this. I remember watching her like campaign and when she like became the nominee or whatever, and she's on stage, and then you got fucking Beyonce singing the song. Yeah. And I really believed in Kamala. Like, I felt like she was a really good alternative to Biden, I guess. She was a really good choice no matter what. Like, even if she would have ran in a primary, I think I would have ended up really liking her. So I don't really know how she lost.
She didn't have a chance to recover from some missteps or to create distance between her and the sagging Biden administration, basically. And whoever gets the Republican nomination in 2028 is going to suffer the same because they're not going to be able to shit talk Trump unless it's some total someone from the outside like Thomas Massey or something, but I doubt
it's
that.
not. Rubio is not going to be able to do that. No.
Right. So Rubio and JD Vance, who are the most likely nominees, will have to toe the line and show respect to Trump, and they're not going to be able to distance themselves from his disastrous administration and every bad thing that comes with Trump, and he'll sink them.
I hope so. That's the goal.
That's how I'm seeing it.
The dream would be 60 in the Senate, so we don't have to get rid of the filibuster, but I think we should no matter what. For the next election.
I don't know if we have the votes to get rid of the filibuster yet. Even if we win the Senate. But
it would be what, 51? But I don't know if every Dem would do it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think we have the votes. You need 51 without the VP voting. Wow, so we only have 1% of the statewide results in Michigan. I'm looking now at New York Times' website. So still very early. Syed in the lead, though. McMorrow getting them pity votes, though.
I think McMorrow was the best candidate.
Yeah.
But I am glad that she dropped. I'm glad one of them dropped, and yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, if you believe the polls that show El Sayed has been up recently, then you have to believe those same polls that say he's losing to Mike Rogers, which is of concern as well.
Wexford County, our saving grace. Stevens +3.
You hear? Bernanke gets down into the details here, man. He's in the weeds, bro. Get ready.
Yeah, I'm listening to him a little bit. I need him to give me some hope. But it's fine. I mean, even if Abdul El Sayed wins, I will be out there in Michigan.
Really?
Yeah, I'm planning on going to one of the DGG events, and it's going to be probably Michigan and Ohio. So yeah, I'll hit a door or two.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think he's a bad candidate. You know, obviously I question some of his judgment with campaigning with Hassan and going hard on the governor after she endorsed Stevens. But, I mean, I think he'd be fine. Not worried about him. Let's see. I'll listen to Steve a little bit, too.
Yeah, take it in.
So this is, it continues, small pieces of evidence here, but that's if you're Stevens, not the start you want there in Eaton County. I see we got a little bit of UP. These are tiny. I warn you in advance, but I want to take a look. Delta County, okay, but the significance here, it's only 4%, but you're looking for, if El Sayed is close, if he's close in anything essentially north here of north of Saginaw, if he's close in any of those counties, that's like a bonus for him. That's like, cherry on the cake. He's close in the little bit we have in Wexford. He's close in the tiny bit we have in Delta. Again, these are small. Okay, he's winning in algebra. This is actually a bit of an outlier. Marquette here. Marquette is right here. That's sort of the capital of the UP. That's where Northern Michigan University is. He actually did okay up here in 2018. The progressives do a little bit better here, but.
Lord Chatter said, we're cooked. I'm in a heavy Stevens precinct, and I was a voter. I was voter like 300 at 4 p.m.
Well,
typically for primaries, I'm 400 plus around that time. Turnout is shit for Stevens. We'll see.
Well, all the energy was on El Sayed's side. I mean, I'm going to keep hammering this point because I don't think trying to change DSA or the leftists is going to provide the results people want. I mean, it can work, right? And there are people like, I think Destiny should be fighting and trying to change hearts and minds. The bigger payoff, I think, is going to be from investing in better candidates, recruiting good people, man. Like, this is not a hard problem to solve. Like, we have a good platform. We have good policies. We have a great track record. We have the support of all these different groups. We just need good cheerleaders to be our faces running for office.
Yeah.
And we're just like leaving it up to chance now with, well, I hope somebody good decides to run, or hope Chuck Schumer can pick somebody good, like that seems
Chuck
like...
Schumer, you were saying, I think, has picked good people, though, in the past, right?
Well, yeah, this election cycle, he's picked some duds, but he's picked some big winners, too. Like, he recruited Roy Cooper in North Carolina, who's just running away with it. And that's a state we haven't won in years. Mary Patola in Alaska, Sherrod Brown.
Yeah, Mary Patola might be huge.
Here's the other thing, Mouton. I think we can win the Senate without Michigan, too. A lot of people are dooming.
That's actually what I predicted.
Oh, really?
I predicted Michigan's going to go red. I just did like a meme one. I predicted Michigan's going to go red, but Alaska's going to go blue, and Texas is going to go blue.
It's possible. I mean, look, we don't even have to go to Texas. Iowa's looking really good. We have a great candidate running for governor.
Ohio's not looking bad. We got Sherrod Brown coming back.
Yeah, I mean, if we have to flip 4, well, that means we'd have to flip 5 if we lose Michigan. So, yeah, I mean, I guess we would have to get either, I don't know, Florida or Texas or something. But it's not impossible.
It's not. This is the most winnable Texas has ever been for the Senate Democrat in forever.
And the Republicans have a terrible candidate who's just dragging them down. He's struggling to fundraise. John Cornyn is well liked, who he primaried.
That's Trump's guy, right?
Yeah, Ken Paxton.
Yeah. God, why? I don't know. Maybe Trump's helping us out. He's picking losers.
13% or so of the vote is what you're looking at.
What did he like Paxton for?
But I think the point
did Cornyn just not want to vote for him on something?
This right
here.
Yeah,
plus Paxton is super corrupt.
Lawrence, I think the expectation was
he loves that.
Sort of
he's a fellow criminal.
Be the hub for Lawrence, the big liberal college county, right? It's not just a college county, but this was going to be the place.
He'll do whatever Trump wants.
Lawrence. But here he is.
That's what he's looking for. Sycophants.
Eaton County, a little bit of Lansing extends into Eaton County, but you're talking about.
This is the district with the Bernie endorsed guy, Lawrence.
Yeah, look at it. Again, they split the fucking vote.
A big part of it may well be the split, divided opposition here. But here's Lawrence getting, at least in the little bit that we see, it's only 4%, but there he is running 20 points ahead. So that is.
Dems just need to do a better job as well of like.
Excuse me, 4%. It's 30%.
You got to get out of the way.
District. So that's a
yes,
significant
there needs
thing,
to be more
because
leadership
if
telling people what to do.
In Ingham County, someone else was going to have to step up and have a big night throughout the rest of the district. But if this is what's happening in the rest of the district, Lawrence has got to love what he's seeing right here. Back to the Senate race.
A little bit of Macomb came in, not a lot.
Okay. You are right. A little bit.
We need to do liberal primaries before the Democratic primary. We might.
Votes here.
Yes.
Even less out of Macomb
We
County.
actually fucking might, man.
That's coming from Roseville.
Okay.
Why leave it to chance,
Super slow.
Promise people stuff. Hey, man, you drop out, we'll give you this. Money, power.
Let me, while I have a minute.
Fame.
Nothing in
Missouri. All yours.
Nothing in Missouri one that we've been watching. I will say in Eaton County, since it's the one, and I think we just got some more Eaton as well.
We did.
Yes. So we've been, I know you and I were talking a lot today about, the vote modes and the way these different votes might break. So we can check in a little bit here, especially since we have, 40% of the vote in. In the advanced vote, which is vote that was cast before Election Day. I think
mail-in votes breaking Stevens?
And mail vote. That is breaking for Stevens 49.5 to El Sayed 44.
5.5. Okay. Yep.
And the Election Day, he's winning 64 or 65 to 32 for Stevens.
Wow.
So look at that.
That's not expected.
And we've got. It was 2/3.
That she's winning on mail-in?
What we just
on
got
day
was
of.
we think was more.
Oh, on day of.
Yeah, it looks like we're tapped out of the early now, and it looks like we're expecting a little bit more Election Day and some more mail.
Wow.
Because that was the early vote that just was added into the mix.
This may be the El Sayed Mirage.
Pool, right. So I think it was vote across all modes that just came in.
Right. Okay. So I mean, this would be even if we were just showing you vote by mail, I think this would be a little bit more pro Stevens. The early vote, I think, might take it a little bit away. But this is the gap we're talking about. Stevens is winning the vote.
Israel would not fail her.
5.5
True.
points. Remember, we said we think that vote that comes in earlier is an older demographic that's more favorable to the establishment wing. Okay, she's winning it by
Honestly,
5.5
if Steven
points.
wins, that's the funniest outcome for me.
The Election Day vote is
I'm
going
ready.
30 3 points for Al Sayed. So, I mean, even just a little rough back of the envelope math here, you could see that if one side, if you got one side is plus 33 for one candidate and the other side's plus 5.5 for the other, it's a big advantage for this candidate. And again, we say Stevens here, what's the kind of number? What's like a bottom line number she would want to get out of Eaton County if you just take the lowest of all the establishment candidates, right? We said it was 44%. Maybe if she could compensate for it somewhere else, that could drop a little bit, but she doesn't want to be getting much lower than that.
We just got Washtenaw.
Okay. This is big. Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. We just got, this must be a big bunch of vote by mail that we just got.
Taking a look.
Holy cow. That's, I mean.
I see a mix here again.
Yeah. Well, okay, if you're able to
I'm taking a look into it more.
While you're doing that, let's just take you through. Again, this is sort of the liberal heart of Michigan here, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. This Al Sayed this was his best county, as a matter of fact, I believe, in 2018. Let me just check that. Yeah, look, in 2018, he basically fought Whitmer to a tie here, 46-46. But the key, using that Whitmer model, Whitmer was able to get 46% support out of Washtenaw County, right? Washtenaw County this is going to be roughly
right, those are just early votes.
of all votes.
Doesn't matter.
All votes statewide, about 6% of them are coming out of here in Washtenaw County, right? So you don't want to get blown out in a county like this. Whitmer in 2018 didn't get blown out. She got 46% of the vote right there. How did the other establishment candidates do? Biden in 2020 got 48% of the vote in Washtenaw County. In 2016, running against Bernie Sanders, right? He'd be the college town guy, you would think, right? Hillary Clinton, well, she didn't do great, but she got 44% in Washtenaw County. These are establishment candidates in Democratic primaries in this county. That is where Stevens is running, we think, with a mix of early vote by mail and election day vote. She's a light year behind the other establishment candidates. We say, again, if you're an establishment candidate running against a progressive insurgent in a Democratic primary in Michigan, I think you go into it saying you're going to lose Washtenaw County, but you go into it saying, I want to be here. I want to lose it like this. I want to be in the low 40s, the mid 40s. You don't want to be in the 30s. You don't want to be in the low 30s. You don't want to be in the 20s. Now, that is 22% of the vote that's come in right there. There is more to come. That can change. Though I would say, and Adam, you can check on this if you have any of this information, the way it's gone in recent elections in Washtenaw County is like at the very end, one of the last things that gets reported out is the vote by mail, specifically from the city of Ann Arbor. And that's not the entire county. That's a big chunk of vote. So, that's why I'm curious to see how the vote by mail is breaking here, because if it's, Adam can tell me if there's some chance you have it.
Yeah, so right now I see in the vote that just came in, we have 39, according to our estimates, 39% of the election day vote in this mix, and we have 11% of the advance vote in this mix, which includes some mail. But as you're saying, I think you're right that we would get more advance vote and more mail vote specifically later on in the night. Looking at the county results site, it's also a pretty broad-based precinct results, but I do see precincts with zeros in Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti, so we're getting more from those populated towns.
Do we have a sense how that advance early is breaking?
Yes. So in the early vote right now, it's breaking for El Sayed.
These goddamn college kids love him.
24, right. 25. In the mail vote, it's currently breaking for El Sayed 50 to 45.
The vote by mail, yeah. So El Sayed's winning the vote by mail right now, 50 to 45, and that's not included. So, okay, again, something significant is going to have to
Cori
change
Bush is losing
in the pattern Adam just said for Stevens to avoid getting clobbered in Washtenaw County. Because again, we say Ann Arbor's vote by mail comes last. We think Stevens is going to do better with vote by mail. She is doing better with vote by mail than election day. So in a way, that's good news for her. You say maybe she's saving sort of saving her best for last. But even in the vote by mail that's been counted so far, she's a couple points behind Al Sayed. And I would think, this is me guessing, we'll see, when you get to Washtenaw, a place like Ann Arbor, such a liberal town, that even the vote by mail there, it may be more friendly to Stevens than the election day vote, but that doesn't mean she's winning it. She may just be losing it by a lesser margin than she's losing the election day. But this is if you're Stevens, the early discouraging signs are adding up.
We have some
ouch.
election day vote in Livingston as well, right there in the Detroit area.
Yeah. Now you think this is? Oh wow, wow. You think this is election day?
This is a mix, but this is primarily election day. Yes.
Okay. So
Okay,
with the
that's good.
caveat
That's
that
good for
there's
us.
a vote, and if you can, whatever vote by mail we have, if you're able to calculate that, with the caveat
It's
that
like
we
golf.
think
We
this
want
is
less
the most
votes.
friendly type of vote for Al Sayed. He's 26 points ahead with a little bit more than a quarter of the vote counted in Livingston. Livingston is sort of the big, fast-growing, ex-urban county there.
Do you think if Stephen pulls this out, like Biden did,
further out, you got fast
that there's going to be
Livingston.
election denialism from Hassan's audience?
Of course. Plus, they win no matter what. They win.
Yeah.
If they lose, they win. They just blame AIPAC and Israel, and people will be steaming mad and join them in the future. And if they win, then they go, we were right. We're on fire. We're doing great. You know? Now, keep in mind, this is like 3% statewide. If you look, there's
a lot of votes to be counted.
There's 97% of the votes still to be counted. These guys are looking at, certain areas and seeing what's going on here or there. So who knows though?
Oh, Haley Stevens just went up 0.1% in the results page. Huge.
Hell yeah. The Cori Bush race is a good one though too.
Where's that one at again?
Missouri, 1st congressional district.
Oh, yeah, he's looking at it right now. And you wanted Wesley Bell?
Yes.
So the district here is split sort of in half. All right. This is the city of St. Louis on this side. This is the inner suburbs of St. Louis County on this side. That's where we're getting the vote from. Bell here, and what you're seeing, 30%, that is their early vote. That's being released in one batch. So we said 2 things coming into this, that we expected that Bell was going to do better, much better in St. Louis County, and he was going to do much better with the early vote. So this is as good as it can get for Bell, just in terms of the type of vote we're talking about. We're talking about early vote in St. Louis County, but we're talking about nearly a 60-point margin over Cori Bush. That is significantly better than Bell was able to get out of the St. Louis County port. He won this narrowly.
16% of votes in
points over
for
Bush in
the Cori Bush
2024.
district.
That is significantly better than what he was able to win the county by in the primary in 2024. So that is initially, and what that basically takes us to, 30% of the vote, that's the early vote from St. Louis County, gets us to about a 1/6 of the vote in now district-wide. That's an awfully good start if you're Wesley Bell. That's an awfully good start. Now, obviously, it raises the question, since we know there is a county-city divide in these results, and Bush did much better on the city side, looks, at least from this vantage point, well, it looks like Bell might be doing significantly better in St. Louis County than he did last time against Bush. Can Bush do significantly better in the city of St. Louis than she did last time against Bell? Also, again, we want to start to see what the election day vote looks like, because there have been some wild differences between how the early and the election day vote looks in these Democratic primaries with these candidates on the left. So
has
the
it
remaining
dual
vote,
El
does it
Sayed
really
basically
change
won?
dramatically
No.
there to bring
There's
that
many
count?
votes
So
to be counted.
Anyway, if you're Bell, obviously, that's about as much as you could expect to get out of that first batch there. But those are the questions that remain after seeing that first batch there in the 1st district of Missouri. So, Adam, thank you for keeping me honest. If we get more there, we'll go right back to it. We're not going to miss it. Before going to Michigan, I will just check in here on the Republican gubernatorial primary in Kansas. Masterson continuing to lead there. In the Democratic primary, continues to be an extremely close race.
Do you have a preference
right
between
here.
the Ethan Corson and the Cindy Holscher lady?
Nope. Don't know anything about this.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
Man.
Oh, yeah, that's...
It's a prayer.
That shit's over.
Yeah. Still only 5% of the votes in statewide in Michigan. But the fact that Abdul El Sayed is up when these are theoretically early votes, which are probably favoring Stevens. Not a great sign for Stevens.
This was sitting a little bit north of this. So what did the most recent vote look like?
So the most recent batch, like I said, I think it was mostly election day. I'm just loading it up right now. El Sayed wins it 66 to 31, basically.
Okay, it was all election day vote.
Primarily.
I like their vibe together.
There was some other
two.
mix
in there. But remember earlier I mentioned some of those counties or some of those precincts in Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti that had zeros. Those now have numbers. So we're just filling in.
We're getting election day vote from Ann Arbor in here.
Yes.
And how much actual just mail do we have?
Our current estimate for just mail, let me take a look.
And what this means statewide, I'll show folks, adding that big batch. We just doubled the vote in Washtenaw County. It takes us to 5% statewide. Again, what's driving this is what you're looking at right there. We got some Saginaw. Okay, it's only a couple hundred votes here. It's not big enough. This is when you get sort of a scattering. So that is, let's not lose sight of Saginaw because that becomes significant as we get more right there. But let's go back to Washington.
16% of our estimated mail vote.
16% of the vote by mail, and what share of the election day vote estimated is in?
77%.
Okay, so the one thing you would say is the by vote type here, what's counted so far is much more from the Al Sayed side, favorable type
Who's
of
ready
vote
to
than
canvass
is from
for
the
Abdul?
Stevens type of vote. So, she was running at about 28% when we got that first batch in. Again, with election day vote, which is not her best, she popped that up to 30. She needs big numbers in vote by mail. Again, we showed you the past establishment candidates in this county have been in the mid-40s. She just got it up to 30.0%. There is a fair amount of vote by mail to come right there, and I think that's the big question, Adam. It's really not just more vote in Washtenaw, but when we get vote by mail, if that number, if it's coming in at some kind of a rate that's going to move that needle for Stevenson. That's Washtenaw.
We did get another report out of Eaton. We're now half in Eaton overall.
Okay, and now this. Okay, now Stevens has moved up a bit here. Did we just get some vote by mail?
Yeah, she won this most recent batch. I'm trying to take a look. Let's see what we can see. It looks like, yes, this was mostly mail.
Okay. So with half the vote in Eaton County, we can go deep here because we don't have a ton. Let me ask it this way. Of the expected vote by mail, how much has been counted in Eaton?
I see this is right now 24%, a quarter.
Okay, about a quarter of the expected vote by mail. And of the election day vote, how much?
89% is what I have in my
So this is interesting. Okay, so this is it. This is heavily skewed towards Al Sayed friendly vote. I don't know if you have the number in front of you, but the vote by mail was running Stevens plus 5.5 before. Have we got any more that's changed that?
In specifically in Eaton?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 59-34 in the mail vote.
She's now winning it by 25 points.
Yes.
So we got a significant new amount of vote by mail.
I think we just had a few votes before, and now we have more, and it broke heavily in her favor.
Okay. Well, now that's very interesting because now the picture for Stevens is getting a little bit more favorable here in Eaton County. Put those numbers back up on the screen. Remember, Whitmer, this was the outlier area for Whitmer where she was just performing much better than most Democrats because it's her home area. But it was 52% in Eaton was the Biden number, and 44% was the Hillary Clinton 2016 number.
That's not enough.
41% is Stevens' number here. Yes.
We just got some City of Detroit and Wayne, like 4,000 votes just came in.
Okay. City of Detroit. Now, Detroit has typically put vote by mail out first.
Yeah, let me see what's tabulated here in the system.
Okay, while you're doing that, let me set the scene in Wayne because I said there was one place.
You see the clip of Hassan saying he's not racist, he's going to Detroit tomorrow?
Stevens might be able to improve dramatically over Whitmer, and it is right here in Wayne County. In the 2018 gubernatorial primary,
Definitely
the
something a
2018
non-racist
gubernatorial primary,
would say.
Whitmer got 44% of the vote in Wayne County. Okay, that was considerably lower than how Hillary Clinton did in 2016. Clinton got 60% of the vote. Why did Clinton do so well and Whitmer so? Really, she struggled. This was one of her worst counties in the state in 2018. Clinton, if you remember that primary with Sanders, was doing extremely well with black voters. She was beating Sanders 90-10, things like this, among black voters nationwide. This included Wayne County. Wayne County, biggest city by far, Detroit. Detroit is 3/4 black. Hillary Clinton won Detroit overwhelmingly in that 2016 primary. Now, in the 2018 primary, Gretchen Whitmer did not win Detroit. Neither did Abdul Al-Sayed. Sri Tanadar, the third candidate who also ran to the left, who's now a congressman, who, by the way, we're going to check in on his race in a minute. He's got a serious Democratic primary challenge.
Your co-host
this year.
has called the election already.
Won. I think it was 38 to 36%.
He said, this thing is done. Congratulations,
Tanadar,
Abdul El-Sayed.
Wow. Only 6% of the votes are in. Okay. Bold. He's seen enough.
Bold.
Huh? Okay. I mean, it definitely doesn't look great, but there's still a lot of votes to count.
For her to move it up. That's hugely important for her.
Yeah, so I think that vote that came in Detroit was early in-person vote.
Okay. Early in, and again, it's just, this is a couple thousand votes here, so we're still waiting on much more. But it does speak to that being Stevens friendly, at least to have her ahead there early. Again, from Detroit, though.
From Detroit. And just a reminder,
I'm being told by my correspondent on the ground at the Abdul El-Sayed rally, this is real, that there are many people wearing Hamas scarves.
No.
That's what I'm being told.
No, please.
He's probably typing the kaifa or whatever it's talking about.
Oh, kafia?
The kafia?
All right. That's not Hamas.
No, it is not. Let me correct them.
Well, look, I mean, people like us will get behind the nominee no matter who it is. Can't say the same for the other side, which I find problematic. But we have to lead by example and we can't control other people, you know? This is why I've been saying about DSA. Sure. Like, we can't force people to not want to go to a DSA meeting and, you know, drink and be taken advantage of. But we can make our side cooler and improve things.
So if Haley Stevens won right now, you'd get 60 grand on Polly. It's not looking good.
But you see the categories we're trying to make sense of here, and with only 2%, but a little bit different around here. So keep that in mind as you watch Northern Michigan fill in. We also, I see, had some Cass County. Again, it's just a very small amount out of Cass County.
Some more Livingston just came in.
You got more Livingston.
How's the Corey Bush
A lot more
looking?
Livingston just came in. Okay, wow. Tell us what kind of vote we just got there in Livingston.
This looks like it's a lot of election day. It looks like, according to my estimates that I keep here in our tracker, that should be all of our election day vote.
Well, that's interesting. So again, we said this is the outlier area. And how much time do I have till this hit?
About 9 minutes.
Oh, okay. So again, we said that Livingston is part of this area where Whitmer ran up the score in 2018. So look, she got 61% of the vote here, but we knew Stevens is not going to match that. That's just a product of Whitmer being sort of the local candidate. Okay, the other two, we put this up a minute ago. We'll put it up again. Biden in Livingston County got 52% of the vote. Remember, he won statewide. Clinton only got 38% of the vote statewide. Now, Clinton was able to get away with that. Well, she lost, but it was this close. She was able to almost win statewide, even only getting 38% of the vote in Livingston, because she did so well in Wayne County, which is like a mother lode of votes. She was able to compensate for it. So I say that if that Clinton is a benchmark for Stevens, it would require Stevens to get a Clinton-like number out of Wayne County. I don't know if that's in the offing because there are other parts of Wayne County that are not as demographically friendly to Stevens. We'll talk about that as the night goes on. I think Stevens could perform better potentially than Whitmer did in Wayne County, but that doesn't necessarily mean she's going to reach the Clinton number of 60%. So I don't think 38 is the benchmark, is the low end of this for Stevens, if you're using the Clinton example. I think she wants to be higher, but she is higher right now. She's a point higher, and this is what we've seen now in Eaton and what we're seeing now in Livingston. It's the election day vote. It's the Al Sayed vote that's really kind of overwhelmingly
just needs to do better than
making
Clinton.
up this. So is there room here for Stevens to move this number up? Is there room here for her to move it up substantially? In fact, can you tell us what what the vote by mail is breaking by here?
In Livingston?
Yeah.
I was just taking a look. We just got Shelby Township in Macomb as well. Okay. But before we get there, let me take a look at Livingston right here. So the vote by mail currently is breaking 39% for El Sayed and 57% for Stevens.
So she's winning it by 18 points. Yeah. And how much vote by mail is left? Like how many votes? Just give me a rough number.
Taking a look here. 13,000.
13,000. So if she wins it by 20 points, that's give or take 2,600, 25. I mean, at that pace, she could net, 2,500 votes or so. She's down by 2,032 right now. So there's some opportunity there for Stevens to get something to come away from Livingston with something closer to what she wants. Okay, Livingston, Eaton, we've got Grand Rapids, we've got nothing more. Wexford is still at 10. We showed you Grand Traverse, it's almost nothing. Benzie, we got about 8%. Well, 8%. Again, this is closer to, this is still a little bit into that vacation land, the Sleeping Bear Dunes that sort of start around here. But again, we're looking to see if Al Sayed is substantially overperforming here, how he did in 2018. We're going to need a little bit more signal there. Saginaw, still only just a scattering of votes there in Saginaw. Saginaw is substantial once we start getting votes. Adam said we got a little bit from Macomb here. And again, I just tell me, was it mail or
It was early in person from Shelby Township.
It was early, so it was in between. Okay. Most complicated. Yes.
Yes, and we also got all of the election day vote in St. Joseph down there at the border.
Okay, so what we got all the election day vote here.
Yes.
And Stevens is okay. So this is interesting. More than half the vote is in. This is the most Al Sayed friendly. Okay, St. Joseph County, to put you in terms of where you are, Kalamazoo, a little bit north there. If you went south. West, you'd be in South Bend, Indiana. You're kind of getting to that part of that's that Dutch Western Michigan right there, kind of getting closer a little bit to the distant Chicago area. So anyway, St. Joseph County, we got our benchmarks. Let me get them here. Okay, so Clinton got 38% of the vote here in 2016, the establishment candidate. Biden got 53% of the vote here in 2020, and Whitmer got 52% of the vote here in 2018. And there's Stevens just getting through the worst batch, we think, the worst type of vote that she's got to deal with, the election day vote.
Not bad.
And she's sitting at 48%, already 10 points north of Clinton in 2016. Again, that Clinton model in 2016 really leaned on running up the number in Wayne County. That's why she could almost get away with numbers that low in places like this. So Stevens is well ahead of that. She's 4 or 5 points off these other establishment candidates. And the rest of the way now, we're talking about largely a pre-election vote. So that, if you're Stevens, you have a chance there to exceed potentially how those others did.
And not to lose it before we get to the top of the hour here, that most recent update in Wayne County got us our first results out of Michigan 13 as well. Yeah, if you want to check in on that House race.
Yeah, this is in Detroit right here, Wayne County. So the dynamic here, we told you Sri Tanadar ran for governor in 2018, ran as a very progressive candidate, came in third in that primary with Whitner and Al Sayed. He got elected. He later got elected to Congress. He affiliated with the Democratic Socialists of America, and then he left the Democratic Socialists of America. This was in response to the reaction he said he saw from the left, from the DSA to the terrorist attack on Israel in 2023, and he left the DSA. So now the DSA is trying to knock him out and has their own candidate, Donovan McKinney, going against him. So this is ex-DSA against DSA in a deeply Democratic district here. And again, it's just 2,500 votes or so that have come in, but the DSA candidate right there jumps out to the quick advantage. Sri Tanadar was certainly thought coming into tonight to be very vulnerable. I'm going to check if we have, we got more out of, we didn't check in here since we got Livingston. So this is that race again. The candidate of the left, William Lawrence, the two sort of establishment candidates who we think are kind of 2-minute warning to the hit. I just heard in my ear. So we've got almost half the vote in Livingston. Remember, this is, Adam has told us, this is largely election day vote. So this might be about the high water mark for Lawrence here in the Livingston County portion. This might be about the high water mark for Lawrence in the Eaton County portion. That's the good news if you're one of Lawrence's opponents. The bad news is you see in both places how split that vote is between them. Maasdam a few points ahead of Brink here, but both very close. Brink a few points ahead of Maasdam here, but both very close. Man. So even if in the remaining vote that Lawrence share comes down, if that
really
reduced Lawrence share is just sort of a bit more for Maasdam and a bit more for Brink, is anyone really pulling that much closer to him district-wide? And again, remember, what I think the Lawrence folks think is their ace in the hole is still to come here in Ingham County, which is, the biggest, and it's distinct politically from the rest of the counties. And this is also a sliver of Oakland County. It's distinct a little bit here in that it's overwhelmingly Democratic. There's Michigan State University, those sorts of very liberal county, those sorts of things. Zoom out here, statewide Senate race. I know we have an update coming at the top of the hour. This is what it looks like statewide. I know we're throwing a lot at you with this vote in this county and that vote in that county. We think 6% of the vote counted statewide. Al Sayed is leading that tally. So much of that is coming from a few places on here that we have been showing you, these big counties where we've got returns, and those returns that we're showing you, as Adam has shown us, tend to be from the most Al Sayed friendly type of vote. That's the context for the 6%.
Just about 60 seconds out here, and it looks like in my system we may get a big update from Oakland soon, so if you see it jump, take it.
He's going to do a spot on the main stream on NBC News, give them an update.
Ooh.
This is our behind the scenes with Steve Kornacki.
So now he's on NBC chatting.
He will be. He's on his own channel right now. They'll show it though. It's tough to say what's going on because the statewide is so small still, but he's trying to figure it out by looking at certain counties and what's left of the mail-in vote, but it's 6% of the votes in right now. It's tough to say. But this is how politics is, man. You win some, you lose some, and that's why I try to keep the temperature down in general, because if you're all in on a race and it's like you hate the other person, the other opponent, what happens when they win, If it's a primary, you want to be able to support them.
Yeah. You don't want to be calling somebody a genocider. That's for sure.
Yes, I definitely think they made some mistakes on their side, and I was critical of that, but, all we can do is...
I didn't see it, but did Stevens attack Abdul heavily, or...
Oh, yeah, she went after him, too, sure.
Have you seen the Hong stuff about Thanksgiving at all?
Yes.
People are looking up other tweets.
Dude,
I do not enjoy fireworks.
Oh, no. You do
IT bro who was... Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
You don't go after Thanksgiving, man.
No.
That's not cool in America. That's the most beloved holiday. Shut the F up over Thanksgiving, man.
IT bro who was working on our computer remotely changed the background theme to snow and Christmas trees. I feel slightly attacked.
Oh, my.
In the car, headed to Superior. I'll have about 30 minutes. Ask me anything and I'll try to answer. Only subject off limits is Halloween, not my thing.
Okay, that's just
I don't allow myself to work Halloween, weekend, or the day of. I would actually ask every single person in costumes to leave. She hates holidays.
Just a curmudgeon, dude.
I miss working in a restaurant every day except Valentine's Day. Holy shit, she hates them all.
God. Got to find a way to fall in love with her, though, Mouton.
Mm-hmm.
So you've moved. You, yesterday, 24 hours ago, I'd vote for a Republican over her.
Well,
Since
yeah,
then-
but yes, but also I view voting as like you might as well be voting for the other candidate, but I understand that that's not exactly the same fucking thing. But when Pisco asks me a question, I'm just gonna go and be as honest as I can, because otherwise you're gonna get mined for 45 minutes to eventually take the stance.
Gotcha. I've never debated him one-on-one.
Oh, you should. It's a good time. I have the speed run for quickest conversation with Pisco of all time. It's about an hour, 3 minutes.
That is probably the shortest conversation he's had in a long time. He goes a long time.
Been absolutely cleaning up with the election day vote. Stevens has been holding her own with the vote by mail. Some of these big counties that have reported, a place like this right here, decent size, Eaton County, decent size, Livingston County, exurbs of Detroit right here. We do think the Stevens number might improve as that absentee vote comes in, that vote by mail comes in right now. And I just see some more sagging. I thought there might be a little bit more. I apologize for that. But the bottom line is that Oakland number, well, it is higher for Stevens than it is for Al Sayed. Is it as high as Stevens wants it to be?
Right. Yeah. So Steve, and I've been talking to folks with the Al Sayed campaign. To your point, they have been laser focused on this same day vote, specifically looking at younger voters, African American voters. So take us inside some of the counties where those votes are reflected. Wayne County, I know, slow to vote. We're probably not going to get that for a little while. But what are you seeing so far? Any indication about those two constituencies?
Well, yeah, Wayne County, we have very little. There's a little bit here from the city of Detroit that's come in right now. That's the one hope, I think, for Stevens in Wayne County, where we have seen in polls that she's been doing better than Al Sayed with black voters. The city of Detroit is 75% black. It is in Wayne County. It's not all of Wayne County. There are other parts of Wayne County that I think are very fertile ground for Al Sayed. But the opportunity there for Stevens, if she really is getting a big number among black voters, you would really see that in Detroit, and that could help her there in Wayne County. But you ask, too, about younger voters, and take a look next door in Washtenaw County. This is Ann Arbor. This is the University of Michigan. I keep saying the University of Michigan. This is also Eastern Michigan University. I don't want to leave them out. But Al Sayed here, look at this, up nearly 40 points in Washtenaw County. And I think this one's significant. This is a big piece of the puzzle, too. It's a little bit more than 5% of all the votes cast statewide are going to come out of Washtenaw County. And this is the kind of place where if you're Stevens, I think you knew going into the night you were not going to win Washtenaw County because of what we're talking about, college, young, all of that sort of thing. But you want to hold your own. You need to tread water. You need to be running at like 45%, 44%.
Mike Lindell stepping down from My Pillow. Well, I assume that's over his campaign violation he accidentally did, or on purpose.
Successful. That's what they've done in Washtenaw County. She's barely breaking 30% right there. And there's still a lot there left in Washtenaw County that could be very friendly to Al Sayed. So that's, between what we just showed you in Oakland County and what you're seeing there in Washtenaw County. We haven't really even touched Wayne yet because we don't have much. But those numbers, if you're Stevens, I think in both places, you might be looking for a bigger number than you're seeing right now.
Yeah. All right, Steve, do not go far.
Well, I mean, there's a chance. We haven't seen Wayne County yet. Who knows, man? Not sounding too optimistic.
He's getting another news hit. He's a busy man.
Is he? Okay. He's a restroom. BRB.
Yeah. Who's now hit in 5 minutes. This will be about Missouri 1. So we'll check in there in a second. But I just want to see, did we get any more Macomb? We did not. We don't have any more Wayne. Nothing significant, Adam? I see a little bit We got
more out of Washtenaw. We got more out of St. Joseph. We got more out of Eaton.
How much more? So did we just got some vote by mail? I'm guessing out of Washtenaw.
Yeah, let me take a look.
Because I see
I got
Stevens
no
bumped
idea.
up half a point or so.
She's closing the gap, but I don't know how the rest of it is supposed to go.
So Washtenaw was election.
I got no clue. In Oakland, she's at +2. In Macomb, she's +3.
Stevens' number ticked
She's
up
down
right there.
36 in
Over half
Washtenaw.
the vote in Washtenaw. Again, she's trying to get to 45%, I would say, give or take right there. That's the,
I dream of Israel.
Kent,
please.
We just got a little bit more. There was at 18% before. We were at Eaton, we got more. So she's made her way to 42% in Eaton County. Stevens has. Livingston County, she's at 39. Again, I think she needs to be getting, into the, mid 40s. Saginaw, we're still at 3. This is small. We got Bay, a little bit in Bay. Again, I'm just looking for more vote than this, but this is the kind of thing. It's tiny, but I do think it says a little something. You're, in the upper lower here. You're in northern Michigan, and this is, Whitmer got the number for Whitmer here was 62%, right? The number for Stevens, 54. These are all counties where I'm looking to see not if El Sayed's winning them, but if he's able to be more competitive than the progressive wing was against Whitmer. See a little bit of it there. We showed you our friends in Wexford County earlier. It's only 16%. Again, these are tiny counties, but if it's a trend across the board, first of all, they add up to a little bit less than 10% of the vote, but also I think that could speak to a broader trend in the electorate. Again, just getting a little bit more here. This is Charlevoix, but again, they're giving us, a precinct or something in these places, so it's not too much to work with.
Steve, a little bit more on Oakland. So the things that did come in that most recent update was that mail vote from the countywide voting center that we've been talking about. That broke for Stevens 66-30, and that was about 54,000 votes. And then we have some election day vote. That was about 74,000 votes, and that broke for El Sayed 59-39.
Right. Okay. So that, again, you could see Stevens took a big swing there.
Give me the
benchmarks.
benchmarks.
Absentee, and she's up 2. There is election day vote that's helping El Sayed there. But again, I think Stevens needs to be in the, we can give you the.
It is.
We can give you the benchmarks. Why don't we give you the benchmarks in Oakland?
They're calling Wesley Bell's the winner.
In fact, it's very, because 54% was the Whitmer number. This is in Oakland County. Whitmer 18 got 54% of the vote right here. It was 56% for Joe Biden in 2020, and Hillary Clinton in narrowly losing the state in 2016, 51% of the vote. So again, all of the establishment candidates won Oakland. This is the candidate who lost statewide. These are the two candidates. Whitmer got 52% statewide. Biden got 53% of the vote statewide. So these in those cases were winning numbers. And again, that's where Stevens lands after. Yes, there is some election day vote that's part of that too. But what that equals out to, 17% of the vote. How much time till this hit?
There he is.
Okay, 2 minutes till Missouri won. Let me check in there, so bear with me. And Adam, shout if there's something major that happens. So, okay. Oh, wow. Well, we missed this one, folks. Sorry. What happened? We said, could Cori Bush counter in St. Louis City what Wesley Bell got out of St. Louis County, which was about as good as he get out of St. Louis County? The short answer is she didn't. She's losing by 26 points in St. Louis City. So now we've seen it across the dividing line, and we have called this race. NBC News has declared that Wesley Bell, freshman Democrat from Missouri's 1st congressional district,
did either of these people put into this election? Do you have any idea?
He has defeated former Congresswoman Cori Bush, who sought a rematch.
The amount of money that's going to the Michigan district is insane.
Yes, yeah. My bad. I was muted on my stream. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure a couple million. That I hope that this gets AIPAC to fuck off, Like, you're not helping, dude. Like, you basically handed El Sayed a talking point that he just ran on, like 60 million, 60 million, 60 million. For what? To lose? I mean, I think AIPAC was a huge liability in this race.
Yeah, I'm curious of how people feel about it. I guess, I don't know. It seems like they had it not very good.
So far, not very good, yeah.
True. APEC should spend money on DSA candidates. True. And then we can get them on. We can snipe them on the Twitter.
Yeah. Look who APEC's spending money on. Now, what do you think about El Sayed supporters sticking with him through the general? I've seen people saying, oh, they're going to bail after the primary. They just want to beat libs. They don't care about beating MAGA. Do you think that's
no,
nonsense?
I believe they will stick through with the general if El Sayed wins. I don't believe they'll stick if Stevens wins. Not a chance in hell.
Here's the thing. I think El Sayed is going to moderate between now and November. I think he has to win over skeptical voters. I'm not saying he's
absolutely.
He's not going to do a 180, but I'm willing to bet he'll start saying some things that some of his biggest fans aren't so comfortable with, and that's going to be interesting to see how they handle that.
I don't think he'll disavow Hassan, so.
Well,
I don't think he'll go that far.
That
he
might be part of
it.
Distancing him.
What's his
not
name?
Disavow.
Not disavow. Well,
distance.
Yeah, distance. He's at the campaign rally right now, so they're pretty close.
Yeah. I sent Hutch a message if he wants to join us.
Yeah, any streamer or whatever can message me as well.
Most money in this campaign. Tim Grimel was the former mayor of Pontiac. There's a portion of this district that actually bleeds over into Oakland County. That's where his base was, not the base you want to have in a district like this. Eric Chung had been in the Commerce Department. Hines leading there. Again, that's Oakland vote that's come in.
Which I think El Sayed moderating will win over some people that are skeptical of him too, like some of the people that we talk to.
Yeah, probably. We'll see how it goes. I don't even hate El Sayed as a candidate. I just don't like who he's currently aligned with / walking around. It's like it's like your friends kind of also show who you are.
That's interesting. I don't like him as a person. I like him on paper, though.
Yeah.
I don't need to like him. He's not my friend. So, yeah. He'll be fine. It's just funny. I get a lot of people come by watching to see me cry or something, and it's like, dude, this is politics. You win some, you lose some, and this is why I also kind of, like I said, I try to keep the temperature a little low so that it's not so dramatic. You know, it's not good to have volatility, huge ups and downs.
Any blue senator. If Trump got 2 more Supreme Court nominees, I don't even know. You just pack it at that point, I guess.
Yeah, there's no world in which I want the Republicans to win this seat to teach anyone a lesson. That's why I'm so blown away by what Wick was saying. I'm like, what are you doing?
I don't think Wick was talking about the Senate. I think we were just talking about the... I am specifically talking about the House, because I think the House, in like my calculus, I think there's like a 95% chance that like Dems have the House. If it goes down to like 60 or 50%, like where it looks like it's like we need those 2 seats in New York, I said I would absolutely support them.
Well, yeah, people are saying it wasn't about the Senate race, about the governor's race in Wisconsin.
It was just Wisconsin is the big bad one that people were hitting me on.
I don't think you can draw a line there. I mean, maybe I can give you a hard time about this, but like, do you think you can so cleanly draw a line there? Like, yeah, I'm okay with the Republicans winning here, but not here. Like, I feel like those bleed over.
They have to earn my vote.
Well, I feel like that bleeds over. Like it has a negative impact on the other races too.
I'm continuing to read about Tom Tiffany. Yeah, I'll announce my new position on the Wisconsin governor race that everybody's waiting for in a week. Give me a week to research it, but I'll have my official endorsement for one candidate or the other in a week.
Wow. Well, she's got to win first.
Yeah, when is it again? It's August 18th? Is that what it is?
No, it's next week. 1 week.
Okay, then yeah.
Next Tuesday.
Well, then there you go. I'll have my thing next Tuesday. It's the primary. I'm allowed to say what I want.
Sure. Don't give it up for free.
Hell yeah.
Lewis, and you see Bell ahead. It's not as decisive, but you do see a solid margin. At least this is
maybe Ms.
this is
Hong
early
can
vote.
say something to earn my
final
endorsement
margin
before
may end up not being
the
quite
before
as
the vote's
dominant
over.
here.
Who knows?
Bush may do better. I think she will do better with the election day vote. But you see it extending across county lines, and this split with the early vote is not something you saw in 2024 when these two candidates ran against each other and Bell won in a close race. And so, yeah, it kind of bucks the trend that we've been seeing. How many primary nights have we been up here, particularly in city districts? You know, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. in the mayoral election.
Hong has tweeted she loves Star Wars.
That's where
She's
we've been
got it.
seeing these sort of left-wing candidacies succeed, topple incumbents. Here, the formula didn't work. Bush doing worse than she did 2 years ago when she lost the seat, and Bell, certainly the establishment candidate here, based on his endorsements, his backing in this campaign, securing his seat.
Question tonight, Steve. Would we see a sweep for progressive candidates? Would
Bernie
there
loves
be
to throw his
a
endorsement
patchwork?
around
This
and
is
have his
certainly
candidates
a loss
lose.
for progressives, for Senator Bernie Sanders, who endorsed her, and of course the big race, the big marquee race that we are watching, the Michigan Senate race.
Yeah.
Bring us up to.
So, again, about 20% of the vote here is in statewide. This looks about what it looked like the last time we checked in terms of the margin there for Al Sayed over Stevens. I think there's a lot here. I'll zoom in on Wayne County. So, Wayne County, where Detroit is, you'll hear me say this a lot tonight. A fifth of the vote statewide is coming out of Wayne. We only have 2% of the vote right now, so there's not much to be read into that. What there is from Detroit, largely from Detroit.
How easy do you think it would be to win like a
Wayne, keep in mind,
house seat?
Is not just Detroit. Okay, there are inner suburbs
Like
in
you
here.
win a house seat?
There's also
No,
this is where
not me.
Dearborn is.
God, no.
Dearborn is the first.
You.
Well, I got some skeletons in my closet, bro.
Shit.
No, I'm kidding. Well,
you got a Nazi tattoo too, man.
Number one, these seats don't come up too often.
Yeah.
So you kind of got to get in line, you know? But I don't know. It's tough to say. Every race is different. Every district is different. I think there's a lot of luck involved. But as an entertainer who's comfortable on camera and knows how to communicate a little better than your average person, I think I'd stand a better chance than other people. Sure.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
I have no interest, though.
You don't want to save democracy?
If someone could make the case that I had to run to help save lives and people, I would do it, but too many broken hearts, too many clumsily said things to people. I don't need ex-girlfriends getting interviewed by the New York Times about me cheating on them or something. I don't know. I've told my chat about this. Like, I've fired a woman before from my job, and
she'll come over. She'll be out there. He fired me. It was mean.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be the worst case scenario. You know, she did nothing wrong. I'm misogynist or whatever. I don't know. But I think that's part of the problem. Like, my own concerns about myself, I think a lot of people are going through that when they consider running for office, you know. And I don't know how we address that, because I do think it hurts our candidates, people that decide to run, which hurts candidate quality.
Like, whoa, these are, you know, I don't see how she can win with these numbers. But if this number can continue to tick up for her,
it seems like she's getting the day vote.
A place like Eaton County. Also, same thing here.
That's pretty
same
good.
thing has been happening in Livingston County.
Young people lazy.
This is the fastest growing, one of the fastest growing counties in Michigan. It's big. There's like 200,000 people here. This is like the exurbs of Detroit right here. Okay, it's very high income too. We expected Stevens, you know, to have maybe an opportunity here to do well. Well, she looked like she was getting clobbered early, because we got the election day vote was counted right away. Al Sayed went way ahead, but as the vote by mail has been coming in, getting more vote in, and that Stevens number has been ticking up more and more. where it's not looking as much for her like the disaster it initially did. And so to the extent that can continue in places like that, and another place we're looking here is around Grand Rapids, I say Saginaw, to the extent that can continue, that's a huge question. It heightens the stakes for what I just outlined in Detroit.
Okay, Steve Kornacki, we will check back in with you in just a few minutes in that hotly contested race.
What's so interesting here, too?
Okay, and I just need to reply. You're getting a little bit behind the scenes. I just need to reply to a message here, so bear with me. This is, and of course, you know what I did? I mashed my fingers together, and I typed a word that doesn't exist. Okay, there it is. Okay, did anything substantial come in, Adam, while we were doing that? I think I was going through. I didn't see anything.
No, nothing super significant. I'm trying.
I see. Oh, this would be if we got more. Ottawa County, where Holland is, Western Michigan, it's only 2%, so we'll hold off on that. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, I'm just trying to go through these Oakland County results right now and pull out. We are getting our first look at some of the precinct results, so I'm trying to take a look into those right now, and I'll get back to you.
It's a 8% race right now.
It's not bad.
18% of the votes in.
And her biggest area isn't in yet.
Yeah, and if she's doing better on same-day votes, that's supposed to be El Sayed's bread and butter right there.
It would just be the funniest thing if she won. That's all I want. I just want to laugh. I want to have a laugh, man.
What you're looking at right here on the Democratic side, Cindy Holscher, I think the last time we checked in, this was about 1,000 vote gap. It's moved up to about we got about half the vote. She's leading by about 3.5 points right now over Ethan Corson. Again, both candidates right here from Johnson County, where we still got 2/3 of the vote. And what's changed, I can see, is they've played leapfrog here. Holscher has taken the lead in Johnson County, not much, but she was trailing Corson there the last time we checked in. Corson continues to lead in Kansas City, Shawnee County, where Topeka is. Holscher with a solid margin right there. Wichita, Holscher with an advantage there. Next door, Butler is smaller. We had 1/4 of the vote. Holscher leading there. And again, the candidate, the outgoing Democratic governor, backing Corson in this race. You see, the Trump endorsement has carried the Republican.
There's a chance that we have like a crazy 2028 electoral
side,
map.
if the leader of the Kansas State Democratic Party is able to get her candidate.
What do you mean?
Over the finish line right there, but right now trailing
like just some weird Republican states flipping, like Texas, in the presidential, yeah.
It could be a bloodbath for the Republicans,
Could be.
man. Trump for 2 more years, dragging them down.
Iran
Shitty
war.
candidate.
I think we're going boots on the ground in Iran by September. That's my fucking guesstimate.
It's possible. Could also just keep the
Because
status
it's crazy.
quo.
Yeah.
Kind of fight, calm down, fight, calm down. You know, nobody really wants to escalate much. Just this maintains for years. The oil markets don't seem to give a shit.
Got 68% of the vote here in 20. El Sayed, this is one of his worst counties in the state in 2018. He got 13% of the vote here in that gubernatorial primary in 2018. Biden got 63% of the vote here. Clinton got 49. Clinton actually lost it to Sanders. That's interesting. It's a point to note here, because you say Sanders won this state in 2016. Is what Sanders did in 2016 what Al Sayed? Is that the roadmap for Al Sayed? I think one of the things that got revealed between, this being the number for Clinton and this being the number for Biden in 2020, was that Clinton had some particular struggles with older blue-collar white voters. And so these areas in Michigan in the primary were a total disaster for her. It might have said less about Sanders and his appeal than it did about the issues between Clinton and that demographic. And that got reinforced in Michigan in November of 2016, when that was a big reason why Clinton, in a shock to everybody, lost Michigan in the general election. First time a Democrat lost in 28 years. So I read that Clinton number not as necessarily a sign that Sanders had strength that would be transferable to another progressive candidate in these places, because you see, 4 years later, Sanders run and he got clobbered in places like this by Biden. So Whitmer got 68, Biden got 63. I think these might be the two most relevant sort of establishment numbers here in a county like this. And here's Stevens running at 49%. Now, I think we've been seeing that might be election day vote that got put out there first. And if it is, Stevens has a chance maybe to move that number north. But that's in these small counties. That's the kind of number she wants to be landing at here. Again, these are small. They add up. Everything here adds up to about 8%. But we're trying to detect the pattern. We're trying to get some counties that are close to complete or completed so we can do that.
Tell me about it, Adam.
Yeah.
So I was looking a little bit at Oakland County. One of the places that kind of piqued my interest was Southfield City. We have a 65% black population out there. And so I was just going through some of the precinct results. I saw a lot of the Southfield precincts missing election day vote. So I think I can give you kind of what I have right now is unofficial totals.
Well, so how much of Southfield? Yeah, how much
day.
vote do you think we have in Southfield?
So I right now I see 2,500 votes out of Southfield.
Okay. Do we know roughly what we're expecting total?
I don't have an expected total for Southfield. But the margin right now, I have Stevens 61, El Sayed 36 in Southfield.
And so that's interesting because Southfield, this is in southern Oakland County, in 2018. So Stevens right now, again, we're going municipal level here right now. Again, in the absence of having big numbers in these others, let's zoom in on the big place where we got a ton of votes right here. So this is Southfield in southern Oakland County right here in the 2018 primary. So right now, Stevens is getting 61% of the vote right there. In the 2018 primary, Whitmer, where he's saying maybe that's the benchmark, 61% was Whitmer's number in Southfield. You're saying El Sayed right now is running at 36% in Southfield. What was his number in that 2018 primary? It was 33%. But you're saying this is election day vote.
And a ton more just popped in Oakland there.
Oh, boy. This is a big moment, folks.
Oh, boy.
What happened?
Okay. It didn't move the needle substantially, but it is 10% more. We were at 60% in. Now we're at 70% in. What can we tell right away what we got?
I don't know municipality-wise, but yes, this new vote broke Stevens 49, El Sayed 48.
Is there an indication? Is this a mix?
I don't have detailed breakouts for Oakland, but I'll take a look.
I know I'm putting you on a spot right there because it takes a second to make sense of these. So let us know when you do. But that's an important point here because we talked about this a little bit at the top. Maybe we need to reinforce it right now. Oakland typically has put out a giant batch of vote by mail first thing. And then what's happened is the rest of the night,
being told APEC just dropped some ballots
that are kind of mixed.
Good.
They'll mix them in. You'll get some vote by mail. You'll get some election day. You'll get them both at once. You'll get them, in quick succession.
Do you know why? Why did she say the
is very difficult?
Israel here in my dreams clip? Do you know why? I didn't get to see the meme.
Okay, I think that's from before October 7th. I'm pretty sure it's
everybody loved Israel at that point, so.
Right, like there's a lot of that stuff going around. It's like, look what she said or he said, and it's like, look at the date on it. I'm pretty sure I saw that it was from the summer before.
Okay, people are saying it's right after. I don't know, I'll have to fact check them.
Okay, I mean.
Not before, right after, December 2023. I don't know.
Yeah, okay, I thought I saw something from like July from her. It's possible I'm wrong about that. But like, for example, there's a tweet that I sent to somebody. I don't remember over what, but I replied to someone saying, "I'm from Israel, you moron. I'm a citizen." And they like Hassan saw it as proof that I'm an Israeli citizen.
Oh my God.
That was from before October 7th. I was making a point about something to someone. If you look at the date on it. So, and they're like, I wouldn't go around not bragging, but just like calling, stating it like that now. So.
Yeah, well, now it's so stupid, but it feels like you have to hide it, I assume, because people are just immediately going to fucking think something. It's so dumb.
Exactly. But I tweeted that before October 7th. Somebody told me it was Hanukkah menorah lighting that she said that after October 7th. Which, by the way, that's before like, you know, the real war started. It took a couple months to get going. It's not like Israel went in on October 8th and started killing people.
Has helped move us to, was there anything else substantial?
There was another 11,000 Washtenaw
When you
votes.
actually listen to the whole clip, this is the first time I've ever
So
listening to
Washtenaw
it. It's not that bad. She's more saying like she's gonna keep fighting for Israeli people to have like an existence.
Yeah, and I mean, if it took place 6 weeks after October 7th, again, that's before the war started, really.
And emotions were absolutely fucking high at that point.
Sure.
Here, we've got 70% of the vote in. Remember, it was 60% all at once the last time we checked in. We just got another 10%.
Mallory,
and the bottom line is it looks
Stephen's going to use
like
every
it
one of
did
those
before
votes.
Here with Stevens with a little bit less than a 2-point
But we don't really know, I
advantage
guess,
over
how
Al-Sayed.
exactly
We're
her
trying to
votes are
figure
breaking
out, I mean,
down.
this is
She
what
could
it
be
comes to in
technically
Michigan
stealing
primaries,
votes from
trying to
Abdul.
discern exactly what type of vote you're looking at. We've been
Would
talking
be funny
about
if that's how
that
they
vote
cope.
by mail being so friendly to Stevens, that election
Could
day
be.
vote being so friendly to Al-Sayed.
I doubt it.
I think one of the things we're seeing here in Oakland County is a mix of these two types of votes here. So they've each had some favorable
Is Steve from
batches that
Canada?
have been part of this. And actually, sorry if you're watching, I want to explain what just happened. This
Sorry?
number that was at 70%
Yeah, I
and
heard
just came
that.
down to 67%. Why is that? It's because this is an estimate that our decision desk makes of how many votes total are going to be cast. Obviously, we don't know in advance how
Okay,
many
I
people
know,
are going
from
to turn out on
Massachusetts.
election day and vote. So our decision desk is making that estimate, and they will adjust it as returns come in. It can be adjusted up or down slightly. And what just happened was it got adjusted down slightly, meaning that our decision desk thinks that there are more votes there will end up being more votes cast in Oakland County than they thought at the start of the night, than they thought going into tonight. That's what that means, to knock that down from 70 to 67%. That might mean higher turnout
Steve,
here on election day.
Just because the folks in the peanut gallery have a question for you on this. As you're explaining that, does that mean that turnout is more than was projected? Is that the TLDR on that?
Democrat Jeremy Moss has defeated leftist Aisha
Faruqi
in the Michigan 11 primary.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Okay, that's interesting.
That is interesting.
Don't know it
So
either.
Steve, just recap big picture. You got Oakland County. Any other counties with any more vote count since we last checked in with you?
Yeah, the other big batch we just got was next door in Washtenaw County. It was next door in Washtenaw County. I'm showing you Livingston. We're up to about 2/3 of the vote. Remember, Ann Arbor right here, sort of the liberal heart of Michigan. And Stevens' numbers, we talked about this in other counties. Stevens' numbers have been ticking up in a lot of places where you're getting that vote by mail counted later.
Give it another 30
She's now
minutes and
running
we'll
at
see where
about 33%.
we'll see where
right
Abdul's
here.
at.
I think a benchmark for Stevens, a fair benchmark for her. She wants to be getting this into the 40s. She wants to, she has room here for this number to come up. She's doing okay, better with the vote by mail. But it's got to come up, I think, more for her right here. But we knew going in that Al-Sayed, this was going to be one of the best counties, if not the best county in the state for him. It's just that the establishment candidates like Stevens, they typically have been able to, kind of tread water here, not get totally submerged. But that Stevens number was at about 28% when we first got numbers at the start of the night from Washtenaw. It's now worked its way up to about 33%. So again, what that nets out to, 21%. We think a little bit more than a fifth of the vote has been counted statewide, and Al-Sayed there with that 7-point advantage. And as I say, the huge, in addition to everything else that's not filled in right here, we have next to nothing out of Wayne.
Well, and we're gonna have, buckle in. Ben.
Yes.
We got a minute before we're gonna get more from them, right? So
we're patient. We're patiently waiting for Wayne.
Steve Kornacki, appreciate you. Thank you. We're gonna check back in with you in just a second.
Yeah, we're also.
Okay, thanks. And yeah, yes. Oh. Okay, folks, the battery is dying. This is going to take 30 seconds. They're going to take a quick break to fix these batteries. I don't know if you leave the
Amateur
camera on
hour
or
over
whatever.
here, huh?
Don't go anywhere. It's just
always AV issues, bro. What the hell, man? I've never seen that with Steve's setup, though. How did you watch like previous primary election results come in? Because I almost always watch something like this.
I watched you. I watched you watch.
So you
them.
watched me watch Steve.
I watched
Kornacki.
you watch Steve. That's correct. Yeah.
That's good though that you're doing your own thing, hosting your own thing now too.
Yeah.
Be surprised how many people.
I'm just
will
really
tune in.
interested in this Senate race.
Why this race? Why does this one stick out to you?
Because this is one of the races I'm going to have to go and canvas for. So I'm curious of who's going to.
Why do you feel an obligation to go knock doors on this one?
DGG is Digital Ground Game is doing 2 canvassing houses. They're doing one in Ohio, which is where I'm from, so I'm going to go there, and then one in Michigan. And I think that it's just easy flights from Toronto to this area of Michigan that they're doing it in. So I just feel like I need to do something.
Have you gone to a canvassing event before?
I have. I went to I canvassed for Mark Gudgel in Nebraska for mayor of Omaha.
Oh,
I did
wow.
that for a long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. That's cool.
Yeah, that was the first canvassing event, I think.
Why aren't you involved in Canadian politics, or are you?
I'm not a Canadian. I'm an American.
I know, but you live,
moved.
that's where you live now.
Yeah. I'm in. I can't vote yet, so maybe once I get my citizenship, which will probably be next year, I'll get a bit more into Canadian politics. But yeah, I can't vote or anything, so it's like, fuck what I look.
Can you stay
Mark
there?
Carney's doing a good job, though.
So the area you're represented by is in good hands?
Yeah.
That's good.
Oh yeah. We're living the dream in Canada right now. Did you watch any of the Davos speeches, specifically Mark Carney's one?
No, I don't. Well, that was a bit ago. I don't remember.
It was a bit ago.
He had a good speech about forum. He had a good speech.
Yeah. He had a good speech basically about like how like the global hegemony is over and like America being like the top dog or whatever is done and we're not going back to that, and like the middling powers need to start stepping up and like actually taking control of like their own destiny. So yeah, I'm excited to see what he does.
That's awesome. Well, Oda, thanks for the 20 gifted memberships, man. What the hell?
I'm seeing this. I don't know if it's real though.
What, you just...
I'll tell you. Apparently, Perez Hilton like killed 3 kids on like Instagram Live.
The Perez Hilton?
Yeah. Here are the not safe for Lake links. I'll link it to you privately.
Not safe for life. I could live without seeing that. I don't need to know.
Yeah.
That.
Then I blocked it out. So you know how to see it.
What the?
I don't know if it's real yet. It's almost impossible for me to tell you.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, well, looks pretty real to me.
Damn.
The mail-in or male, like men?
I have them muted.
Okay.
For Al Sayed, 64-34.
64th. So they're basically, this is interesting. So Al Sayed is winning the election day vote by 30. And you said Stevens is winning the vote by mail by how much? 30?
I clicked out of it.
I'm sorry. Okay. I think I would love to just kind of run through this for a second because I think it's interesting.
Yeah, so the mail vote, is that what you're asking about?
Yes.
65-29.
36. Okay. How many?
And the Wayne County is not in yet at all?
Roughly, how many election day votes do we think are
not
left
almost
in
at all, 2%.
37,000.
Okay, and roughly how many vote by mail do we think are left out of Macomb?
59,000.
59,000. Okay. Right. So at that rate, and you think we basically have the early vote done?
Have about 4,000 remaining early votes.
Okay. So at the rate that this is coming in, there's more here for Stevens than there is for Al Sayed, but there needs to be more for Stevens than for Al Sayed. Needs to be much more for Stevens than Al Sayed, because what was Macomb? Let's use our benchmarks that we've been going to all night right here, right? Whitmer got 57% of the vote in Macomb County in 2018. Remember, she got 52% statewide. That was 57% in Macomb County. Biden got 51.
Next year, you got to come to LibCon. I think you would actually really enjoy
running
it.
against Sanders. Sanders was strong there. Clinton got.
There was a lot of like interesting people.
Yeah.
That weren't online to talk to.
Well, the extracurricular activities look like fun, just hanging out with people and vibing. I just didn't think that, I didn't know everybody was going. Like when you reached out, you're like, are you going? I'm like, no, why? Nobody's talked to me about it. I thought you were just going to go and hang out with Steven and that's it. But I don't know. What did you do? Because did you guys get to hang out and do stuff?
Yeah, we all hung out. I went to the Spy Museum with him. And then at the panels, I watched, I think like four of the panels. His panel was really good. It's still on YouTube. He spoke with Sarah Longwell and 2 others, and they basically talked about like young Democrats and how the party is like moving and stuff. But there was this guy named Jan Warner Muller, I believe. Jan Warner Mullen, something like that. And his panel was really interesting on basically talking about like, it was kind of interesting to hear older Democrats talk about like accountability and how we need to figure out what's going on like after this next election and like actually hold the people who are doing like crazy shit accountable, or like liberalism can't like continue. So it was really interesting hearing like other ideas. There was one wacko who said that there's 9 good-hearted Supreme Court justices. And I was like, well, I can give you 7. I can't give you 9. Or he said well-meaning, something like that.
Well-meaning. Let me guess. Alito and Thomas were on his naughty list.
No, he liked him. He liked them all. I said I can give you 7. I hate Alito. And I hate fucking Thomas, yeah. No, he was like 9 well-meaning ones.
Damn. Well, I'm glad it worked out. That sounds cool. That's a bit of a trek for people, so... Well, I don't know what's left.
Adam's
here.
DMing.
We do have a couple, and we can also probably get to those.
We have some complete.
Right on the
we have some complete counties.
Wait, we're up to 85% in 2 counties as of our latest vote results.
And did the decision desk tell us if we do believe there is more election day vote?
That's good for Haley, I assume, right?
Than we thought initially.
The expected vote in Oakland County got raised a few minutes ago. We don't know. We can't say overall if that what you're saying about the election day vote. Decision desk is not saying that yet.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So, full disclosure, we pass notes back and forth. We're sort of comparing notes because we're trying to think out loud. So
we do have a completed county now.
Give me the completed county.
Loose. We were just there.
We were just up there. Okay. So,
wow.
Sorry.
That took them a long time to count those votes for all 400 of them.
The charm. Okay. So we got. This is tiny, but again, just sort of. I think this is key because we're spending all night saying it's this type, it's that type. If it goes this, here's a place where all the types are now in. There's no conditionals here with this one. I know it's tiny, but I do want to just start this exercise, and we'll show you this elsewhere because I think, look, Luce County, Upper Peninsula right here, and the Whitmer got 70% of the vote here. Again, establishment benchmarks potentially for Stevens here. Biden got 57, and we think we're done in Luce, and Stevens is going to win it, but she's going to get 49. Okay? 70, 57, 49. Meanwhile, Al Sayed lands at 43% right here. When he ran for governor in 2018, what did he get in Luce County? He got 12% of the vote, right? So Luce County is tiny. Okay, but like we've been saying, if this is what we're going to be seeing, okay, sort of from this point north, Stevens wins, but not anything like the Whitmer margin from 2018, okay? Whitmer was running up huge, like 2-to-1 victories in these places. If these counties end up looking much more like this, high single digits, 15, but things like that, then even though this is only, I keep saying, only 8% of the vote lives up here in this northern part of Michigan. But if Stevens is getting like half the margin out of that Whitmer got out of that adds up. Okay, so it could be significant from that standpoint. But I think it could also be a little bit more broadly significant in matching a little bit of what we're seeing in bigger counties where Al Sayed, I think it signals potentially that Al Sayed may have a little bit of strength there. You're talking rural northern Michigan, you're talking blue-collar white voters. You're talking blue-collar older white voters. And Al Sayed may I don't. This is all from Loose, but we're seeing little hints of this elsewhere in northern Michigan. That's why I'm sort of leaning on Loose here. So it might be a sign of some broader strength for Al Sayed. And I think that's what we could say if we zoom out statewide here with only 22% counted. We see a number of big counties right here where, as I've been telling you, Al Sayed got a running start with that election day vote and got a huge lead. And, in places like Washtenaw, oh, look at this. I mean, he's still, we showed you, Stevens is still just under 33%. She probably wants to be getting into the 40s here. This is a real, even with Stevens ticking up, Al Sayed's, sitting in a good position in a place like Washtenaw County. But we've shown you like Eaton County, where that Stevens number, look, we're up to 84% in Eaton County. The Stevens number is sitting at 45.6%. Let's do our little game again with our benchmarks. Let's check in, because earlier it was a little bit of a different story here. 65% was the Whitmer number. We're in that zone of Michigan where Whitmer overperformed. So that's sort of an outlier number, but I put it up there. And then you look to the 2020 Sanders number here, it was 52%, okay? A Biden number was 52%, and then the Clinton number was 44%. Now, we said Stevens can't use this as a benchmark because the Clinton got such a huge number out of Wayne to offset numbers like this. So Stevens has to be north of 44, getting closer to this. Well, she is north of 44 now. She's at 46, okay? There is still some vote to come out of Eaton County. So this number can climb farther, okay? I think she wants to be getting this, high 40s, across 50, something like that. I think that's what we're seeing in some of these counties. I think we're seeing it in like a place like Livingston County as well, where we now have 71% of the vote. Again, let's just take a look at these benchmarks. These are establishment
the UP makes super
here.
good fudge,
Whitmer,
but that's
outlier, 61%, Biden, 52, Clinton, 38. The 38 won't work for Stevens as a benchmark because Clinton overperformed so much relative to her, we think, in Wayne. So again, you're looking more, if you're Stevens, at coming closer to the Biden number. Again, she's north of the Clinton number. She still has vote to come here. She could close in on that Biden number conceivably here. Let's see how that continues to go. I'm seeing her get to the edge, maybe the edge of where she needs to be in places like this. I'm not seeing her do that in a big place like Washtenaw. We have very few votes. We just took you through what we got a little bit more now in Macomb since then. We went from 14 to 20%. Seems like it did not get any better for Stevens with what came in, but that might
Where's
be
my big ass touchscreen brokey?
Came in right there.
Yeah, we can all be like Steve.
The possibility that there's been higher turnout on election day than I think maybe was expected. That would benefit Al Sayed. So there's a lot here that if you're Al Sayed, you're looking at and you're very encouraged by. And there's a lot here if you're Stevens and you're looking at and you're saying, well, maybe with a little bit more here and maybe with a little bit more there. And then I think what it all kind of comes around to is this, Wayne County. Because
How are the keys looking? We're waiting for Wayne.
Maybe with a little bit more here, and here. And then even with all of that, what would she need? She would need something big out of Wayne, and that really is something big out of Detroit. And we're sitting at 3% right here. We've told you, I don't want to send anybody away, but 5 a.m., 3 a.m. That's when we had Wayne. All of it, the last two Democratic
I'm not staying
primaries.
up till 5 a.m., Steve.
We're going to find out. I think what's happening right now is we're going to find out as the rest of these fill in, as we start to get more loose counties, okay? Loose, L-U-C-E, where we got all the vote in. We're going to have a much clearer picture of whether it really is going to come down to Wayne and whether it really is going to come down to Detroit. Because there are some things here, if you're Stevens, that have gotten better as the night's gone on. There's a lot of things here that are encouraging for Al Sayed. Where does Eaton County land? Now we're up to 89% right here, and Stevens is up to 46%. So he continues to tick up. Is it at the level she wants to be at here? How much higher does she want to get it? Livingston County, 71%. We've not heard from Ingham County. That's a pretty big one. It's about 4 or 5% of the vote statewide. It's where the state capital is. That's where I think Al Sayed is expected to have a very big night. Okay, it's a very liberal area. Saginaw, we're still sitting at 4%. If you're Stevens, Genesee County, you're kind of counting on Genesee County, Flint, counting on doing very well with the black vote. Oakland County, we had that number get knocked down to 67. We're still there.
Ottawa.
Macomb, 20.
Wrong country, Steve.
We've gone through to UP. Do we still have anything in? We have very little in Ottawa. Okay. So, they're going to come to me in 1 minute. We're going to talk about Wayne County. So what I'm going to do in the minute in between is leave this up and take some water.
JVL's pitching your strategy on the Bulwark live stream. Dude, he's copying me. He's stealing all my good takes, man. Or wait, which strategy? The getting rid of lying on the news?
Welcome
if you're running
in,
for
Hutch.
office?
Raiders, appreciate you. Why did Hutch give up, man? Hutch rated to me, so I think he gave up, bro. He didn't see what he wanted.
He didn't like it?
He didn't like it. Though Hutch was an El Sayed supporter. I was shocked at how many of my fellow libs were all in on El Sayed.
People in DGG started calling the podcast 2.5 libs.
2.5 libs. Wow.
Yeah, you and Hutch. That's the 2. And then I think the other 2 can make up a half.
But even Hutch was behind El Sayed. It's like,
yeah, he was.
It's tough.
I was surprised by that.
Yeah, him, Josiah, Soypill, Pisco. They all wanted El Sayed. To me, Hassan is a red flag. Like, he's my anti-voters guide, I start there. I could still support a candidate he's behind, but it really makes me pause.
He's like your Michelin guide. You see where Hassan goes, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna stay away from that until I have to.
Exactly. I'm like already suspicious, red flags galore.
That's a 1-star.
But that didn't do it for my boy Hutch. I was surprised. What? I just want to ask these guys, what did Hutch say about all this? Was he happy? Well, see what they say. I mean, look, this is a 6-point game right now. 7 points. No, it's 51.5 to 45. Syed in the lead, 51.5 to 45. So about 6.5 points and 23% of the votes in. There's still 3/4 of the votes to be counted.
A lot of ball.
A lot of game left here. Yeah, I mean, they're not calling it. I was going to have McMorrow on my stream. I was talking to her staff about scheduling that before she dropped out, unfortunately.
Damn. You should bring her off or bring her on after the Senate race goes, see how she's feeling.
Well,
did she give an endorsement out?
No, she said she would endorse whomever wins.
That's smart.
Yeah. No, I
think she has a political career ahead of her, honestly. I do.
Oh, yeah. I don't think we've seen the last of her.
No.
I think she leaves this race untarnished. I mean, there was this thing that came out about her hating on Michigan or something, but I don't know if that was.
I didn't see that.
You didn't remember that? It was like some tweets or something for a couple of years ago. She was like complaining about something in Michigan.
That's how you know that she's from fucking Michigan, man. If you're not complaining about and bitching about Ohio, I would be like, well, have you really lived there? Come on.
Right.
There's something to bitch about. That's what we do in the Midwest.
That's crazy you're from Ohio, man.
Yeah. I was originally born in California, but then like from 5 to 18 lived in Ohio, so
it feels like a tough place, like tough, it's like tough way of life for a lot of people. Am I wrong?
It was
kind of
my parents always I don't know, I never got that vibe, honestly. It was tough for people when the GMC factory closed in like my area. Because a lot of the GM factory, that's what it is. Because a lot of like the people were like factory workers. So I remember around 2008, like people in high school were coming and not being able to afford lunch and stuff like that. So that was kind of crazy to see. But my parents always had good jobs. My dad worked at the post office his whole life. So yeah, I kind of skipped all that.
Dude, That's a great job, man. Stay in
Yeah.
shape, make good money, pension.
He was like a postmaster, so he was like the guy who like ran the whole store, but he worked his way up apparently from like, I think he said he used to be like a janitor, so he worked his way up from fucking janitor to mail carrier to like the guy who hands the stuff to supervisor, and then he got to be the postmaster. So he did the whole fucking shebang.
He rose to become a god of the postal service. Fuck yeah. That's cool, man. You think Sherrod Brown can win? Cook Political Report changed it to toss-up.
Toss-up, they did, yeah. Yeah, I haven't been in Ohio in a while. Probably for like 5 years, I think, was the last time I lived there. Oh, no, 6 years. So it's hard for me to say how the people are feeling. I'm not in touch, but Sherrod Brown, I mean, he looks like he's doing good.
Yeah, legend.
Sherrod Brown still has sauce. Have to give it to Uncle. There you go.
Right. So there's still, and that's Stephen's friendly vote.
Well, he's authentic.
Yes. Well, and when I talked to them today, they were feeling very confident about the early vote for all the reasons.
I can't believe J.D. Vance
that
is
you're
fucking vice
laying out there.
president.
We will come back to you early and often, Hallie. What's so fascinating is.
Okay. We have a minute. Okay, so we have. Okay, top of the hour. Top of the hour. We're going to do another. I'm on this one now. Hi, folks. Top of the hour. We're going to do another update for the news now, folks. I see one. Okay, that's the poll close countdown to Washington. We haven't even mentioned Washington yet. In an hour, the polls are going to close there. The vote by mail. This is a state. It's like Colorado.
Oh my God, we got to get
like
all the
California.
tweets ready.
It's largely vote by
Even
mail.
Mockler at 9:22.
Senator
Abdul El Sayed on the way.
Send, basically, as the polls close,
come
or close
on.
to it. So
Please,
between 11
Haley.
and 11:30, 11:45, a ton of vote to come in Washington. Some congressional primaries there. We'll get to them that are pretty interesting. That's going to happen in an hour from now. I'm telling you this now because I'm not sure between now and then how many chances I'll have. So we've got that. They're going to come to me. The clock just disappeared. I'll look at this one. They're going to come to me in a minute, and what I'm going to do is my producer has put another note together. I'm not going to let you see the notes. Maybe at the end of the night I'll let you see the notes, but he's put another note for me, and while I read the note, I'm going to drink water, except I don't. Is there any more water in here? All right, we can get a little bit more. Say again? Oh, okay. So we have a few minutes here.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to tell him about our note. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right. The key. This is the thing. It's like Adam is telling me things I'm asking him, and
They're
he's
sharing
looking at
DMs.
things, and I'm looking at things.
Ooh.
And I think besides our conversation, we're obviously each thinking in our own heads, what's happening here? Where is this all going? And so that's what the notes are. We're trying to see, like, are we both? And here's the good news, folks. Maybe it's bad news if we're wrong. We're aligned. So we seem to be seeing the same things here. So that was encouraging to get. So we have a couple minutes until the.
Yeah, and we checked in on Luce earlier. We have a couple more.
I don't mean to alarm you,
near full
guy,
counties that we can.
Abdul has went down from 100% chance to win to a 90% chance on Polymarket. He is currently crashing.
Wait, so a 10% drop?
10% drop in the past, 10 minutes, yeah.
Pretty significant.
That's pretty big.
I mean, look, the reason why we stream these nights is to watch the ups and downs.
They're unpredictable.
This, anything can happen, man.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it's only a quarter of the votes in, 6% difference between the two candidates statewide.
Haven't had the biggest area where she's supposed to be doing really well in.
Yeah, there's 4% of the votes in Wayne County where Detroit is, which is a huge pile of votes ready to come in, but may have to wait till the morning to see the results there.
Yeah.
But, I'd be curious to see if we can get any insight on the turnout in the Detroit
It sounds
area.
like that the turnout is in the Detroit area. They were making it sound like the turnout is way more than expected in at least Oakland County.
In Oakland County. Where's that?
Oakland, yeah.
Let me see.
I think it's next to ish Detroit.
Yep. I see, because they have 67% of the votes counted in Oakland County. It is a suburb, though. Not as dense. I do think that Wesley Bell race versus Cori Bush is a pretty big deal, though. Obviously, it's not as big as this Senate race, but I mean, the smaller the DSA majority in the House, the less voice they have. I mean, Abdul is one senator; he's not even DSA, so it's you know, he's in a totally different category.
The Stevens number tonight, the benchmark can't be down here. It's got to be closer to here. How close? That's an art, not a science right now. But look at this. It's really close.
If she wins, you got to get me on Live and Learn next week.
I
gotta be there, man.
And only 4 points south of Joe Biden. And remember, when Joe Biden got 52% of the vote in Ionia County,
I gotta be there. If she loses, I don't want to be anywhere near it.
He won Michigan big because it was a divided field. But his percent, he got 53% statewide. Right? So he got a majority with a little bit of a pad, getting 52% out of here. And here's Stevens running at 48%. So that's a, if you're her and you said at the start of the night, 48% in a place like Ionia County, I'm not sure what exactly their benchmarks are, but it's got to be close to that. And that's that's why when I'm looking like nearby, at Eaton County, that's why we've been saying, is that Stevens number, it's already close. Is it going to land in Eaton County, kind of where we just showed you in Ionia County? Is it going to land, oh, I see Ingham. Is it going to land in Livingston like that? I say she has to do, those are the things, what she just did in Ionia, can she replicate it in place? Here we go. Ingham County. This is Lansing. Now, okay, this is 13% of the vote that in Ingham. Is this vote by, what are we looking at here?
It's a broad base of vote mode. I'm trying to look if it's from a particular municipality, but I haven't quite nailed that down yet.
Okay, so Ingham, and we're going to check in on the congressional race in a second because this is key to that congressional race.
Have I told you my, and it's my idea. Many people are stealing it now. My idea on how you shouldn't be able to lie on the news.
I haven't heard it, but I do think we need to find a way to punish lying, at least in politics. But go ahead. I'd be curious to hear.
My idea is basically if you're in elected office or running for a federal seat, probably even governor, right? That you on news agencies would be under oath.
Interesting.
So like you can plead the fifth or you can not answer a question. But if you are going to answer a question, it has to be honest. Because I think that people just go on here and they just fucking lie. And that's misleading. It's not good. So yeah, I don't know. That's my idea. And now I guess apparently the Bulwark JVL guy's running with it because Steve told him about it. So yeah.
Good. Well, I think you're tapping into something. I don't know if that's the solution, but something's got to give here, man. Like, our democracy depends on people telling the truth. I mean, at the very least about accepting the election results, not undermining the process. But yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I'm shocked every time a politician lies. I shouldn't be after so many years, but it's just mind-blowing to me.
It's like, how many times can they slap in? You're going to be like, oh, well, they slapped me. Yeah, no, they lie. They don't stop either. My favorite one is Mike Johnson now because people are actually asking him like, there's like these 4 big things. Have you heard of it or are you just going to tell us you haven't? Because we just don't want to waste our question.
Yeah. Are you just going to pretend you haven't heard about it yet so you can avoid it? Well, the sad thing is people want to be lied to, though. How do you deal with that? Like, I think we're at the point now where like people want to be lied to and you won't be punished for failing to deliver on your lies. That's a tough one for me,
It doesn't
My
get any
God.
better.
Joined
That was great.
joined by you.
That's right. I mean,
Yeah.
it is.
Only 10 o'clock, folks.
It's only 10 o'clock.
It's late somewhere.
Speaking of Kornacki.
Oakland County, let's talk about it because I think we just got some new numbers in from there, pal.
Yeah, we did just get a little bit more in Oakland. I can show you. Remember, it was at 67% expected vote in. It's now ticked up to, excuse me, to 71% here. Stevens continues to lead here, a 2-point margin, a little bit more than 2 points over Al Sayed. Again, this continues to be a mix of different vote types. So it's in terms of the trajectory here in Oakland of, who's on course. Is Stevens on course? Is Al Sayed on course to do better in the remaining quarter or so of the vote? It's a little bit tough to discern. That's what we're sort of trying to figure out right now. But this Stevens margin, remember when we first got that big initial batch, which included a lot of vote by mail, it did also include, and I didn't emphasize this enough at the time, it did include a lot of election day vote as well. So it was a little bit more of a mixed bag, and Stevens has maintained that small advantage he had over Al Sayed there as Oakland has continued to come in. Again, just statewide, what this looks like here, an advantage there of now it's just under 6 points. That the margin between Al Sayed and Stevens, too, statewide, has been ticking down a little bit lower. It was 8, it was 7, it was 6.5, it was 6.
Everybody's
It's
praying. God, please, it'd be
right
so funny
now
if Stevens
when you're
won.
looking at this, and part of that really is she has been in a lot of these counties posting some very big numbers as the full picture has started to come in. A lot of counties gave us election day vote right away, and it gave Al Sayed a really running start in this thing. And then what's been coming in much more slowly and in trickles in a lot of cases has been more vote by mail, which again has been overwhelming for Stevens. And so I'll give you an example here. It's a relatively small county here. You're about 40
Thank
miles
you guys
outside
for the
Lansing,
subs and the
Ionia
memberships
County.
and the super chats. Appreciate it, man.
This is now,
I think we updated our expected vote there.
Boy, wow! I took a big swing and I whiffed.
That means the voter turnout's way more.
We thought this was complete. We thought we had 100% vote here, and our decision desk has updated it. So I will pause the thought right there.
That's not your fault, Steve. That's not on you. That's not on you. That's okay. Is there anything interesting happening in some of these other smaller rural counties, Steve, that we should be tracking?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's interesting if you kind of look. I've been drawing the line here, basically saying north of Saginaw, and there's not much here in the way of population centers. But the key in this area, is that the establishment candidate here, you would expect would be getting 60% plus of the vote in these places. Al Sayed, when he ran for governor in that 2018 Democratic primary against Gretchen Whitmer, really had some low numbers in northern Michigan, in the UP. We do have a completed county up here. It's very, very small. But Luce County in the Upper Peninsula, we think all the vote is in. And this is one where, Stevens is going to win it. But this is a good number up here for Al Sayed. Okay, a place where he got like 12% of the vote here when he ran for governor in 2018. He lands in the low mid 40s here. This is a place where I think Stevens, again, if she whiffs in Luce County, it's no big deal. It's very, very small. But if, as these other counties, as we
I'm back. Is it over or is it still going? It's going, and it's not looking terrible.
This is the pattern. Underwhelming Stevens victories, much stronger performances for Al Sayed than he had in 2018. Those do start to add up, and they could signal broader kind of demographic strength for Al Sayed that extends outside the region. I say that because when you're talking about small-town northern Michigan and the UP, you are talking about a lot of blue-collar, older white voters. And if that's a demographic in any way that he's overperformed with, who's to say it doesn't extend outside of this? So again, I don't want to make too much, maybe I already have, out of one county in the UP, but we've seen a number of counties come in. I mean, you could just see it right here. This is the Al Sayed shade of blue, right? I've been saying north of Saginaw, and these are a lot of partial results. These are not completed counties, but you are seeing hints in some of these counties that maybe what's happening in Luce County is broader.
All right. Steve Kornacki, we'll be checking back with you in a second. Thank you, pal. Appreciate you being there for us, walking us through all of it.
So interesting. Bigger turnout than expected, and maybe some votes that weren't expected to go Stevens' way coming through. Thank you guys for the subs, the gifted subs, and the memberships, and the super chats. I'm putting them on the count. I'm trying to thank you guys in the chats, but I'm kind of juggling a bunch of balls here. I'm not used to co-streaming. But this is fun. It's nice to have somebody to hang out with. I know it's a little different from what we normally do. But I think it's great. Gets people more excited.
Oh, here we fucking go. Pisco. Okay, coming back to this, was under the impression that absentee ballots were coming in first. Pulled trigger way too fast, regardless of whether Abdul ends up winning. Bad take at the time. Huge L. Oh my God.
Wow. No,
he's running from it, man.
No takesies, backsies. But hey, that's a good sign for Stevens if he's sweating right now.
That is. Pisco's sweating. Ladies and gentlemen, he's sweating. This is good for Stevens.
Where is the Pisco? I know he's bored in Japan. Let's see. I'm gonna text him, see if he wants to come in here.
Yeah,
explain himself.
How can you be bored in Japan?
I don't know. Do I think the lefties will vote for Stevens? I think most people will. If she wins. I still think it's a bit of a long shot here, but obviously we're rooting, you know. We're holding faith.
Again, even if Abdul wins, we will have a good candidate.
Yeah. I think it's important that we put that out there too. Like, listen, Abdul is not the end of America here. I'm sure he'll be a fine senator. People have to remember.
Absolutely, he would be.
This is campaign rhetoric to win a primary and to energize a pretty far left base. And I think people will be pleasantly surprised by how the candidates moderate as we get closer to November. I would hope. I would assume.
This one reminds me of like election night. How like the votes were coming in. That's the closeness we got here.
Yeah. Well, look, either way, this is not a great look for Syed to not just destroy her, right? I mean,
that's what people were predicting.
Yeah, the polls were saying double-digit blowout, and this is not that. Shows that he has a lot of work to do still if he wins this.
Let's take a closer look now, because what's been happening with Stevens, you can see has a spillover effect to this primary. I think did we call it?
Yes.
Oh, hey folks, we got a call we're going to share with you. Ingham.
What are they calling?
It better not be this one. These two assholes.
It better not be this one, motherfucker.
Splitting the vote. These two.
Okay, folks, there is going to be another News Now hit. I don't know if you can hear the show or anything, but that's what I'm. Oh.
It's not looking good.
Yep.
Dembar is beating the DSA guy in Michigan 1. We can't hear, Steve.
Okay, folks, I'm sorry, folks. I don't know if you can hear. They're interviewing a member of Congress. I obviously wait my turn, but that's why I'm being silent here. But 7th District, just as that late counted vote has favored. Sorry. Okay.
We're on the edge of our seat, Steve.
Come on, Steve. Come on, Steve.
Okay, folks. I'm sorry, folks. They wanted to talk about the result in the Kansas Democratic primary. We've called Cindy Holscher the winner of the Democratic primary here. So it's going to be Cindy Holscher, the Democrat, against Ty Masterson, the Republican. Again, this is a term-limited Democrat. This will be the Trump-endorsed candidate. The candidate of Governor Laura Kelly
85.
loses. Okay, she had
And
not
he got
endorsed the
98.
Let's go back to Michigan. That's where we want to be. Okay, I was looking at Michigan 7 because what's been happening in the Senate race there. Okay, in that Senate primary. Where you've seen Stevens in. Are we?
Back to Steve Kornacki at the big board on what just happened in Kansas. Cindy Holscher will be the Democratic nominee for governor. Steve, how did it happen?
Yeah, I mean, take a look. A very close race here. By the way, Kansas very quick at counting their vote. We got more than three-quarter in. Holscher now opening up a very healthy advantage there over Corson. I think one place to take a look right here in Johnson County, because
Kansas
Johnson
is
County
statewide?
is more than
That's
a third
crazy.
Of the vote statewide for Democrats in this primary. Okay, you're right outside
it's governor,
Kansas City, Missouri, Kansas City, Kansas for that matter. Rapid, explosive growth here. There's like 650,000 people. And all three of these candidates, Holscher, a state senator, Corson, a state senator, Kurt Skoog, the mayor of Overland Park, all three of them from Johnson County.
Beautiful,
so in some ways, to me, the question tonight was going to be, is this a Johnson County primary? One of the winners, they got to decide from three of their favorite sons,
This is what I'm
favorite
talking
daughters.
about here.
Johnson County ends up going for Holscher here. Wins this by about a 4,000 vote margin. You can see she also posted a win here of a similar margin. This is Kansas City, Kansas right here. She did extremely well here. Douglas County, where the University of Kansas is. Shawnee County, where the state capital Topeka is. Still vote to come right there. But these are the big population centers here. Really big numbers for her down in Wichita, where Sedgwick County is. And so she did, as the night goes on, pull away from Corson. And so you have that dynamic. And the Republican side, Ty Masterson, endorsed by Trump. This is the story we've seen in so many Republican primaries. Trump endorses.
God, it would be so
Trump gets
funny.
his candidate in
There's
Kansas.
no way, man.
I can't
have anything good in my life. That's just
Laura
what
Kelly,
always
Democratic
happens.
governor, sided with
I'm just
Corson
kidding, I
in
have a really
this.
good life right
Does
now.
not get her candidate.
Which is so interesting because she has gangbusters popularity in the state of Kansas. I mean, I think she's one of the top 10, most popular, highest approval rating governors in the country, and had thrown that weight behind Ethan Corson, who was very happy to talk about that when he was on the campaign trail. The other piece of this too, Kansas hasn't elected a Democratic senator, I think, since the 30s, but it is one of 5 states that is represented by a Democratic governor in a state that Donald Trump ended up winning, Steve. So there does seem to be some interesting dynamics at play. I feel like if the theme of the night is you can't paint with a broad brush, right? This maybe is part and parcel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think one thing we've seen is gubernatorial races can kind of defy the tribalization, polarization of national politics much more than federal races can. Races for the U.S. House, races for the Senate. So you'll see a state like Kansas that's a reliably red state in a presidential election have circumstances where it will elect a Democratic governor. You'll see a state like Massachusetts, not too long ago, one of the most Democratic in the country. Charlie Baker was a 2-term Republican governor from 2014 to 2022. Vermont, does it get more Democratic than Vermont? Currently has a Republican governor who's running for re-election. So I think you get a little bit more of that.
Come on, Steve, get us back to Michigan.
Splitting is not a thing we see that much at the national federal level. You do still see it a little bit under some circumstances at the gubernatorial level.
So, Steve, obviously, the big race we're watching, we have to go back to it in Michigan. Any update you can give us on the Al Sayed Stevens race? We were just talking about it with Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, who talked about, Steve, the fact that tomorrow, whoever wins, if we have results by tomorrow, hopefully we'll have results by tomorrow, that they're going to have to unify. But what are we seeing so far tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to dive right back in here because in the last couple minutes, the vote here has ticked up. It's coming in slowly. It is coming in. We were at about a quarter of the vote. Now we're getting close to 30%. One thing, very big picture that we're seeing, it continues to happen here, is that Stevens in that sort of bottom line number against El Sayed, it continues to tick down. 58, 45, 6. It's now 5.2. We said 8. We said 7, 6.5, 6, and inside of 5. Now we're getting down
how do I add
close to
somebody
just.
here?
So this continues to shrink here.
Who do you want to add?
There's
I can
still
add
a lot to
Pisco.
come here. It's sort of uneven where the vote is coming from. Time myself, I just want to see, we started to get vote in Lansing, state capital, big Democratic bastion. This is a place where Al Sayed wants to do very well tonight. I think he sort of depends on it. Livingston County next door. I will say, and to Grand Rapids, did we get anything more? No. I'm just checking these kind of for the first time here myself. Genesee County, Saginaw County, so not a ton more in those places.
They're roasting
The story
me.
really has been, though.
You should be. You fool.
I should be. Yeah, I thought it was absentee votes. I that were coming in first. I fucked up, and I turned away, and it was narrow.
At least you're not a coward like Mike from PA, because he deleted all his fucking tweets. That actual scum.
Oh wait, did he also fucking? Oh God.
Yeah,
fuck.
he said.
I feel like an idiot.
Hold on, let me pull this tweet up on stream. Do you mind turning your cam back on, Ira?
Yeah, I'm going to.
He said, "I've seen enough. Abdul El Sayed is the Democratic nominee for Senate in Michigan."
I did the same thing as him. Fuck.
Yeah, that's who
great.
that's who you're working with right now.
Fuck me.
Wait, he deleted?
You know what?
Mike deleted him?
He deleted it. He's a coward,
shit.
man.
Oh shit!
Listen, I'll take the. I thought that like it wasn't that election day was coming in first. I knew that was strong for him, but it turns out that like it was in many places. And Haley's, this is like a very impressive, resurgence from Stevens. I would probably support Stevens. Just heads up. So the only reason I'm sweating is because I made a fucking L take. But yeah, they're roasting me. Can someone help me?
Yeah, they can.
What do I do?
Delete your tweet. that's what Mike did. No, don't delete it.
I don't
Keep
know
it
if I
up
should
there.
delete it.
You've already apologized.
Yeah, I have. But
Stevens is at 12% on Polymarket. I'm doing good. We were dooming, we weren't even dooming. We were just, it's fun to watch a close race.
Yeah, you would.
I would support El Sayed in the general. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I will campaign for either of these people. I will go knock doors.
Same.
All right. Are you enjoying the sweat from the El Sayed supporters?
Are they sweating? I'm not looking on Twitter or anything, so I have no idea what's going on. But Mike from PA having to delete tweets
sweat,
is
yes.
hilarious.
Yeah,
that is funny. Amazing.
Oh wow, this really tightened up. There was a huge drop, dude.
Ooh, in Wayne County.
It's there.
Oh no, how much?
It is less than 0.25%. 48.25 to 48.07. Oh my god. This just tightened
That's
up.
the overall statewide margin?
Yeah.
The overall statewide margin is like. No, you're right.
Holy shit.
It's like 0.2% right now.
This is any man's game right now, Pisco.
This is anybody's game.
God.
Dude.
I'm never going to live this down. I'm never going to financially recover from this.
Yeah, Wayne County dropped 21%. They still got 80% of the votes to count there. And that just tightened.
What's the margin?
Oh my.
66 to 30% in Wayne.
Oof. Is it election?
3.8 for Mallory. They haven't said yet on that.
Mallory, you mean Stevens, right?
Sorry. Stevens is at 66. Yeah. Abdul's at 30%. Mallory McMorrow's at 3.8%.
Got it. And do we know if it's election day or absentee?
Apparently it's mail-in is what I'm being told.
Okay, so that margin will narrow.
I don't know if it will, because it seems like Stevens has been doing really well on people actually showing up too, no?
Yeah.
I just think it'll be more narrow than what it is now, the overall margin.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that might still inure to Stevens' favor if it's just a big enough lead in Detroit. Shit.
Wow.
I think I have to delete my tweet.
No, you got to keep it up.
Keep it up?
Yeah, never delete tweets. Just
I don't.
It's okay to make mistakes.
You're right. You're right. You're right. Shit. Wait, I'm obsessed now. I gotta see this fucking margin.
Here's the link.
I just
seems like a good amount more just came in.
New York Times is what I look at. They're a little more conservative.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at too.
Wow,
this just got exciting, man.
It's a nail biter. I gotta leave in 10 minutes for a lunch.
Ooh.
And I'm just gonna be like, we're doing sushi.
Nice.
We're doing More sushi.
Some more vote came in just now, and now it's El Sayed is up 3%, a little 2.5% now.
Yeah.
So he got a little padding there. But this is
They're
close.
trying to freak everyone out.
With 33,
it's a close race. This is a nail biter.
With 33% of the votes counted statewide, it's a difference of about 15,000 votes between the two candidates out of like 500,000.
Damn. Are there going to be like election fraud narratives? No way they do that, right?
Yes, they will do that, of course. But
I know.
We don't know how it's going to go.
But, yeah, true.
Wow.
That's a good number for Stevens in Detroit.
That
and
is
Wayne
a good
County.
number.
Shit, guys. What's the narrative going to be?
Well, it's not over yet. I mean, Sayed is still ahead.
I think you're about to see
but it
some
isn't the
racism.
Commanding.
Pisco. You're about to see some serious racism.
And anti-Semitism. It's not the commanding.
It's not what people thought it was going to be now.
Desired, right?
Yep.
And so whatever happens, it's far from like this clear narrative that it's like this insurgency, the DSA is taking over. So my shame notwithstanding.
Oh, come on. You're fine. What do you think of that, though, Pisco? Because it was like the polls were showing double-digit lead, and now it's looking really tight. Do you think that says anything?
I think it says that, like, Democratic voters are not a monolith, and that you can make all these stories you want about the DSA are going to take over. No, I'm fucking around. But on both sides, right? On the side that, like, all the, these moderate fogies are out of business, have no movement whatsoever. What do these guys say? No motion, no movement,
no motion,
no motion. And at the end of the day, it kind of just means it just comes down to what you can pull.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Maybe if they had APEC money, they could afford alcoholic beverages and didn't have to charge their people showing up. That's all I'll say.
Wow. Is there no open bar?
Well, that'll be
at
the
El
narrative.
Sayed party?
No, man. I'm seeing somebody sent me a screenshot. It's like they have a menu. It's money out of politics, $6 for that cocktail, because everyone's a mocktail. Money in your pocket, $6. But I guess that you have to take it out to give it to them. That's $6. And then Medicare for all, which is $6. So it's 3 different mocktails.
Boring.
Hey, you know they got an open bar at Haley's campaign. They're probably balling over there.
Hell yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. Who will be the most hurt by this?
Hassan.
Can you imagine if they?
I disagree. I think
that'll just be on what?
It's a win-win for Hassan's crew. No matter what happens, they get to cry about APEC money. If he loses, if he wins, they get to say he's a legend and we're taking over. It's a win-win for them.
Well, that's what conspiracy theorists are, though. It like, no matter what, you're gonna have a cop-out.
Yes.
You think that he'll be happy with either result? He'll be upset.
No, he won't. No, he won't. Are you kidding me? If El Sayed loses, you think Hassan will be upset? Hassan will see
if El
dollar
Sayed,
signs in his eyes. Bring, bring,
dollar. He's gonna watch that campaign, and if she loses, he'll be like, "You see, Abdul El Sayed would have won."
You don't think it'll be in like a reflection of his, like? Do you think that he'll accept it that way, or he'll portray it that way?
Pisco, in what world does Hassan accept blame?
Okay, maybe he doesn't. I'm just saying in terms of like
self-reflection. Come on, bro.
Right?
Say it again. Sorry, I didn't hear exactly what you said.
Oh, like objectively, I don't know, man. Like he can't quite make the same narrative that the Democratic Party is turning into the Hassan. I don't know, camp. If he loses, right?
Yeah, but I don't think he can make that narrative either way, especially not tonight.
Given the result,
yeah, no. I mean,
and
again,
Cory Bush lost too, right?
Cory Bush lost.
It was like a
BTF.
Like
there's another DSA candidate who lost.
But I don't.
Yeah, true.
Maybe I'm being harsh, but I really think Hassan would rather not win and continue with his narrative of AIPAC and Israel and corporate Democrats. Because now, if he wins, you got to do something, man. And that is hard to get stuff done, you know?
Yeah, it is hard. This is a fucking nail biter.
It's going to be a nail biter.
I guess I don't take Hassan as seriously as maybe other people do. And maybe that's a blind spot for me, but I just think of him more as somebody who wants a narrative more than change.
Oh, wait, here's the narrative. Mallory McMorrow, you said, is at what, 3.6, it looks like? 3.5, 3.6. That she screwed over Al Sayed if he loses. I guess either candidate could make that kind of. Although, is it clear which candidate McMorrow supporters like favor, relatively speaking?
I don't think it's exactly clear, but I think they pull for Stevens, honestly. El Sayed's election night party in Detroit erupted with cheers as TV screens flashed the results, showing two Michigan progressives, William Lawrence and Donovan McKinney, holding leads in Democratic House primaries. But then they saw the screens flash to the Senate race, showing El Sayed with a narrow lead over Stevens. It grew quiet. There is anxiousness mixed with excitement at the venue, a century-old concert hall.
Yeah. It ain't over.
It ain't over. Nope.
It says that New York Times says that El Sayed is ahead of their pre-election benchmarks by 9 points. But you know, I pulled the trigger way too early. I feel bad. Folks, I gotta go get ready for lunch. But I really appreciate you guys having the coverage, and I'm sure I'll whatever happens, it's gonna be an interesting next live and learn episode, isn't it, Ira?
Hell yeah, man. This is exciting stuff, you know. I'm just glad everybody's tuned in and paying attention. But have fun, man. I'm jealous.
Yeah, have fun.
Yeah.
Have good lunch.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Bye.
All right,
Ciao.
bro. Nice. We got to get more of those, Moot.
More people in?
Yeah, just get people to come in for like 5 minutes.
Let me see if Wick can come in.
Sure. I do.
Let me invite Wick.
Sure.
Hello.
Hello, Wick.
What's up, dude?
Came up for you guys real quick. Are you seeing these returns?
Did you see that flip a few minutes ago? That was crazy. Stomach turner.
I'm going to be real with you.
Mm.
I was doing about this entirely, right? I was like, they got this one in the bag. The margins are too great because I saw pull after pull after pull with the El Sayed up by like 15, 16, 14. That's not happening tonight. At least it doesn't seem so now.
Right. The polls had him winning by double digits.
Yeah. I would be I think it's going to be a 4 to 5 point race, honestly. And
Yeah.
there is a chance look, there's a few locations I'm crossing my fingers on, right? I don't want to get my hopes up too much. But there's a few locations that haven't come in yet that I'm crossing my fingers that I'm like, oh, these are the ones that might give us the upset of the night. But I don't know, man. We'll see. How you guys doing, by the way? Sorry, I didn't mean to pop in here. I was just
No, you're good. I invited you.
Sure.
I'm doing good. I'm excited to see how this goes. It's way more interesting to see a election that's close versus kind of what I figured it was going to be, which is a blowout. So no matter what happens, this is surprising and a pleasant surprise nonetheless.
You know what was a blowout tonight, though? Bell versus Bush.
Yes.
Did you guys see the returns there?
Nasty.
The establishment sends its regards. Okay. It did not go well for Bush. Let's say that.
Yeah, that one was never looking good for Cori Bush. She seemed to always be behind, and Israel wasn't a deciding factor in that district, unless it was more in favor of like pro-Israel. Because You saw Wesley Bell came out today and he was like, the M in Missouri doesn't stand for the Middle East.
Yes.
I like Wesley Bell. He's a cool guy. Put the Israel stuff aside. He's just kind of a cool cat.
Does he have like what's his Israel take again?
Well, he's just like, they're our ally. You know, he's not like Richie Torres or Dan Goldman or John Fetterman, but he's like, hey man, that's our ally, and we stand with them.
Yeah.
Wow. So what's the story of tonight in your guys' opinion? Like, why is it much closer than all the polls were suggesting? What do you think happened?
I don't know. The only thing I can think immediately would just be like minorities were underrepresented, specifically like black people in these polls, but I have no idea.
Yeah, I do think there's a racial element to it on both sides. I think black voters decided they had to come out, and they felt attacked. Maybe that might be part of it, because we'll see what the turnout is in certain counties. But it also looks like in the Upper Peninsula, people are kind of not coming out as much for El Sayed as they were hoping. But I think, Wick, 2 weeks ago, there was that poll that showed Stevens +7 by a couple of local TV stations, that it wasn't some internal poll. It was a real poll. So to go from Stevens +7 2 weeks ago to El Sayed +11 or 13 in 2 weeks, it doesn't really make sense. So I think it's always been a little closer than people have thought.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what happens, whoever wins, what I'm going to take away from this is that two creators at least had a little egg on their face that they called it too early.
I've seen several people calling this. I like the guy, Adam Mockler. Called
yeah,
this
he did
early.
it too. You're right.
Wow.
Might have been a mistake. Like he might look. He might not be wrong, but it's a lot closer to call than I think that anyone was expecting. But I do think, like, for me, this shows that because if you were looking at social media, if you were listening to influencers, if you were listening to the podcasts, El Sayed has had this in the bag, right? There was no chance.
It was a blowout.
Yes. That narrative was manufactured. It was astroturfed, right? And the people who had been what I consider election interference, a minor form of it, like putting out false statements, like an internal Haley Stevens pollster said that she had no path to victory, right? And just a total lie, completely baseless rumor, and posting that, reposting that everywhere, signal boosting that. Keith Edwards signal boosted that.
That was crazy, by the way, especially with how close it is now.
Yes, it might be out. Like that might, depending on how close it gets, might have actually been a thing that actually affects the outcome of the election. That's crazy to think. Like when it was 14, 15 points, I was like, okay, well, all the other polls are showing this too. This might be, it's a lie, but it might not be like that outcome determinative. But seeing the margins now, now it could still change. We don't have 50% in yet, I don't believe. So like we could just get dumps.
We're at 35% right now. Yeah.
Yeah. We could just get dumps for El Sayed. That might happen.
Well,
but we'll see.
Wayne County, the big boy with Detroit, is at 22% of votes in, and Haley's winning 63-33 there. So if that keeps up, that's going to be a big nut for Abdul to overcome. But he's favored with the same day vote. So I imagine that was early votes and mail-in votes, and maybe now the same day votes are coming in, which may favor him more. But you think, Wick, that there was like sort of not astroturfing by the left media, like the leftist media, but like just some overselling maybe?
No, I would go AstroTurf. I think
wow.
that this was a strategy. I think it was a strategy to depress turnout on one side and boost turnout on the other.
Wow.
It's look, aside from the lie about the internal polling, I mean that's politics, right? That's what you want to do, right? You want to try to get your side hyped up, and you want to kind of depress the other side, right? But again, it's not real. It's not real, and I think this also speaks to the strength, or lack thereof, of more left candidates, right? And it does make me even more worried for the general now. If El Said is underperforming in the primary, which he seems to be so far,
Yeah.
then what's going to happen in the general? And that concerns me because the Senate is ultra important, and you won't hear the end of it from me. I will be the I told you so king, okay? If he does win. But I told you so is super cold comfort. I would rather eat crow and say, go El Said, win the general El Said, than I told you so there. So but yeah, I guess I'm rambling a little bit, but I would say it was an AstroTurf campaign to try to push a narrative that doesn't seem to be matching reality right now.
Nope, doesn't seem to be matching reality at all.
Yeah, they were pumping out those internal polls, and they all seem to be like plus 15, plus 13. So I could see it. But you make a good point that like his weakness tonight, which he may still win, right? But this is not a great showing based on the excitement. And I'm not sure where he gets a lot of voters from moving forward. You know, he's pissed off a lot of people, and he seems to not give a shit about the governor's endorsement and things like that. And I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm rooting for him if he wins the primary.
I'm just watching. What other races are we following right now? What's good? What's cooking?
The Virginia one, or sorry, the Cory Bush one got called already.
Yeah. Some of the amendment ones have been, I don't know if they've been called, but there was an amendment in Kansas. The Republicans put forward an amendment to change how justices were appointed. They were appointed by the governor in Kansas, but they put forth an amendment to make them elected judges in an effort to overturn abortion rights in the state, right? That amendment, last I checked, was failing by like 80% to 20%.
Jesus.
So that's good. I haven't checked it in a while, and I don't think it was called.
It is.
But it might have changed, but yeah.
They did call it. It's 79% of the votes in, and then no 63%.
Good. That amendment deserved to fail.
Yeah.
How much does an amendment need to pass? Is it just a simple majority, or do you need like 70% for?
That's a good question. I don't know. It doesn't say in the description.
Well, it failed.
Yeah, it failed. You asked what else is going on. Michigan has, I believe, their 7th congressional district. There's a progressive, William Lawrence, who's running, and he's leading right now with 50% of the votes in, with the two moderates splitting the vote, sadly.
It happens. It happens. I saw Shree. What was the last name of Shree? The guy who he would always put impeachment the declarations towards Trump. Like he would always introduce them. What was his name?
I don't want to mispronounce it. Thinadar or something like that. Where is he?
Yeah, Shree Thanadar. How's he doing? I was looking. He was kind of flailing last I checked, but
looking. I don't know what district he's in.
He is in. Let's see, Congressman.
Come on, Haley.
The 13th, Michigan 13th.
Okay. He's leading right now.
Oh, okay.
53.8 to 46.2, but it's only a quarter of the votes in.
Yeah. Bell and Stevens were pretty much the two I was following closest, so I can't speak to most of the other races tonight. But there are 5 states that are having elections tonight. Let me see. I tweeted them out earlier. Let's see.
I have them. It's Michigan, Kansas, Missouri, Virginia, and Washington.
Yeah. Anything interesting in Virginia? I'm really curious what they're going for tonight.
I'm looking. I haven't heard anything. No, I don't know any of the stories there. Steve Kornacki hasn't been too concerned about Virginia yet.
I don't know, man. It's very close.
Where?
I need to see one more Wayne in the I need to see one more Wayne drop.
Well, but I think Wick kind of hit the nail on the head with like the big story of the night is, how much of that rhetoric and those polls was bullshit. You know, I think we need to look into that a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on over here?
Yeah.
We got some.
What the hell's going on with these polls?
Yeah, like, why are we putting out this bullshit that's nowhere near
It's gonna
reality?
make people. Yeah, it's going to make people mistrust the polls forever now,
Well,
right?
they already-
they're going to be
they
like,
already
these
mistrust
these
them.
might be bullshit, right? And it's hard to gainsay that, because I get the strategy, but much of what the left does, it's short-term gain for long-term harm. They want to win this single race, and so they're willing to sacrifice the people's trust in polling to do it, and it might not even work.
Yeah, I think not a lot of people talk about internal polls and which polls are better than others, and maybe this will get a conversation going because I do think that should be talked about. I mean,
Well, some of the polls were reputable, right? Like the polling, what polling institutions, establishments, companies, I'm not sure what you call them, they were reputable. So I don't know what happened here. Was it just? It might have just been a miss on turnout, right? Like they expected one cohort to turn out, right? Like the electorate to be either younger than it was or more white than it was. I'm not sure, but yeah, it might have just been just a miss.
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, Emerson College is reputable, and they had El Sayed plus 16, and that was sponsored by local TV stations. But again, you know, just 2 weeks earlier, there was a poll sponsored by news stations, Stevens plus 7. So here we have a 23-point swing in 2 weeks. Something's not working, you know?
Yeah, something went wrong.
People in my chat are saying Hassan is coping. I don't know if that's true. Normally, I do check in on him and see if he's crying.
Let me see what he's saying.
Let's see.
He does not look happy. He does not look good.
Oh, no.
Holy.
I'm going to be real. If Steven pulls this off, I'm going to be one of the most petty people you can absolutely imagine.
You already know.
Tweeting Hassan. It's going to be the pettiest shit you've ever seen. Okay.
Destiny said he's going to donate $10,000 to the NAACP if Wayne County brings it out for Stevens.
Hell yeah.
That's crazy. There we go.
Oh. Is Hassan not at a party?
He is.
Oh, okay.
This is the party, man. Can't you see?
He's in his phone. Some guy talking his ear off like that meme with the girl with the big bazungas at a baseball game.
His chat is not looking good.
Nice party, dude. You and one guy.
Good party, man.
What the fuck? Looks like a
That
great
guy's
party.
just going off and Hassan's just ignoring him.
sausage fest, bro.
How'd the conversation go yesterday after I left? I've seen clips, but I haven't seen the whole thing.
Oh boy.
Which one? The one with fucking
With
Keith?
Keith Edwards. How'd it go?
He messed up and then got called out and then got coddled by Josiah.
Did you see the retweet he did, Wick?
Which one? Oh, the one that called us freakazoid sex perverts?
Yeah. Oh shit.
Honestly, I'm not even mad. That might be my new handle. Wick TV, freakazoid
Sex pervert.
Okay.
That was the Gato Fumante tweet, right?
Yeah.
Hold on, is that Dan?
Hey, Peach.
What's up,
Yeah,
fellow?
invited Peach and Dan.
Okay, hold
Peach
on. Fellow
super
Israel
content,
supporters?
Dan's
Whoa.
super content too.
Sorry, I gotta shut down.
APAC.
Yeah, this guy Gigaban, dude.
Oh, shit.
Oh, sorry.
I
No,
forgot
this
that
is
you're on
not
Twitch.
Dan. This is
No, it's all, I shut down the Twitch. I'm sorry. I'll tell them.
Oh fuck! I'm so sorry. I forgot that
They don't
like
insta ban
10
you.
out of 10 gigaband.
No, I know, but it's okay.
I may be the most banned man of all
You
time,
are the
though.
most banned man on
This
Twitch,
is not
unironically.
Dan. This is Snark Man.
True.
We got a Peach too. Awesome.
I don't know who Dan is.
What's up, Peach?
Hi.
Hell yeah.
I need one more
Dan.
Wayne hit, and I need it to be big.
I haven't heard that name in years.
We need a drop. Look at this. Look at those margins. Look how narrow that is. The thigh gap here is very, very narrow. Okay.
Oh.
That it just widened a little bit. That's not good, but
Isn't that good when the thighs widen? Or is it like the opposite,
I
where
mean,
in
it's a
politics you
preference
don't
thing. It
want
was just
that?
kind of a joke. It was a throwaway joke.
Oh.
Don't read too much into it.
Oh.
Somebody said in my Twitch chat, Hassan sends his regards. I had to shut it down.
I'll you can start it up again once I'd get on camera, but I'm naked. Not because I'm like doing anything obscene. It's just that I was running fiber in my backyard and I'm all dirty.
How are you running what are you running fiber for?
I want to connect my main house to my guest house. I want to get more speed, you know?
You fucking rich fuck. Your guest house.
And I fucking
It means it's cuck, Jen.
I fucking
Oh.
it took me so long and I got it all the way. It's like 150 feet and it's taking every ounce of my paws are all fucking blistered up and I finally got it. And then the fucking line snapped underground halfway through. I'm going to kill myself. Not literally, but you know, actually.
Stay alive for us, buddy.
So now I'm using a microtic wireless wire instead, just 2.5 gigahertz instead.
Dan, Destiny asked a really good question. I don't know if you saw that. He asked, "Why are you running fiber optic cable naked?"
Oh, I
Can
wasn't
you address
naked.
that?
I wasn't naked. I started clothed, and I was clothed throughout the duration. But when I was finished, I was completely soaked in sweat and dirt.
Oh, when you finished. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I walked into my office here, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. And I just took off my clothes, locked the door, and I sat down, and that was it. That's what you do. I mean, you work hard in the backyard. You know, I ain't got time to deal with all that stuff right now.
Whoa, you just did ASMR. I can hear you scratching your beard.
Yeah.
Do it again. Chat. Tingles.
I need more politics.
Sorry. So, how funny will it be? I just like if Stevens wins this, I have so many meme images. Actually, I need to make like multiple meme images now so they're on lock immediately. I need the one so Steve did one. It was okay, but there's definitely I need like a video one. You know in Georgia where they had the pipes burst and then they started like shoving ballots under the table? I need to do that, but I need to be in the video and then I need to be wearing like a yarmulke or something as I do it. Like there's a whole lot of options. Good stuff to happen here.
Wow.
I'm getting ready with this one where Mike from PA was saying vote blue no matter who on Twitter. Oh, that's gonna be great.
Ugh.
God, it would be so funny. Please.
Look, if there is a God and he exists, I don't ask for much.
I don't ask for
But,
much.
I'll say this. You know how you guys are all doomer pilled. Like no matter what happens, they're gonna be happy because either they can say Israel stole the election or that their guy won and did it. Well, here's what I'll tell you. No matter what happens, we win. Because I'll tell you right now, the second that this is over, Abdul is going to drop Hassan like the fucking Toy Story Woody guy in the trash. Like, oh, I don't want to play with you anymore. When he realizes half of the fucking state does not sign up with that shit instantly. Moderate the fuck out of himself. In fact, he already is. I saw him today saying he's wanted to work with healthcare companies. What's going on? I thought we were going to have Medicare for all. What's going on here? So no matter who wins, we win because there's nothing better than seeing that will be this guy. That's that's their man. Yeah,
he will bend the knee to the moderate caucus.
And they will be so mad.
Well, that's what
I'll be gracious. I'll be gracious about it. Okay.
I won't.
Accept it.
This is a win-win for that crew because they get to cry about AIPAC money in Israel if they lose, and if they win, they're like, "See, we're killing it. We're doing great." So
Yeah, but that they get that now, but then we get the ultimate win-win. You know what I mean? Because
Why?
we get our guy in, right?
Who's our guy?
Either one doesn't
You
matter.
mean our oh, yeah.
Abdul or Haley, or you know,
What's the-
either is fine. Honestly,
I asked the other two. I'll ask
I
you,
agree.
Dan and Peaches. What's the story of tonight? Why were the polls seems to be so freaking wrong? Like
because
I was seeing
they
poll
don't
after poll saying
fucking
plus 14.
they don't because the people who answer polls are always
pollsters
fucked.
don't care about black people.
Well, no, well, there's that, but also the people that answer polling questions you're already segregating yourself to people who will answer a fucking poll. That's the problem. You know, you want accurate polls, you got to go out and stop motherfuckers. You have to go to a fucking supermarket, slam a motherfucker against the wall and be like, tell me who you're going to vote for or I'm going to kill you.
Else.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only way you get an accurate fucking poll. Aside from that, it's all bullshit. Otherwise, it's a bunch of old fucks and college kids who are like, I'm voting for the Israel candidate or I'm voting for the candidate that's not, you know, like that's what it'll be. So that's it. That's why polls are fucked. And that's why so few polls are good.
True.
Well, my theory is it's been astroturf to hell. Like it's not just that polls are bad; it's that they were crafting bad polls to push a narrative to depress turnout, right, and to get hyped up for their man. That's my theory. But Peaches, what do you think?
I don't know what this election is or what's happening.
Really? I was gonna ask, are you following
Yeah.
any of this?
No.
All right.
No, that's just my wife. She wanted
I
to come in
don't.
and say
I was
hello for a
like,
minute.
is the Trump Biden thing happening right now? What's going on? And then I was like, it can't be the election. I totally would have heard about that by now. So I don't know how or who's getting elected or why. Like, why there's so many elections? But
You know, I've just
yeah.
decided, Peach, that it'll be very cute if you decide to lay on thick the much more Canadian accent.
She's Canadian, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Like, you might as well just go all in. I think it will be a much more, it's like a way better vibe. I want you to be like, so, you know,
I
what
don't
do you,
know. I don't know.
Yeah, what are you
what's
saying
going
about
on.
these candidates? It's in Michigan, so it's not so far, but, you know, I didn't hear too much. That's tonight. Like, that's what I want. I think I think Mr. Mrmouton would like that as well. He's told me that he wishes you would do a more thick accent. Was I not supposed to repeat that? I'm sorry.
I'm being told
That
she's
sounds
trolling.
good, eh? And I'm really not trolling. I'm sorry.
You don't follow this? At all?
Am I Mood, am I trolling?
No, she doesn't. She watches GTRP.
Bless
Wait,
your heart.
can I? Okay, Emia just sent this to me, but this is kind of how I handle a lot of American politics.
Fair enough.
And yeah, but you guys do your thing.
Oh, that's a good one right there.
You liked it, Dan? You like what?
Yeah, hold on. I can think of a
You work
way.
with that?
Oh, I got this one. But it's not even related to the election. I'll just throw that up on Twitter. Be like, okay, hold on. The Snark Man.
Okay.
We're down 15,000 votes. Or is it 20? Oh boy.
Oh, the
I need 20,000 votes in Wayne County.
Okay, hold on.
Well, Wayne County is up to 25% of the votes in, so still a lot of votes to come in there. 75% of the votes to be counted still, and Haley Stevens winning the votes so far, 60-37.
It's 23, yeah.
we need to up those margins too, though, right?
We
Like
do.
we wanted at least
quite a bit,
65.
actually.
But I'm crossing my fingers. If we're gonna make it, if we're gonna actually pull this off, I'll just be real with you. The fact that it's like so much closer than all the polls suggested, I'm taking that as a W for me.
Sure.
Okay. The narrative W, I think I'll take that. For the giga W, for the eternal W, we need the actual win though. Then I will be insufferable on Twitter for the next week.
Why do black people hate Abdul El Sayed? Like, what do we have a reason?
Arabic name. You think I'm like, you're looking beyond that? They're like, that's it.
Right.
Where's the old ass fucking meme of like, the leftists freaking the fuck out as black people were voting for Biden, and they say, "Ha ha ha, it's the Obama guy," and then they were fucking screaming. That's a
You made
classic
fun of
meme.
Obama. I'm not joking. Ooh.
You guys must know this meme. Come on.
Tough
No,
crowd today.
sounds
Dan.
like an ancient meme.
What is it again?
Okay. IRI will know the meme. It's a bunch of leftists that are in meme format, like crying, saying, "No, you can't vote for Biden. He's a war criminal or something." And then there's a bunch of like black chads that are like, "Ha ha ha, it's the Obama guy. Cool." And then they vote for him.
No, I haven't seen that one.
It's a good one.
That's an interesting one. Yeah.
Some people know about it. They'll find it.
Well, there'll definitely be plenty to talk about in this race, even with what's happened so far. That Wayne County dump was nasty.
Oh, it was for sure.
I can't believe these two fucking Dems fucked each other over.
Morons.
Absolute fucking morons, man.
Well, I mean, don't forget, at a certain point, McMorrow was the favorite, right?
No. I'm talking about Michigan District 7.
Oh.
Yeah, there's two moderate Dems split the vote and a progressive guy won. This is why I'm talking more and more about, like, we need to manage who our candidates are and who's in and out. Like, we don't need to leave this stuff to chance. It's infuriating to me. It's like, well, hope somebody good runs, hope a random guy decides to run for office who's just an amazing person. I mean, what are we doing here? They're not doing that on the progressive, like the leftist side. They're out there looking for people and asking for submissions and really trying to court people.
Liberals have grown lazy. We've grown lazy. We've grown lazy and complacent, and we need to stop. We need to step up, like IRI said, and get involved and be particular, be persistent, and get good candidates, strong candidates across the finish line. Stevens, kind of a weak candidate. Let's admit it.
Don't say that. You're gonna have Mrmouton fucking beating you down.
I don't think so. I like Steven. She was a good...
I like her too. But we can imagine if Whitmer had run, Whitmer would have just blown this out. Just crushed it.
Don't say that. Dan doesn't think women are electable in Michigan.
Whitmer ran. Hold on. Whitmer got elected in Michigan. What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Dan doesn't think that we should have any women running in swing states. That's true.
I'm sorry. You know what? I don't care. I'll say it again. Okay. I think that in competitive states, you should treat it like fucking Miami Beach in the 40s. Nothing but like white men in the 40s to 50s, and that's it. No fucking risks whatsoever. That's it.
I kind of agree with that, because if you're trying to get just someone on the left elected, fucking anyone, then you don't want to take risks. Not in those states. Everywhere else, yes, but not in those states.
Oh, my queen. True. Leave this fucking Lego loser behind. Ascend.
To what? A fucking cat man?
Yeah, that's Ascension.
The
Snark Man. All right, Mr. Moon just is
Women
texting me
hating other
furiously.
women. Classic.
Yeah, I told you, and you said, Dan, you're being ridiculous. Well, honestly, I will say there's one thing. I hope, please God, if Stevens wins, okay, I need it to be by a small margin. Very small. I don't want it to be a blowout. I want it to be very small.
10 votes.
I want it to be by 10 votes because then I can be like, hey, Hassan, you probably cost Abdul the election. Yahoo! Just like that. I'm going to do that to everyone. Please, a 10-vote win.
Look what they're afraid. Look at them. Mike from PA. It looks like this race is much closer than expected. Yeah? No shit, Sherlock.
Oh, great analysis.
But were they?
by
They
Michael.
said that like nobody had to go out and vote or something because it was going to be a landslide. Is that?
No,
what
they
was?
called the election for him. They're an idiot.
Oh. How do they always manage to be wrong?
Just always on the wrong side.
Yeah, your ops make your job easy. Okay, hating on them's easy because they're always wrong.
Okay, I managed to find the fucking meme. Holy shit. But it's not the black guy. But imagine it's a black Giga Chad guy instead. That during the primaries. That, I mean, come on.
Invite Hutch. He's invited if he wants to join.
Yeah, Hutch can come.
I mean, it's. We're not going to get an answer tonight, is what I'm seeing, I think.
No, we're going to have an answer tonight.
Well, once Kornacki signs off, then we know it's cooked for the night.
It's done.
As long as he's still going, then there's some juice to be squeezed from this.
He'll squeeze that juice too.
He's not messing around. He'll get out of there as soon as he
around.
realizes he's gonna have to wait hours and hours.
Thank you, Kornacki.
He's not going all night. Yeah, this is kind of like election night, man. Like it's just
it is. Yeah.
It's hurry up and wait. It is there's some excitement here and there. That Wayne County dump though, that's not usual. Something like that. So
Wayne
that
County
cool.
can't count.
Oh.
Please.
We need the stop the vote memes to start happening.
I told two of my ops that were at the Abdul El Sayed thing, I was like, I need you to tell me if they start chanting "Stop the vote."
Well, it's 3.5 points separate the two candidates with Abdul up right now. So we're not trying to stop this count yet.
Yeah,
Nope.
Abdul is in the better position right now.
Sure.
You want to be up, but that's
True.
so close. That is so close.
But Wayne County hasn't moved. I mean, it's at 26% of the votes in, and I mean that's just the monster that's going to.
I think it moved from a plus 23 to plus 20 now.
Yeah, and Haley's dropped a little bit. 58 to 38 is her lead, but that's still a 20% lead.
Can I ask an annoying question?
Mm-hmm.
What's the election for?
The Senate.
So there's going to be a new senator.
Well, the primary for the
it's
Senate.
the primary for the Senate. So it's for the who's going to go face the Republican in the Senate
in November
race.
Yeah. Or okay,
so
cool.
There's 5 states voting tonight, and it's just primaries for both parties to decide who their candidate will be on the ballot in November for House, Senate, governor, stuff like that. But this is the most exciting one.
If McMorrow wasn't on the ballot,
it would be closer, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder what percentage of McMorrow voters would go to Abdul versus Haley.
Honestly, I don't know if it would have that much of an effect. I think it would, like, if you're still voting McMorrow at this point, I think it would split.
Well, McMorrow did not endorse anybody, and she didn't even hint really at who she supports. She said she would support either candidate, whomever won. But she was more progressive, so I imagine, yeah, it's probably like a 60-40 split, maybe more towards Stevens. Still a more drama than we thought there would be based on those polls.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
I thought that would be an early night. I thought I was going to take some lumps. Frankly, a few people were quote tweeting a few of the. I made a tweet talking about how the Whitmer endorsement mattered, and people were dunking on me early in the night. They've stopped doing that. We'll see, right?
I think that is true. I mean, it's the popular governor. She's the top 10 governor in the nation, and her endorsement means something.
So what's interesting is on the poly market for Wisconsin.
Ooh.
Today it has moved a little bit, at least. David Crowley is at 15% now.
Okay. Are you saying that it moved because of what we've seen in the last hour in Michigan? Or
It's hard to tell. Let me look more.
what? And I wonder, I don't really look at that, the prediction
I
markets.
never look at it, just when it's going. Yeah, and I mean, in the last hour, yeah, it definitely did. It moved from, David was at 6%. I would say David was at 6% at 8 p.m. And now he's at, yeah, David Crowley. And now he's at 10.8%. So
Oh, shit.
4 to 5%.
Here, I'll share this in the chat.
I think Dan will like that. This was posted less than an hour ago.
Oh yeah, they're all idiots.
Nah, this Bernie Sanders was like,
Oh, it's a
"Oh,
Bernie
I'm not
man?
comfortable with El Said's ties to Hassan Piker."
Wait, did he
Right?
say that?
Yep.
No, he did not.
I tweeted.
How can he say that when he's talked to? What the fuck? How?
I mean,
how is that
It's
even
not-
possible?
It's not a quote, so I don't know if he actually said that.
It can't be because he's talked with fucking Hassan before directly. That
Yeah,
would be
but
like, I'm
he
not
was-
comfortable with testicles.
He
It's
didn't
like,
seem
well,
too thrilled to talk to Hassan last time I saw him. He was kind of like hurrying him up, literally like moving his hand, like, come on.
This caption is fabricated off a CNN interview. Bernie expressed not being comfortable with a singular Piker dumb statement, but expressed praise for Piker.
that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Look, maybe
I
got you baited. I got you baited. I apologize.
I saw an interview with Bernie. I think it's what you're talking about, where he was like, well, you know, I do interviews with people I don't always agree with, that type of thing. We got to talk to people. Fake news. Wow. Nick.
I got you baited. My
It's all
bad.
right. We all want to believe it. I think it's
It's true, I
inevitable
was
though.
excited.
Like at some point, Hassan's gonna do something or say something that Bernie's just gonna have to be like, all right, bro.
Well, I think he should. I think he gets some of the blame for the poor performance tonight. Honestly, I think Hassan drove people away in a real way. But
Or-
that's just me.
Drove people out. Could have gotten some more people to come out for Stevens too. Like, hey,
It's
wait a second now. We're not letting this take over our party, kind of thing.
How many people are left in the inner cities, the big cities, to be counted?
And tonight, okay. Well, Wayne County is where Detroit is, and they've only counted 26% of the vote there.
Okay, and that went what? How did that go?
58-38. Haley
Okay, that's a lot of people.
20% more, yeah.
What about the other big cities?
You got Grand Rapids, Kent County. That is 53% of the votes in, but Abdul El Sayed is doing very well there. Ann Arbor.
What's the
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
where? How is the area of Dearborn? How much of that is in?
I don't even know where that is.
I don't even know where that is.
Yeah.
I'm looking at. It's in the south, I believe.
Dearborn is Wayne County? Dearborn is a city in Wayne County.
Okay, there you go.
Wayne County. I saw that earlier.
Wayne is the big one that we're talking about.
Wayne is 26.4% in.
Yeah.
It's going 57 Stephens, 38% El Said.
Okay, that's crazy.
Are we sure it's Wayne County?
Yeah. I mean, that's what Instagram, or sorry, that's what Wikipedia says.
Because the county next door, Washtenaw, is 63% El Said, 33% Stephens, which would make more sense to me. But maybe it may. Again,
Come
maybe
on,
I'm just-
Steve.
You know, Dearborn is the highest proportion of Arab Americans of any city in the United States.
You do this math.
Y'all know that?
Before I came here.
I did not. Now I
I did
do.
not.
Did you know that gorillas have?
I did.
Damn it.
Not. I don't know where you have what?
Gorillas have not been seen drinking water.
That is not true.
There's like one time they saw it.
So they haven't.
Drinking water?
Yeah,
What do they drink then?
they don't drink.
Diet Dr. Peppers.
They don't drink.
What do you mean they don't drink?
It's incredibly rare
Okay,
for them
how
to drink.
many-
They don't
how
drink.
many
They get all of
votes-
their water from leaves.
Oh, you know what? Detroit is located in Wayne County too. So interesting.
I mean, Detroit plus Grand Rapids. That's everything, really. The other shit, you know, that's a lot.
Come on, Stevens.
Man, Detroit by itself, 650,000 people there. And if that breaks that way, that's almost insurmountable if the other shit is like
Yeah,
this.
it's a big lead if she gets that. But
God, please, God, just win by like 5 votes. By 5 votes, please.
if she wins by 5 votes, I'm gonna say it was the Wick endorsement that did it. That's what.
No, it wasn't anything we did. It was Hassan turned a few people away. What do you want me to say? That Mike from PA interview really sunk him. Shit like that. Oh, God. I know it's unlikely, but we've been good, Santa. You know? Have we not?
What is going on with these pollsters? Maybe we should start a fucking polling company. How hard could it be? I go to Costco.
Oh my God.
I ask who you vote.
Moot, we could make the best polling company of all time because we would do it correctly. These guys do it like fucking morons.
I'd put a gun to him and I'd say, who are you going to vote for? Tell me honestly.
You gotta go to something that everyone, you know what? You have to go to a place that everyone has to go to. You do your polling outside of the fucking DMV
Gas
or something.
station. Oh, the DMV.
Like everyone's got to go to the DMV.
I just want to say to my channel, I missed a bunch of subs in the Kick chat, so thank you guys for that. Real DGia. Let me see who else did it. 25 subs like an hour ago. My bad. I didn't even see it. Zeus, thank you for gifting 5 subs over there. And Mowgli with the sub. And Toke with the 2,000 kicks. Vault with a gift sub as well. And Toke with the resub. Thank you guys. Sorry. I'm trying to juggle a lot of balls here with this. This is not normally how I do things, but it is a lot of fun hanging out with these guys, so forgive me. But I appreciate all the support and everybody hanging out and being excited. This is a fun race. This is cool to see the ups and downs. And Syed had a 30-point lead at one point, and he's down to like less than 4 points now. So very interesting. But thank you guys for chilling.
It's jokes, and we're friends. And you guys need to chill the fuck out. You guys start losing your fucking marbles when we meme with him. Stop it, okay? What you need to do.
He just 6'7".
Yeah, just stop.
Yes, IRI 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", 6'7".
You guys need to fucking knock it off with your sycophantic, like, oh, it's just politics stuff. No, end it.
What are you talking about?
And what?
Except
and what? Are you telling them to kill themselves?
All right, back to news, or I'm gonna kick you guys out. Thank you.
Boom, headshot.
What?
No, I was talking to my chat. That's all.
I want one more big Wayne drop.
Well,
I'm
sure people on Twitter are saying when we can expect it. So maybe somebody can find a tweet from some voting professional out there that can let us know when the next drop is expected.
Any knowers?
I ain't seeing anything on my line, unfortunately. Most of what I'm seeing is there's a few El Said backers who are like, well, actually, you know, Obama only won barely his primary in Michigan, or not Michigan, but his primary in 2008 too. So, you know, this doesn't mean much. It's just cope. The fact that she's kept it, she's beaten the poll by 10 points is crazy.
Yeah.
They're sweating, man, because the big votes are in Detroit.
Oh, they are sweating. Just tune in to
They
Hassan.
are.
I'll bring him up again on my stream. Let's see how's our boy doing. Oh boy. How
Oh, everybody's
depressing.
watching Steve. We're all watching Steve.
Yeah, man. How depressing. He's sitting here in a bar by himself streaming. Like, what are you doing, man?
He should be at home with friends, man.
Well, either stay home or go enjoy the event and be around people.
Yeah.
You know, like, what are you doing?
Well, he can't do that.
Oh, this is the Hassan went to
sad.
Detroit? It's the Hassan effect of Detroit.
It's just like depressing looking at him. Like he's in a dimly lit bar. Nobody can go near him. No guests, no friends. Just leave me alone. Let me show Steve Kornacki on my cell phone to my audience.
What up?
Oh, you know, real quick, I just got to get this in because it's an election night. I do have a new hummus, and it's my favorite. It's Miami Twist truffle hummus. It is fucking amazing.
Ooh, that sounds good.
It
What are you
is
dipping
so-
at?
Crackers or
You can't say that on Twitch,
chips. Either, but it's so good.
Wow. Happy for you, Dan.
Thank
You
you,
tell 'em,
IRI. You know, IRI, I was telling earlier, these people have they think that you're incapable of humor.
He was here for that. He was
No, he
sitting
was
here.
muted talking to his chat when I was doing that, actually.
I'm hilarious,
Can you-
dude. I've been paid money.
I know
to
you
be in
are. I know you
movies
are.
and TV, so I know I'm hilarious.
Yeah, I saw you in a movie once. Fuck, it was I think you were like were you a bellboy? I don't remember. Fuck.
I'll be Rat Race.
I
from
knew you
Rental
were in
Car.
I think it
a
was Rat Race.
music video. I didn't know
Yeah.
you were in movies. Damn.
Yeah, I had to see Whoopi Goldberg in a movie called Rat Race.
You were in Rat Race?
It was Rat
I
Race.
saw Rat Race. Rat Race was great.
Hell yeah. I know. I mean, I don't get to
They were
express
all
my humor
looking for like a
much.
prize. It was like a race, like an actual race with people, and they had partners and stuff. They were going for a prize. Is that the movie I'm thinking
Yeah,
of?
it was
or-
like an all-star cast, a bunch of
Yeah,
great
yeah.
people in it. But everybody thinks I'm so serious, but if you hang out with me in person, I'm dicking around 90% of the time.
You just have like an air of authority about you, a gravitas, if you will. It does. I do get nervous talking to you.
Wow.
I hope that's not weird to say, but I do. You make me nervous, sir.
I've only been nervous around one streamer, and that's Tyler
Me.
One.
Oh.
Nah, you don't have to be nervous around IRI. If you move fast, that's actually like your biggest advantage. He has trouble tracking, the vision impairment.
I didn't think he was a T-Rex.
Turn the lights off, I'm screwed.
Exactly. It's like that episode of House.
Oh my god, someone in Nissan chat said nuke Detroit. Jesus! Oh my god!
Clip that. Get a screenshot of that. I'll tweet it out and be like the leftist the moment they start losing, right? Like,
yeah.
Stardust, what's up? You there?
You're muted.
Mute on your end.
Hey, I'll be right back.
Okay. Too early to call, guys. 49% of the votes counted.
Sheesh.
And it's still up in the air right now. I mean, this is a great sign for Stevens.
This is a pretty big piece of real estate. About
Sent that
4% of the
tweet.
vote statewide is going to come out of here. This has, outside of Wayne,
send.
this has the second largest concentration of black voters in Michigan. So again, what we're telling you in Detroit, it applies not quite as dramatically, but it applies to Flint and to Genesee County, and we're just kind of getting started there with the vote, 23% that's in. In Saginaw County here, again, there's a substantial, not as much as Flint, certainly not
Blacks
as
and
much
Jews about to
as
link
Detroit,
arms
but
to
there is
protect each other
a
from the
meaningful black
oncoming
population there,
pogroms.
especially
Jesus
in this Democratic
Christ,
primary.
Destiny.
Quarter of the vote, Stevens there leading, by a double-digit margin. Opportunities for Stevens in these places to post pluralities that could really
Touch
eat
one's
into
on.
what
He's
you're seeing
invited.
from Al Sayed right there.
Maybe I can
I'll
add
add
We're
him.
also
None
trying
of
to
you
get
know
a
how-
handle on what we've been showing you in a place like Grand Rapids, Kent County, where Al Sayed got huge numbers out of the city of Grand Rapids. That included the vote by mail in Grand Rapids, and where the rest of the county and vote by mail is kind of trickling in. Her number's sitting at 33%, with 71%. That's got to go up for her. But if the variable in this, I think, really is what she can get out of Detroit and what Wayne ends up looking like at the end of this. And I just say that because, pull it back up there. This is what the county looks like, what Wayne County looks like right now.
Playing
Detroit
into
and
this
everything else that's been
way
counted
too much
so
now,
far.
and you know
you
what you're
see the
fucking doing, and I don't
advantage
like
she's
it.
getting there. And to put
Get
that
yourself
into
under
context,
control.
I won't say it again.
right?
I'm sorry, sir.
We keep
Welcome
talking
back,
about
IRI.
this great
Welcome-
Look
welcome
who
to
it
the-
is.
She was
It's the man of the hour.
2018
Welcome to the Lib
in
Squad, Hutch.
Democratic, when she won the Democratic.
What are you whippersnappers doing? I'm getting ready to watch my programs.
Vote in Wayne.
Well, I
Right?
think you
And
need
see
to
where
tune in
Stevens is
right
running with
now
that
to
right
see
now.
what's
And again,
happening
Wayne
on the
is-
race in Michigan.
No, I'm paying attention to it, but that's not like I feel like the consensus is we're not going to know until like 4 a.m. and I'm not staying up for that.
That is my
benchmark
guess as
here
well.
for Stevens, and we're saying She's hitting it in this
You
county.
could at least.
But are you surprised that it's
before you go,
that it's
before you
closer
watch your
than you
shows? I have a
thought?
question. I have a question for you, Hutch, and I've asked the others. What's the story of the night here? Why were the polls so wrong? What happened?
I have no idea. The only thing, like, smarter people than me say that it's just getting way harder to poll, and for some reason Michigan is difficult to poll. I'm being told that, like, black people are difficult to poll, specifically in that race, but I legitimately have no idea. But it's shocking. This is like one of the biggest polling misses that I've seen on an election night. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, it wasn't just one outlet either. There was reputable outlets. Emerson, I believe, had him up by 14 points. I do wonder how, like, is this a sign? Like, now questions of electability become much more important here, right? If he's underperforming this much in the primary, what's going to happen in the general?
It's bad. That's a bad sign. I mean, we're all biased, I assume. Like, I don't know. Like, again, like, he was technically my light pick for that race, but, you know, it's bad. Like, it doesn't inspire confidence. It was a nasty primary, so he definitely has to win over, like, a lot of Steven supporters. And, you know, you definitely don't want to see these. A lot of women, a lot of black voters, man. She's apparently just, like, crushing it, like, absolutely crushing it with black voters, which is another, like, yeah, it's not great. I mean, but, like, DSA apparently had a bad night in Missouri and Kansas. Like, Cori Bush lost against Wesley Bell, and there was another pretty high profile race in Missouri or Kansas that didn't go their way either. So I don't know.
They're gonna blame it on AIPAC. They're gonna blame it on AIPAC. So.
Well, obviously, yeah.
Duh.
But I mean, they're just continuing the trend of demonstrating that they're just, like, they just really struggle outside of safe blue areas, and tonight is, like, a, you know, double confirmation of that. So
It's the Bush win, or no, I'm sorry, the Bell win against Bush in Missouri. Like, the margins on that I've seen, are just astounding. But we knew going in that Bell.
I thought that was going to be a closer race. Like, not this close, but I didn't think it was going to be a fucking blowout.
Yeah, I agree.
it's a pretty bad sign because she's fucking insane. Like, she literally thinks that, no, I'm serious. She thinks that she claims to have been able to heal people, like, with her hands and, like, prayer. And, you know, like, she's just, like, a legitimate crazy person. So hopefully he puts up pretty big margins there, because she's just an awful, awful candidate.
I'm looking to see the exact.
I think that's the last we've seen of her. Can be tough to run another race after this.
Twice?
Yeah. I mean, you've been rejected by your people now twice. You know what I mean? Like, this is her. This is, like, her community saying no.
It's probably it for her.
You know, Biden came back, though, after getting rejected a few times for president, right? Didn't he run, like, twice for president?
That's true. That's true.
True, but then he became vice president with Obama, and that kind of, I think, gives him the edge. I don't see anyone picking Bush as their vice president. I just don't see that happening.
The Republicans might get confused. They might be like, all right, we need to get a Bush back in. Oh, shit. Wait, this isn't the one we wanted?
That's a great strategy.
We had
So yeah, 99% in. It's 59 for Bell, 36 for Cori Bush.
Oh man, she got
20-point blowout.
Dominated, yeah.
That's it's what they were expecting to happen tonight in Michigan, but the establishment sends its regards. Okay.
Oh, I got a question for you, Hutch. How do you feel about your boy Pisco tweeting out, "Congratulations, Abdul, you're the next candidate" or whatever? Did you see that?
Bit of an oopsie. I mean, I like, you know, but I don't blame him. The coverage early on was, like, really bleak for Stevens, and then all of a sudden the absentee ballots came in like fucking Wakanda at the end of Endgame, you know, and just completely changed the dynamic. But I think he's still favored to win that race, to be clear. Just
Abdul,
Just
yeah,
set
he
people's
is. He's
but the
definitely
fact that
favorite on Polymarket right now.
but the fact that the margin is so small, I'm going to take that as a look. I'm going to take it as a W for what I've been pushing. These super left kind of DSA backed Hassan campaigning candidates are dog shit, and they're going to be rejected overall, especially in the general. And we proceed with them at our peril. Okay. I know we're all allies here, and you all agree with me, obviously, but I feel strongly about it. Okay, I feel strongly.
Come on, Wayne County.
We got a new dump in.
Yeah, there is a new dump. 50% in. 49.6% for Abdul. 46.6% for Stevens. 3.7% for Mallory.
But the coverage that I was seeing suggests that it's only going to get, just like with the outstanding vote, it's only going to get closer.
Yeah, yes, it is.
Have you guys been hearing the same thing? Like they're
Yes.
saying like that's like the extent of the lead, and now it's just a matter of like if Stevens can catch up.
Yeah, it's going to be just if Steven can catch up and Wayne, mainly. Wayne's got 41% left. Oakland's got another 11%.
How big is Wayne County? What are the big cities there?
Oakland and
Detroit?
Wayne County. Yeah, Wayne County has Detroit. So Wayne is probably the biggest and Oakland's the second biggest. And she's winning in the two biggest cities. She's losing in Washtenaw, Kent, and Macomb, which are like the next three biggest.
All right, well, you crazy kids have fun. I'm going to watch my programs.
What are you watching?
I don't know. I'm going to figure it out. Probably some nature documentary. And
Have you
some
seen Andor?
bullshit.
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen Andor, obviously.
The best.
Have you
Very good.
seen it's David Attenborough. He did a special nature documentary in England.
I feel like there's like 20 of those that could qualify.
No, it's about like the animals that are in the city in England, and there are so many more than you would think. In the British people, they have hedgehogs in their gardens, like little hedgehogs roaming around in their garden.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Wait, Stardust, I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
Did that Substance account tweet a picture of a decapitated cow head at you?
Yeah, it was a cow head. Yeah. Yeah.
What the fuck, bro? That's nuts.
Yeah, and then they tried to write it off as like, oh, well, not him, but other people were like, oh, it's just butchered beef, and it's like, I have never seen that at any butcher shop ever. But
That's
okay,
wild.
I mean, we know why it was sent, right? But anyways, I'm beyond it. I'm done. That's all, So it is what it is.
He did a little clip of me on his feed last night accusing me of racism because I speculated that Hong could be like a CCP op, but honestly, I had nothing to do with her ethnicity. It's just like they're, our largest geopolitical rival. But
They're going to always call you racist no matter what.
yeah, but then he's like tweeting severed cow heads at Stardust. I mean, that's
yeah, this guy is insane.
Well, look, it's rules for thee, not for me, right? That's their whole thing. They can do whatever they like, or they may apologize and give some tepid half apology, half-hearted things, but they feel justified in doing the worst to the people that they hate, and it's rough. It's rough out there for us liberals. Okay.
no bad tactics. I was saying the other day, it's hard out here to be on the internet and have the opinion of like, you know what, I kind of like the Dems, Not great, but certainly not bad. Like that position is very marginalized on
How about
social media.
How about that Keith Edwards retweet after last night, huh? That was nice of him.
Fucking so predictable, by the way.
What the hell?
I'm gonna. What? He didn't read the tweet, guy. He didn't fucking read it.
He didn't. Does anyone actually believe that? Real quick, does anyone actually believe that he didn't read it?
No, he didn't.
I'm not
He didn't
retarded.
read the
No.
tweet.
My bad. That's true. I forgot about that.
I'm kind of disappointed in Josiah just sweeping for that guy like that. I mean, I don't know.
That's just insane lad behavior from him. Like, I'm just gonna tweet out this fucking nutter account calling these people all sex fucking past. Like, what the fuck, bro? Are you fucking okay, bro?
Freakazoid.
That account is that account is also insanely anti-Semitic and racist. So it's crazy.
Gato is fully.
He's one of the worst
fully-
accounts on Twitter.
Right.
Yeah.
I get
Like
it.
Z scroll levels.
If it was something buried deep in, like, you know, chapter 7 of some report that he tweeted out, I didn't read the whole thing, but like, bro, it's like 3 sentences, man. Like, really?
I read the tweet. Yeah.
Oh fuck! What a strange dude.
I got some of his bangers. Hold on.
Oh, I'm sure you do, Dan.
Yeah, I do. What does that mean?
I'm sure you've got binders.
No, I said bangers, not binders.
No, I'm saying you got binders of bangers from Gato.
Remember Binders full of women? You guys remember that? What a moment. Binders of women.
I'm gonna
I'm
leave
sure
you
IRI remembers
political
that.
boys and girls to your politics.
Bye, Peach.
All right, Peach.
Bye.
Nice surprise. I'm nice to chat with you. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I
Just
hope
gonna
that you're good
put some of
too.
the classics in here.
I'm great.
And
I'm at
reminder
it.
that people in Britain and England and stuff have hedgehogs, wild hedgehogs that roam their backyards.
I'm glad to know that.
Blokes.
Yeah, they eat slugs.
I love Destiny's British guy.
Oh,
My
the
old
donut
sword
sound?
here.
Yeah, it's the best
That
one.
voice is the goat.
That one's good, and I
love-
really like the Norm Finkelstein. God, that one's so.
Okay,
They're
I
all
do
good.
have to go soon too, but I just want to say it's been back-to-back dog piles. I Live and Learn yesterday was a dog pile. Today I got ambushed by the Kremlin 5. Roger Stone's lawyer came up, and 5 pro-Russian accounts were all just coming at me. It's been crazy. It's been crazy. But I
I'm so
love
proud of you, Wick.
Thank you for the invites. And I hope Stevens pulls this off so I can be the most insufferable man that you've ever met on Twitter for the next week. Okay,
It would
I love
be
you
the
all.
funniest result. Have a good one, Wick. Thanks
Peace
for
out.
coming.
Later,
Bye,
bro.
Wick.
I'm out too. Bye bye.
Bye, Hedge. Finally, only
I
the cool
just-
people are left. Oh wait, you're still here, Stardust?
Yeah, well, what can I say? How are you doing, IRI?
I'm chilling. I'm doing great. I got no complaints. Got my
Yeah,
fancy new camera.
awesome.
Still figuring out what to do with my wall, but I'm good.
I like
Looks good.
You're putting all the new candidates up there. It seems like.
Yeah, I've got posters for most of them. I'm just trying to figure out what to do. ChatGPT and I are hard at work on it, designing it.
You got to use Claude instead.
What's his name? Just Hank Green got canceled over that.
Over what?
He said that he used like AI in his videos.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody freaked the fuck out on him.
That was funny, yeah.
So it's,
the only thing about ChatGPT is it's like it's kind of giving me its feelings. It's like, hey, I remember a little bit ago we were doing this, and I have to say I'm really impressed, and I kind of want to tell it to shut the fuck up. Like, I don't really give a shit what you think, you know? Like,
I don't care, man.
I want you to leave your opinion out of this. I'm asking you for facts, bro.
I'm asking you to work, motherfucker.
Yeah,
That's kind of why I like Gemini. I feel like Gemini's way less emotional.
I like Gemini, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's way less emotional.
That's all good. It's been helpful for sure. No, this is a great election night. I couldn't ask for more with that. Again, I'm going to keep saying it. That Wayne County drop, that's the stuff of my dreams. Like, oh my God. Amazing. That's why we watched this. So great night so far. Oh, we got Ponder.
Yeah, 100%. It's way fucking closer than I figured.
Josiah's
she's
in my
close to
chat.
400,000 votes.
Josiah,
bring
if you
him
want to
in.
come up here, you're welcome to come up
Get
here.
him on in.
I
I might have
said,
to
just
kick
got
some
back
people.
from Evanescence.
Ooh. I'm gonna remove some people from this group.
I'm gonna get going. I have to wake up early for work.
You're now?
But I'll see you guys later.
It was good
Thanks for
talking to
having
us.
me.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on.
All right, dude.
Bye.
Ciao.
Kind of savage removing all these people, huh?
What? you have to remove to make room for new people.
Yeah.
That's life, Dan.
That's how life goes.
I know. I'm okay with it.
Come on, Steve.
What do you think about hosting a midterm live stream, Dan, in your pool house?
Cuck shed.
I'd love it. Would you come down and hang out?
I would, sure.
Okay, let's do it then. What do you think, Moot?
Wow.
We're working on it. Yeah, we're gonna get Steve on board. He's gonna bring all the cameras. We'll either host it in your cuck shed or we'll host it in his
all right, well,
apartment.
IRI, have your Israeli handler get in contact with my Israeli handler and we'll figure it out, all right? Okay.
We're a little busy tonight with the APAC and these boats, but yeah. Get to it.
Hassan's gonna be like, look, I knew it. I knew that motherfucker was doing it.
Well, I mean, we can't be. You expect us to handle scheduling ourselves? That's that's why we.
Sense, yeah.
That's part of the deal. The $7,000 a month and the secretary. I mean, I am saying I still feel like Syed's gonna win. It's a big.
Sure.
There's a big gap to cover. Yes.
It'd be to me. I don't even know how it would be. There would need to be a huge dump, and it would have to be. It would have to be. I just don't know if there's enough. Like, there's like 200K votes left in Detroit, and that would have to be.
Well, there's
a massive dump.
There's still a decent chance. It's not like long shot because Kornacki would peace out if it was just like, listen, this is very little chance. So this guy's not doing it for ratings, like he's doing it for the love of the game right now, live on the internet. He probably has like
the love of the game
people watching. Yeah, he has 36,000. Okay, he's doing it pretty good. I mean, he's on national television though, like he's doing this just for fun.
Man, I think there's a new strategy here of just like knowing that polls are going to be wrong and doing long shot bets, like putting, $1,000 on a few candidates. Cause even if it goes from 1% to 2%, you can just sell half your position. And now you're in the, the rest of it is play money essentially if it goes up.
Yeah. Sure.
It seems like there's just so much. Everyone's saying it's priced in. Okay.
It wasn't priced in. This was.
It wasn't priced in. Yes, you're wrong. Well, yeah, like.
More to come in, and that 52 was, right. I think, if you're her, I think your target would be like 49 here or something. So she may end up just a little bit south of that. But again, the question we're asking is,
Dan, if she maintains her lead in Wayne, she nets like 40,000 votes or so. And if she doesn't lose bad in El Sayed's winning districts, then this is still really close.
I think really is kind of in that range.
I'm going to need a recount.
Substantial, nearly completed. What else do we have?
Eban, fuck off and go watch Hassan's stream if you don't like it. Okay? I don't know whose channel you think you're watching here. Does it say twitch.tv/ Mike from PA? No? Then fuck off. You're in my house.
And, yeah, we forget.
In fact, you're banned. Get out of here. If you keep watching, I don't consent, and it's a form of rape. You will be on a you will be on a list if you continue to watch. I do not consent to any additional watching.
Okay. Oh, good. Okay. This is me and Adam.
Come on, Adam.
Again. Okay.
Adam's fading.
Adam's tired.
She is. Anyways, yes, she is.
The only annoying part here is I think
again, with that, if you say
Syed is,
52 was the
if you trust these polls, which I don't even know if you can anymore, so much worse than Stevens going up against Rogers. And it's like, we're throwing it now.
It's going to be bad.
You going to come knock doors for El Sayed, Dan?
I'll send a prayer. I don't want to influence another state's elections. That would feel wrong,
Very smart. So you'll knock doors in Florida then? Oh, I'll knock on somebody's door.
I'll knock the doors in my neighborhood. I'll be like, Shabbat Shalom. And they'll be like, what do you want? And be like, would you like to vote for the Democratic candidate? And be like, do you see the Star of David on my door? I would never vote for Democratic, socialist, baby killers. And I'd be like, okay. Oh, I know who you are. You're that fake Jew that lives down the street, aren't you? Oh, well, I'll be going now. All right. That would how my door knocking. That's a recreation I just did for you right there.
That'll go.
They're doing big math and Wayne.
Let me see if I can get an update on what to expect. Let's see. Okay, one guy I follow, head of data science at VoteHub, Zachary Donini. He said...
You misspoke.
Did I?
You did. You said science.
What?
Yeah, I'm afraid to say it.
Let's see. The latest tweet from him is, I would still rather be El Sayed for what it's worth, although it is, of course, a very close election. That Detroit election day drop was very important. Stephen needs suburban Wayne and the city of Flint to come in well for her. But he's saying there's a path for Stevens. Absolutely.
There's a path for victory.
Mm-hmm.
Where's better Nate?
She's doing well enough in the rest of the state to where really running it up in Detroit would at least make it very close. Yeah. What'd you say, Dan?
We had Nate Silver, and then we had better Nate Cohn. Where's Nate Cohn at? What's he saying?
I haven't seen that guy in a minute.
Well, this is a vintage meme. That's why I'm bringing it out.
Nate Cohn, isn't it? Oh yeah, it's spelled with no E.
Oh, he's in the New York Times thread, yeah.
He hasn't tweeted since July 15th.
Oh, you might have to go to Blue Sky or Mastodon.
No,
I'll never go there.
Yeah,
no, thank you.
I'm a Giga Chad. I can't go to Blue Sky, bro. You gotta leave your nuts at the door. Too soy for me, bro.
I'm on so many fucking watch lists on that place. You join there, and it's like, do you want to block Dan? That's what it says, like, for new accounts when you go there. It has like suggested block lists. I'm on like a bunch of them.
Oh,
thanks, Steve.
Just anticipating being harmed by your social media posts, so they had to get like sign up for a list. That's so funny to me.
I mean, I'm not joking. It is like that. When people join, they join like they sign on to like group block lists, and I think actually the most blocked guy is some Jesse Singal, if you know who that is.
No, it sounds familiar.
Oh, okay. It's from the Blocked and Reported podcast.
Everybody that was big that said I'm leaving Twitter, going to Blue Sky, came back to X.
Oh yeah, they came crawling back.
Well, not all. Thank God, because it's almost like a containment zone. I kind of like it that they're there.
What are they doing there? I don't even know.
They're just. It's like a group masturbation.
Just talking shit.
All 5 of them.
Just Trump derangement syndrome. Just fucking.
No.
Going out. What?
There's nothing that's going to happen with Trump. We don't talk about Trump. We talk about Democrats.
Oh, really? It's turned into like a leftist hug box?
Oh, yeah, big time.
Wow. Okay, now I'm really glad I'm not over there. I figured it would be like a No Kings protest every day over there. Just, everybody's creative signs and, selling out. But you're telling me that? Hell no.
It's like DSA plus trans plus furries plus artists plus librarians, give or take.
No, thank you.
Not much of a furry guy yourself?
My chat gets very angry every time I talk about furries.
If you had to be a furry, what would you choose to be? Tiger, kitty cat, dog?
Death.
You have to. You know how this goes. You have to answer IRI. You have to. If you don't choose, I'm going to choose for you.
We'll choose for you.
We will choose for you if you don't choose.
I don't know what goes into selecting your personality or whatever it's called. Okay, I don't know what.
You're a bird now.
It's your persona.
Persona, whatever. What goes into
so you're
that
saying you would have
decision-making?
fur? So you're saying you would have fur?
Well, are there not?
You're not going to be an alligator?
Is that
You could be a hairless
I could
cat.
be a reptile?
Sure.
You don't want to be a scaly, yeah.
Scaly?
Yeah, we're kind of racist. I mean, us furred ones, we don't like the scales. Yeah, no amphibians, no reptiles, but you could. That's why I'm just trying to. A fish.
Yeah, be a fish. Puffer fish.
Okay. I'll take that. Interesting.
Okay.
I went, you remember Booksmarts? We went to the anime expo together in LA together. And there were people in the mascot costumes walking around, and I couldn't stop laughing. I'll be honest. Like, I don't know.
You're that guy, huh? Embarrassing it for everyone. Okay.
I was like,
Poor
bro,
Booksmarts. He was like, "Oh, you're right. Stop it.
what
You're
is
making me
happening
nervous."
right now? It's people,
You know, they keep them on. They keep them on when they do it. IRA.
What do you mean keep them? Oh, yeah. They have a little hole to poke it through.
Yep.
Hell yeah, dude.
So you're in. So okay. So you're into it. All right. Interesting.
No, I would definitely not be into that. But I mean, if that's what they're doing, that's what they're getting together for, then more power to them.
I'm glad. Okay.
This is where I think she's clearly hit. They're not huge, but they're noteworthy. Where she's hit, I think what a benchmark would be.
Bing, what are you thinking for this race?
I think anyone who told you it was going to be a blowout was a liar. It was a close three-way race. There's no reason to believe that wouldn't be a close two-way race. But
You think
I'm still
Stevens has a path to victory, Bing?
probably a path, but I still
Unlikely.
have reservations. Yeah.
30K votes down.
I was going over the ballot measures because those are pretty important too. But they weren't in Michigan, but in other states. There were ballot measures in Kansas and Missouri.
All right. I got a question for you. Politics question for a change instead of catsuit question. You ready?
Yeah, shoot.
Do you think that Stevens voters would be more likely to vote for El Sayed, or do you think El Sayed voters would be more likely to vote for Stevens when it comes down to voting against Rogers?
Against Rogers? I think Stevens voters would way rather vote. They would be more motivated to vote for El Sayed. They're terrified of Republicans.
Nice microphone, Bing.
Bang, your mic's fucked up.
What I'm saying is that I think Democrats are still very angry and horrified about Trump, and so I think the Democrat still wins because of that. They'll put their personal feelings aside.
Yeah, I guess my thinking is, I don't know. I'm trying to think about it. Like, would the average voter for Stevens right now, would they vote for El Sayed more so than the latter? You think?
Absolutely.
So you think? Okay, so you think that Stevens voters will more likely to be like, you know what, fuck it, I'll vote for El Sayed. But you think El Sayed voters are going to be, because that's what they always say, right? Leftists always say, like, if you don't earn our vote, we won't give it to you. So this is basically the idea of reinforcing that type of shit, essentially. That if Abdul doesn't get it, they're not going to show up. They won't vote. But that would be against the idea of saying that Stevens has a better shot of beating Rogers than Sayed does.
Well, number one, I don't worry about what other people do. You know what I mean? Like, I can't control that, and I just expect that behavior. So it is what it is. But the polls show, if you believe the polls, which now I guess everything's up in the air because of this, the results are a little different. The polls showed El Sayed having a little bit harder of a time, like 1% harder of a time beating Rogers. In fact, he was behind Rogers, losing to Rogers, whereas Stevens was up like 2 points, maybe I think 3 points on Rogers. So it's a good question because motivation after the primary and who's going to come out in the general is important when it's that close. Here's the thing, Dan. I think El Sayed, if he wins, he's going to moderate it. Not 100%, not like a 180, but like, I think he's going to start saying some things to appeal to a wider group of people. Right now, he's in super primary mode, hanging out with Hassan, just trying to get his base out, but he's going to have to shift to the middle a bit.
Yeah, well, that's expected. We're going to see that, right? That's what's going to drive them fucking nuts.
Yeah, but he's got to do it. And I think it'll be reassuring for those Stevens voters when they see that. Whereas Stevens would not move to, like, you know, I don't think she would become more progressive if she won.
I don't think we would see much of a change from Stevens, actually. Like, I think if she wins, she'll just stay identical policy positions to where she's at. I don't think she's gonna be like, actually, fuck Israel. I don't think that's gonna happen. But I definitely think that if Syed wins this nomination, that he will radically change on a lot of his positions. All of the super progressive shit will be mega watered down instantly.
Ooh, I don't know if I agree with that.
I would hope it would be, because it doesn't seem like people want the progressive shit, like, a ton.
Well, I'll be curious to see what the exit polls say, like why people came out or didn't come out. I have a feeling it's to do with his attitude, and that's something he doesn't really have to shift policy on. He just got to stop being a prick and, you know, reach out to some other people. I've been making this argument for a while, though, Dan, that, like, I think as we get closer to November, all of these candidates are going to move a little more to the center. And that'll make everybody feel better about them, like the DSA types and all that.
Yeah, I mean, is Syed a DSA candidate?
No.
No.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't think so.
But not technically. So that he's kind of smart because he's not being asked about abolishing prisons and abolishing ICE, like, or, you know, the standard, you know, getting rid of Thanksgiving, whatever. He's not being asked those kind of questions. And he still enjoys just as much support and excitement from that same crew.
Yeah, it's strange, but I wonder why they just didn't give a fuck about, like, Cori Bush. Like, fuck it. There's zero excitement there at all about her.
Well, number one, that district was a lot different. I watched the debate between Wesley Bell and her, and both of them were, like, quite neutral on Israel. Like, if anything, for Israel. Not Cori, but, like, you couldn't basically say genocide a million times and win. You had to kind of toe the line a bit more. So I don't think that she was getting a lot of love from the DSA types.
Well, then it's a matchup she already lost, right? Once before.
Nope. You're not a strong candidate. Hopefully that's the end of her.
And in Missouri, it's probably not a smart bet for a party that's trying to get national momentum to take a.
I haven't met you before, Bing. I've seen your name a lot, though. Are you a content creator as well? I don't know your story.
I'm the head mod of DGG, but my day job is I cover ballot measures for.
By DGG, do you mean the chat?
Yes,
Got it. That's cool, bro.
I love elections.
Your mic is not working, Bing.
It sucks. It's Discord, I swear.
Centers where you got some vote that maybe he could offset
it's midnight.
You know, here.
Oh man,
where else do
this
we
better?
have?
I got my balls up.
Sort of substantial outstanding vote here. I just
Sorry
want to
about
kind
it.
of
I don't know what cut out.
look around here.
We
What
heard
were you
you.
saying? What do you do for a job?
6%, a small.
I cover ballot measures, which they appear on ballots, and they're not for candidates. They basically ask you if you want to change, something in your state constitution or a state statute, things like that. They're pretty. They're pretty important sometimes, more important than actual races candidates because they have longer downstream effects. Like just tonight, there were in Missouri, there was a measure for diluting the voting power of ballot measures. And in Kansas, there was a ballot measure for electing Supreme Court justices, which sounds nice on paper, but in effect, it would have changed the current version, which is an independent commission that elects them. And it was basically a trap by the Republican legislature to get a Republican state to elect Supreme Court justices that would rule in their favor.
Kent County, the Grand Rapids area. Well, look at this. Okay.
Yeah.
And they failed.
We think we're at.
Yep.
We think we got the vote.
Both those measures failed.
County. Remember, they came out swinging. We got a ton early. Took a while. It's midnight. We now think we got it. Al Sayed obviously wins. It gets 62. The benchmark.
We got an update here.
Whitmer was 44. Okay. Biden was 46 in 2020. As we say, Hillary got crushed with 37. But right here, something like that is what Stevens wants out of here. This is what she got. And again, we've shown you counties of varying sizes here tonight, right? Like we've shown you a lot of small ones in the UP where maybe she's missing by 5. But to miss by this much in a county this big, right? This is like 7% of the vote statewide in a Democratic primary. It comes out of Kent County, and she got beat by that much.
It shows 95% in for Kent County there. The Kent County website does not have all of their vote mode buckets as fully reported, so it's possible that expected vote number goes up, and we still get some more out of Kent County, but we should be, I think, near complete.
But that could also be more election day vote.
Yeah, none of their vote modes are in there, so that would include election day, mail, and early.
Okay, can I ask, is there any way to get a more?
This is their Vadim, huh?
Yep. We still have 50% of Wayne County to go.
Yep.
And El Sayed is up 3.5 right now, 3.4, with 61% of the votes total statewide counted. So about 40% of the votes still statewide. He's got a 3.5% lead and 50% of a great county left for Haley Stevens. So I assume this is why they're not calling it.
What happened with Darius? Did he lose money?
I think he's joking, but if he did bet $10,000, he's an idiot.
What did he bet $10,000 on?
I have no idea.
How did he even lose?
I think it might be bedtime for me.
Wow. Hey man, you stuck around for a long time, bro. I'll give it to you.
Yeah. You think he's?
Hey, I'm here till Kornacki signs off. Okay.
You're here till Kornacki. All right. Let me get water.
You don't have to.
Get water.
Yes.
No pressure.
Stick around. Have a good time.
Let's see if this gives us something. It does not. I was sometimes, we did this with Detroit. You can go to the city and find it on their website, but that is not the case. That is not, unfortunately, the case there. Let me try one other here. But thank you. This might be interesting. August 24th, primary election. Here we go. August 4th. No, this is what we already have. Oh, okay. This can answer the question. Hang on one second.
Thank you, Shifty. And thank you guys for all the subs and the super chats and all that. Bro, you don't have to stay, man.
We do have a lot of vote from.
It's fine.
I'm just looking now in Michigan. We do have a lot of vote from Saginaw. We were trying to.
Come on, Kornacki. Give me some hope.
It's a lot of election day, so
Let me see if I can get an update on when to expect the next dump.
All right, Moo. I gotta go.
Yeah, no, Dan. Good night, Dan.
Later, bro.
Yeah. Good seeing you, IRI.
Yes, sir.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Keep bringing on fun people. Not Darius, though.
No, God no. People think Steven's gonna win. There's a chance. But no matter what, this is a liberal victory
Sorry,
today.
I'm trying to get Flint. That's what I'm looking for Flint here. That's what I'm busy doing.
Come on, Kornacki, show me Flint.
Yeah. We don't have.
You guys.
This is what I was believe the case was. We do not have Flint.
Can't hear you. You're my.
Fuck, dude. Are you betting market believers or polling? Fuck, it's still cutting
for
out.
Stevens in Genesee. We're showing you Genesee County.
I'm probably more of a poll believer.
Pretty big piece of real estate.
I don't even look at the betting markets. It's something lately I've kind of looked at for fun, but
yeah,
I don't think those people have any clue what they're doing. They just kind of ride the polls. So maybe I'm wrong though.
They always flip last second, and then they're like, "We got it right, guys. We did it."
Yeah, we were totally right. I mean, I don't have any faith in the betting markets in general. I think it's all a scam.
True.
There's an opportunity for Stevens, I think, to get out of Genesee a chunk of votes. Yeah, you know, I mean, we'd be talking, I don't know, 5,000 plurality of something like that, maybe. But she's chasing 33,000. One other question I have here is, this is where it gets a little, when I'm on the air, we say these are the limitations of live. Is there a chance that I could make a phone call to the decision desk? I don't do this on the air. I'm not going to do this on the air.
Right.
I don't wanna, but okay.
What's this decision desk thing?
I've never seen this. We're in. You could see everything that's going on right here. You can see there's. I mean, I'm taking you through the best I know, which is I've seen Stevens do enough to put herself kind of on the edge.
Was
of
McMorrow a
this,
spoiler?
but not enough
I didn't even
where
think,
I'm like, well, she's,
I'm not even mad at
she's right
McMorrow.
there.
Maybe she should have
And
dropped
enough
sooner.
Where I
but
think there's a couple of key questions that you see I'm trying to address here about Flint, about Saginaw, about Washtenaw, and
Stevens should have
really
just done better.
about Macomb, and really about Wayne. And so what I'm going to try to do here is we got the decision desk. They make the call. Who, you know, when these things, you know, how to characterize these races, how to call them. It's a team of, you know, of data scientists that we have, and I'm just going to, you know, they do their own thing. They're not in this for publicity and everything. So I do this off the air. So they're going to kill my mic, and I'm going to try to talk to them, and then report back to you. So, folks, we got a cliffhanger. This is what we watch these for, right? So please
I'm waiting,
don't go
Kornacki.
anywhere. Maybe Adam, you can tell them if anything is there. Do you got the? Are they on or are they?
You know, leave it with Adam.
Okay. Is this mic off? Okay.
Time to shine, Adam.
I thought we were gonna hang with Adam.
Well, we just get music. I thought Adam was gonna have his moment, man. Well,
Shannon Watts tweeted out, going to bed, but if El Sayed wins this race narrowly, one of the first things he'll be told to do is kick Hassan Piker to the curb statewide.
Ooh, yeah. I see this guy from Vote Hub said, I'm preparing for a really late night. In 2024, Wayne County released big batches of ballots at 4 and 5 a.m.
Jesus.
Eastern.
Kornacki's making the call, man.
Literally making a call. I've never seen him do that. I haven't seen every minute of his streams, but I've never seen him do that.
Very true, Pallet. I woke up at 5 a.m. today and started streaming.
Wow.
And then, if it was tomorrow, I could have covered the fucking thing.
Oh, you could have woke up early to see the next dump in Wayne County.
But I would have missed the best part, which was all right, we're getting blown out to, hold on, there's a race here.
That was incredible. Those are the moments we live for. So cool. Completely changed the narrative. There's some other races. This Shree guy, let's see, he's in Michigan 13. Let me check in on that one. Democratic incumbent being challenged from the left. Yeah, he's getting beat right now, but only 44% of the votes are in. Oh, no victory for DSA there. I did a 24-hour stream once, Mooton, just watching the Senate.
Just watching the Senate?
That's it.
Were they filibustering?
So they have something, budget reconciliation when you control the House, the Senate. You have to do something called a votorama, where you go allow, basically unlimited amendments are allowed to the bill. And so people will punish the other party and just offer amendment after amendment and make them vote on weird shit all night long. And
they have to have like a few voters there in case like other people come.
Well, they keep everybody there. You have to have enough votes to knock down the bad amendments and keep the good ones, And so it's like all these 80-year-olds are there at like 3 a.m. just like, and there's rules. You can't bring food except like milk, I think, is allowed in the Senate chamber. Milk and water.
Milk?
Yeah.
The milk lobby really got them, huh?
I don't know why milk, but for some reason milk, I believe, is allowed in there. And so I just wanted to cheer on the Democrats for the Inflation Reduction Act. So I streamed for 24 hours and it was tough, but it was interesting.
So were the 80-year-olds in there for 24 hours doing this, or?
Yeah.
That's crazy. How are they not dropping like flies in there?
Oh, that's what you got to do if you want to push your bill through.
They take micro naps, I guess, huh?
Yeah, they can go chill in the cloakrooms on off camera and stuff. So this is nothing, bro.
Nothing.
I just love this image of Hassan by himself at a bar. It's so funny. Flew all the way to Michigan to hang out with himself.
Well, he just wants to be there in the building for clout.
It's like, dude,
that's it. It's so weird.
Yeah, like, what do you like? Enjoy yourself, man, or go to the party and walk around. What is he doing?
Oh yeah, there's no alcohol at the party. True.
We're waiting for Steve Kornacki to come back after calling the decision desk.
Come on, Kornacki.
I guess he's going to get some insight on what they're waiting on. Kind of interesting. I was surprised to hear Peach say she doesn't follow politics at all. What a
Kornacki.
Oh, he's back.
Okay, I thank you. I hope you stayed with me. I appreciate if you did, and I apologize. But we promised you kind of like behind the scenes, and there we are. So yes, I did talk to the decision desk. I'm not, I'll leave that conversation between me and them. But we're just gonna look. Maybe the best thing to do right now is to do kind of a big kind of reset on where we stand and kind of what the immediate future looks like. It is 12:15 a.m., right? Polls have been closed now for 4 hours, 15 minutes. We've got 2/3 of the vote in statewide. I think that might be a little better pace than Michigan's been on in some of these past primaries. We are at, in the big one in Wayne County, we're at just over half the vote in here. Again, they might be a little faster here than they've been in the past, but it is still past midnight right now. We're still at half. So, 2/3. El Sayed's margin is sitting there at, over 3 points. That's a 3.3 margin over Stevens. We've really seen it hovering in that range, right? For a while now. Maybe it dips just under 3. Maybe it gets up to 4 at some point, but it's really been in that 3 to 4 range for a while now. That raw vote margin for El Sayed, it has ticked up a little bit here, I would say, in the last 30 minutes to an hour or so. So it's sitting at 34%. And so, again, I think the story that has, I've likened doing elections to the old, Polaroid picture, right? You snap it, you wave it in the air, and it just that you watch that picture slowly kind of come into focus. I mean, this is like the world's slowest Polaroid is what Michigan is tonight. It is just very, very slowly, but, incrementally, it has kind of come more and more into focus. And so I think, the story we've been telling you tonight is kind of, the through line we've kind of been following here is that, Stevens, needs to hit certain benchmarks in some big places and some significant places to have a chance to then win it in Wayne County and in Detroit. So what have we, what can we say we've seen? I mean, we've been doing our thing here where we show you one county at a time, the benchmarks, using those benchmarks of 2018 for Biden and for 2018 for Whitmer and 2020 for Biden. She has hit them in some places. I think she's missed them a little bit in more places than she's hit them. She's missed them potentially big in Kent County. We showed you this one. Maybe in Washtenaw County, where right now she would, if that's where it landed, but we still have more vote to come right there. She really, I think one thing that's emerged is she's really had, that's a bit too big of a circle. She's really had, Stevens, a bad night in Western Michigan, right? And that's, I think, where we see some of the biggest misses. This is a pretty big miss for her. This is a pretty big miss for her, right? This in Kalamazoo, we'll see where it lands, could end up being a pretty big miss for her, okay? We also have seen, and again, this is, I don't want to overhype it, but it's not insignificant. Just under 10% of all the vote comes from northern Michigan. And I mean, these are not all completed counties, but, right, you see some El Sayed. El Sayed, I think, has done better here than the progressive lane did against Whitmer in 2018. So all those things have a cumulative effect, okay? And are why Al Sayed is sitting here in this position right now, up 3 points and change, 30,000 and change, with about 70% in, and it leaves Stevens with what? As we've been saying, this in Genesee County, might be her biggest, outside of Wayne, is her biggest single source of hope right now. It's where the city of Flint is. You got 40% in that. A little bit more has come in. She's leading it by just under 9 points over Al Sayed. Can she get a big number, like a monster number out of Flint? Not implausible, given, the support I think she clearly has with black voters that we've seen in Detroit and, Flint, high black population. This is the second highest concentration of black residents of any county in Michigan. But ultimately, this is, this is a small, it's a big county on the map. It's small compared to Wayne. It's going to produce about a fifth, a sixth of the votes statewide that Wayne is going to. So, if Stevens gets a big number out of Flint, if she gets out of Genesee with a double-digit margin, we're talking 4,000 vote plurality extra, 5,000, 3,500 extra additional to what you see right now, plurality out of Genesee County maybe. What would that do? Well, again, like that might take off, I say 30,000 and change for El Sayed statewide. That might take off the and change, okay? That's the effect of having and that's one of the brightest potential spots for her that's left on the map. Saginaw County, as we said, we're sitting at 71%. Is a good number for Stevens out of there. This is one of the places where I think so far at least she's getting a good number. Adam is sending me another note now that he's reviewed my note. And so we are agreed on that. And so it's come around to this point where you're looking at Wayne County and you're looking at a question.
He's trying to break it to us, man.
It's a little different than the one that we posed at the start of the night, where we said at the start of the night, can Stevens hit these sort of benchmarks all around the place to get in a place where Detroit can win this for her, right? Okay, Detroit has largely come and gone. There may be, we're trying to find out if there are a few more votes left in Detroit, but most of Detroit is in. Stevens has won it looks like by just under 30 points. Okay, so it's a big margin for her there, but we thought looking at Wayne, that would be as good as it gets for her there, okay? And as you can see, if Detroit is basically done, she still finds herself down by this margin statewide. So there is a separate additional question, though, and this is what we've been talking about for the last 30 minutes or hour or so. What we're trying to get a handle on is there outside of Detroit, outside of Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck, these are the sort of the cities in Wayne that get the most attention. Again, Dearborn being by far the strongest, for Al Sayed, Detroit being the strongest for Stevens. Are there other big townships there, cities, municipalities, where Stevens might perform surprisingly well? Okay, because I say that particularly about Wayne because they're so big. There are still so many votes to come out of Wayne County. Like if you just look at the expected vote that's left in our system, let me call that up right now. We still think there are 140,000 votes that are left out of Wayne County, okay? So, Stevens is leading, now it's an 8-point margin in the county right now across everything, aggregated together. If in that 140,000 remaining votes, there are some there are some very strong areas for her. Look, if she wins, the math, right? If she wins 140,000 remaining votes, if she wins it by 10 points, she nets 14,000 additional votes. If she wins it by 15 points, right, she nets an additional 21,000 votes. 10 points, 15 points, 14,000, 21,000. Well, then apply that statewide. If she could knock 20,000 off, and if she has a big night in Flint, now that 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 in Flint comes in, now you're getting that Al Sayed number maybe under 10,000. We still have vote to come in Macomb, where Stevens has ticked up as the night has come along. Right?
That's a lot of votes
so
to get.
That combination of sort of a big number out of Flint, additional support, additional numbers for out of Macomb, but it's going to be it would have to be some kind of surprise, I think, in Wayne. That is the thing. It's some strength that maybe wasn't, expected ahead of time. And the other thing is, as we say, that's going to offset this a little bit from the Al Sayed standpoint is Ingham County. Okay, the state capital, Lansing, East Lansing, Michigan State University, where we're now over half the vote. He's beating Stevens 2-1 here. Even if this remaining vote is
there's unironically
friendly,
a good chance that campaign to say like Haley Stevens had no path to victory
right? So
that went viral on Twitter had an effect.
Why do I keep hitting Jackson County? This is where I want to keep hitting. And Washtenaw County, where you've got that, I keep talking about it, that we think late vote by mail batch from the city of Ann Arbor. That would be the other thing that I think would need to be a surprise here, right? I'm saying Wayne needs to produce some kind of surprise. I think the other thing that would have to happen maybe would be that vote by mail in Washtenaw being, I know we say Stevens is doing well with the vote by mail, but in Washtenaw doing well in the vote by mail is probably only losing by a smaller margin than win it by a substantial margin. From Ann Arbor, it seems very, very unlikely when you just think about what Ann Arbor is politically and sort of the ideological break between these two candidates. It's hard to imagine, but that's the kind of thing. Those are the places where the big batches of votes are. There are a lot of other votes out there. A lot of that is kind of scattered. You're just kind of going through. These are small counties, but it's still got a third of the vote here, in Roscommon County.
The Dawn in person says they have Abdul at 1.5.
Took you through Mecosta
right now.
What do
trying
you
to show
mean?
you
Who's
there's a
they?
scattering, and then I'm giving you ones that actually are
The
pretty
Donen
complete.
person that you were
but there
quoting
are still
earlier?
obviously a lot left to be at 71%.
Zachary
But
Donen?
you know, again,
Donini?
Wayne, we think 160,000. How much? That is 35-40% of what we think is left statewide. That's why I'm saying a surprise. A surprise from Wayne. Wayne, the next biggest piece of it is what's to come in Macomb, where incrementally, Stevens might be able to make some gains there with what's left to come. And then the next biggest piece is Genesee, where, again, Flint, she can make gains there. But then right after that, you got Ingham. And right after that, you got Washtenaw. Those are the biggest, right there. If I just take those 20, 45, 81, 142. Yeah. Now we're getting to like 70% of the remaining vote in the state. And then you do get into a lot of counties where there's 1,000 here, 3,200 there, 3,400 there. So, and we did just get something meaningful. What was it?
We got Marquette County.
We did.
Recent one, yeah.
I get to talk about Marquette. Wow. Marquette, home of Northern Michigan University. It is honestly
these damn
a
college
point
kids,
of personal
man.
privilege. One of my favorite places on the planet. We got Marquette all at once. This is like the capital. Think of this as the capital of the UP. Big for the UP, college town. It's complete. I think it's not a surprise Al Sayed won here, but we can show you our benchmarks anyway. Whitmer was 48 here in 2018. Biden got 50 here in 2020. Clinton 36%. But it's just one of those places where you've seen a lot of this tonight, where this isn't the biggest one, but the ones that you say aren't the biggest ones collectively do add up, and you're seeing it again here. 48, 50, 36, right? And this is a college, outdoorsy, it's right on Lake Superior, community. Again, not a surprise. We knew Stevens probably would struggle here, but she would want to be she'd want to be mid-40s. She'd want to be upper 40s. She lands 36. You've heard me say that more than once tonight in a lot of these counties. Let's take a look. Maybe I can show you some other. Was there anything else big that just came in? I know that was about 12,000 votes, so that might have been what. In fact, that was, right? Because
that was
2,800, and he
Again,
went
the
up
fact
to,
that they're not calling
that was basically
this
what just happened
says
there.
a lot.
So that's what just happened now. So I sit here talking about,
they don't do that just
what
for
the
fun.
city of Flint could do for Stevens. Could be thousands of votes. Way up in the UP, the city of Marquette, right, just gave Al Sayed a couple thousand vote plurality over Stevens, right? I'm just going to look. I want to just show you a couple more of these basically completed. Basically completed.
El Sayed, if he wins, he's going to have to moderate even more. This tight of a race shows that people are really divided. Not happy.
Very.
And I don't think he's a great
of
uniter of the
size,
parties, so that's going to be interesting.
Right, Western Michigan, I took you through that one. Stevens missed, I think, significantly there. Missed a target, I think, significantly there. Let's see. Yeah, I just showed you Marquette's one of them that's decent size. We showed you Bay, where the Stevens number was actually good. See, it's not uniform. That's what's made tonight challenging. You start saying, oh, she missed here, she missed here, she missed here. They add up. Oh, she hit this one. She hit that one. I mean, you are seeing those too. And again, she did for using our use of that Whitmer benchmark from 2018. She she did outperform dramatically Whitmer in Detroit. We did just get, I think this was in the last couple minutes, right? I think this might have been part of what we just, this one just came in though. I guess we did just get I clicked on it accidentally, but Berry County, okay, just to give you the benchmarks, 95%, decent size, not, Whitmer 55 in 18, Biden 52, Stevens 50. I mean, it's on the edge. A lot of these, she misses, she's missed in some. She's hitting a few. And then this is where so many of them land, where it's like, no, it's not 52, it's not 55. But then you could start saying,
how much is Stevens
again,
losing by?
Whitmer
I think
didn't
37,000
need
votes
55
right
here
now.
to win. She probably only needed 50. She needed lower than that. Biden didn't need 50. He probably only needed 50 here if there was a uniform swing. So maybe there's a lot of counties where you find yourself looking at the numbers and saying that about Stevens, like, it's not quite there, but maybe that's actually that's a good example of it. Do we have others? But where else were we close to? Okay. I think Isabella County would be one, right? Yeah, here we go. Isabella County. Okay, Al Sayed. Again, now this is a college county too, but let's just go through it. It was Whitmer. Whitmer got 55% of the vote here. Biden got 48. She missed it, right? So we've seen. You can see the pattern for yourself. I don't need to tell you what the pattern is. I'm just showing you with these numbers. Waiting on more on Washtenaw. Wayne just ticks a little bit more.
I don't think he's going to give you a big dump here.
You don't think he's going to get a big dump here?
No, I think this is going to drag out.
Yeah.
I don't want to keep you up here hoping for some big update. It would suck. It always happens as soon as you log off. I've had that happen a bunch of times, but
all right,
this is down in the weeds.
I'm gonna get out of here, but I am gonna host you, so stick around until Kornacki leaves.
I'll try. Thank you, bro. This was a lot
Thanks
of
for
fun,
hanging out.
man.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate it.
We'll have to do it again. It's a learning experience for me how to juggle it all, but it was a lot of fun.
100%. I really enjoyed it too. Hold on. Sometimes hosting takes a. I'm really important on Kick, right?
Nothing new in.
Yeah, all one word. I'm really important.
All right, ciao. Thank you.
Thanks, bro. I'll talk to you soon.
Good to meet you, IRI. I
Yes,
hope we
sir.
can cross paths again in the future. But
Definitely.
I wish you best of luck tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate
Stay
that,
strong.
man. Have a good one.
And good luck to Stevens.
Hell
You
yeah.
as well.
All right. Well, I tip my hat to those guys for hanging out this long.
on their
man.
website
And all you guys.
has not reported
Holy shit.
completely.
Thanks for the raid. Appreciate that,
Township,
Mrmouton.
Livonia, I still didn't see mail votes from them. So there's still a few.
What a giga Chad hanging out that late, watching these state results come in for a race most people in the country aren't giving a damn about. That's true commitment right there. Love to see it. A lot of fun to see all these different people pop in and say hi and chat during the event too. Normally I'm just here by myself watching Steve Kornacki and trying to give a little bit of input once in a while. So this is cool.
77-20 for El Sayed.
So El Sayed 77-20 in Dearborn, right? He got in the 8.
Gel Googie, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. So many guys gifted and super chatted. I'm sorry I couldn't respond to them. I feel bad, but trying to juggle a lot of balls here. Can you believe how many people voted for a candidate who already dropped out? No.
Okay.
She
so
could have
I'm
been
just
played Kingmaker, though,
checking
it looks
my
like. Turn off alerts. Yeah, they are off. They've been off.
No. Okay. So yeah, we're just, we've reached the point here where we're waiting.
Currently, 87-12 without the mail vote.
And it was without them. Okay, yeah, because it was closer there. He got 64 in Dearborn and 52 in Dearborn Heights, 75 in Hamtramck. This was 2018. Yeah.
Canton, thank
Plymouth.
you, bro.
So it's I know it's slowed down here, kind of, folks, but I mean that's the reality. It's kind of blip by blip in Wayne County, and what I've told you from the big outstanding places. I'll look through the list here and see
Batusai, thank you for the gift. membership.
In terms of raw expected vote left.
I think this is a real gut check for this far left crowd and their movement. They thought they were sailing to victory, double-digit wins, and this is a real eye-opener. Hey, man, you got a lot of work left to do here. This is not going to be easy, and that's on them, right? And I think that that's going to require El Sayed to make some serious changes. I don't think he's going to become a liberal or anything, but it's time to kick Hassan out of there. It's time to start coming down to earth and stop promising people Dr. Pepper in the drinking fountains. Time to start listening to some of those voices you've been pushing away. Republican ops haven't even gotten started. True. How's Hassan doing? Let's check in. Oh, he's got a friend now. Someone decided to join him. Made a 12-year-old friend here.
2250, that would climb. Now he'd be at north of 39,000. That's what a county like that could do if it, just based on how it went in these past elections and what we're seeing everywhere else. I think that's the expectation for a county like that.
Why is he alone there?
Yes,
I don't know, but that's horrifically depressing.
How many votes do we think are left there?
I'm sorry, but if I'm flying out to Michigan to support a candidate that I think is awesome, and I'm there to help them all weekend long and be a part of something, I'm turning off the stream or walking around the party, taking you guys with me. But I'm there to enjoy the event, be a part of history, and just take it all in. And this guy's sitting here staring into his phone in an empty bar by himself. What is he doing, man? What a weirdo.
Genesee next door, maybe she could get a couple thousand more. Maybe Flint, this is
Hassan, the loneliest man in streaming. I mean, this doesn't look very fun to me. You know what I mean? Like this doesn't look like is he in a bowling alley? Yeah, he's in a bowling alley, it looks like. Oh. Who's the child? I don't know. He's probably up way past his bedtime, though.
How many are left?
So currently in our tracker, we have 14,000 election day votes expected remaining. They're currently breaking 6334 for El Sayed.
Thank you, Ripped.
So at that rate, he would net 4,200 more if it's at that clip. Okay.
And then the mail vote, 44,000 expected remaining. And those are currently breaking 6332 for Stevens.
She's winning them by 30. 44, 8, 12, 13,200. So if you use those, okay, this is it. Al Sayed is leading right now in Macomb County, 54-66. If we just extrapolate, we're doing back of the envelope stuff here. If we just extrapolate from what Adam just said, then from the remaining election day vote, Al Sayed gets a plurality, an additional plurality from that batch of 4,200. Stevens, from the much larger batch of vote by mail, gets a plurality of 13,200, right? A difference of 9,000 for Stevens. So then at 54-66, right, that would be 35-34. She would end up winning the county by 3,534 votes, if that were to happen. But the other way, the real way to look at that is from where things are now to the finish line, she would be netting an additional, she would have a net plurality of 9,000 votes. So that, if that were to happen, right, 9,000, she'd knock that down to 28, right? We said Saginaw, she might be able to get it down to 27 if it's 1,000. In Flint, if you said 4,000, she gets it down to 23. Now, that has to be countered by, we showed you, we think Muskegon, maybe Al Sayed wins that by about 2250. That puts him back up to 25. We still have a lot of vote to come. This is a, I don't know the dagger, but this is a real bad thing if you're Stevens. Ingham has still got a ton left. 25,000 left in Ingham. And I mean, just conservatively, if you said, 20-point margin for Al Sayed with 25,000 left, that would be a 5,000 plurality for him. That would put him back up to 3,000, right? Just working through those counties. Working through Macomb, through Saginaw, through Flint. What else is left that's big here? And then, Washtenaw. You're looking at. You got 20,000. We think 20,000 votes left in Washtenaw. I say, is there somehow Stevens pulls a rabbit out of the hat with the late vote by mail there? I think she might need to. Oakland, what's left? We got 20,000 left in Oakland. Stevens has been doing well with that. Maybe she wins what's left by 10 points. That'd be 2,000, right? So knock it down to 20. Okay, we just got in. We get 2,800. You just see she's still in that high 20s, 30,000 range going through all of that. That's not Wayne, but that's a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, poor Steve, man. He's stuck. Let's see what Hassan is telling his chat. Oh, he's got another friend now. Oh, he made some new friends.
Fighting too. He's apparently he spars.
Is that right?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how well, but he does spar.
Okay.
All right. Are we going inside?
All right.
All right. I think Abdul's going to deliver a speech right now.
Okay. Let's do it.
Hi.
All right. I like that. I like that.
Hassan's least favorite part, interacting with randos.
In, all these other places here, these sort of big, substantial places where vote is to come. Even going through some pretty friendly calculations for Stevens, she's still landing like 30,000 or so votes short, 25, 30, and there's other places on this map too that could help her. But
I still can't believe he sat there for like 4 hours by himself with his phone with all that people there. I'd want to be around my friends. I'd want to be around people I like. Like, that's so weird. Oh, man. I think it says so much, dude. I could talk about that for hours and hours. That's crazy. Imagine flying all the way to Michigan to sit by yourself on the biggest night for 4 hours. Like, what are you doing, bro?
Limited polling in this race. I think there was a poll that showed we just got something huge. No, what did we get?
Yeah, we just got a couple updates.
Yeah.
So we got Macomb with 18,000 votes. We got Kent with 4,000 and Clinton with another 4,000.
Okay. So Kent, there was more in Kent.
And another Wayne, 4,000. Yeah.
Okay. I do want to just kind of clarify for folks, because I know it's confusing. We say Kent is done, and now we say a couple thousand more came in. When we put it at 95% on here, when the decision desk puts it at 95%, it usually means they think it's done, but they want to check. And sometimes when they check, there were more. There were more, but now look where we are. It marginally brought Stevens up, but only to 35%. Again, we talked about her needing like in the 40s. I'm sorry, what else came in there, you said?
And Kent still says it doesn't have all their dots saying fully reported yet, so there could still be more.
Okay.
Macomb was the biggest one in that one, 18,000 votes.
Okay, and can I say, by the way, that the fact that we keep getting more and more out of Kent, high turnout in a pro Al Sayed place. We got more out of Macomb. Have they categorized the vote that we got? It was clearly good for Stevens.
Yeah, she wins that batch. Let's see. She gets 57% and Al Sayed gets 39%.
And how much was it?
18,000.
18,000, and we said we thought that 44,000 vote by mail. We said before this that 44,000 vote by mail were left.
Mm-hmm.
So this got to be vote by mail, obviously. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean, it still says happen for vote by mail. Well, no.
Yeah, I mean, that would leave
Yeah, that's
26,000.
right. Yep.
Right, 20. But now it evens out a little bit. Sorry, I'll go back to statewide, but I think that's useful information on Macomb. That would leave 26,000 vote by mail, give or take, out of Macomb, 14,000 election day. So it's more of a 2-to-1. And are you able to update how the vote by mail is breaking with that factored in?
In Macomb overall?
Yeah.
63-32 for Stevens.
Stays level. So that the math that we did in Macomb, we get a big update of the vote by mail. The math we did basically still stands in terms of that. Stevens being on pace. Remember, we were showing you how if each county, if we were kind of extrapolating it, we said Stevens being on pace to get that 9,000 net from where we were. That's on pace with what we showed you. I just see it changed again. What do we get?
Thank you, Pedro.
We got another Wayne County update, another 7,000 votes.
Give it to me.
Stevens gets, trying to pull it up, 54% to 43%.
Okay, I have 7,000 votes.
Yep.
Okay, so she's...
Need more than that. It's actually tightened up a little bit. It's a 3%
so that nets
race
out to 500 and change plurality for her. You know, she needs to...
El Sayed was up like 3.3, 3.4%. Now he's only up 3%. So it's tightened up a little bit. It's 49.5 to 46.5 with 73% of the votes counted. Still a quarter of the votes to be counted. And these candidates, out of 1.15 million votes, they're separated by, let's see, 571,000 minus 536,000. 35,000 votes separate these two out of 1.15 million. I am fascinated to see what the experts say about this. I don't know how much longer I'll stay here. I'm surprised I'm not starving to death. I guess what I ate earlier was good. We'll see how long Steve goes.
Okay, yes. Yes. Okay. It wasn't, it had nothing to do with the results, actually. That was a behind the scenes, what's the word here? Technical kind of thing. Okay. Did anything come in while we were doing that?
St. Clair, another 400. Oh, we just got another 7,000 out of Wayne again.
Oh, they're coming in fast and furious. What do we got?
I'll turn on my Twitch stream again.
She nets a couple hundred votes there. She wins that batch 52 to 45.
So 2 7-point victories again. And how many votes? It says 7,000?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so between the last two updates, she netted about, again, just to put in perspective what just happened, right? 7,000 vote updates from Wayne County come in. They break for about 7 points for Stevens. What that has the effect of doing is knocking this number down statewide about 1,000 votes. What just came in from those two updates. So 33,460. Now it is inside now of 3 points. It's 2.9 points. We do have, we'll keep a running tally of this. We now think there's about 114,000 votes that are left. I'll put these up on the screen for you. Maybe that's the way to do it. 114K, that's a K. We think 114,000 votes are left out of Wayne County. The second biggest source of votes we think that's left is right here, Macomb County, 41,000. Then would be Genesee. We think, roughly here, these are rough numbers. We think about 36,000 votes left to come out of Genesee. Genesee is Flint, okay? Ingham County, right, state capital, in Michigan State, 25,000. We think 25,000 are going to come out of there. We told you about Muskegon, where we got nothing so far. We think 23,000 are going to come out of Muskegon. Oakland, we still have, again, these are rough. We think maybe about 20,000 that are left in Oakland County. We did get it. Looks like we got another Washtenaw update a few minutes ago. Can you look into that? Because we think now 14,000 left in Washtenaw. But 114, 155, 191, 205, 230. So that's 253,000 votes in the outstanding votes in the places I just showed you. That's the lion's share, of what's left. I say there's scatterings elsewhere. There are a few other places I can show you, but that's the lion's share of it. do you have Washington?
Yeah, that came in while we were doing Macomb a few minutes ago. That was an El Sayed friendly bunch. There's about 6,000 votes, and he wins it 48 to 47.
He won 48, 47. So we think this is probably vote by mail.
Yes.
Right. So that's a great illustration. Okay, that's actually a really good illustration. What just happened? If we got a vote by mail batch, right, from Washtenaw County, where we keep hyping this, I don't know, will it be mythical, late drop of vote by mail in Ann Arbor, and oh yes, Stevens does great with the vote by mail, but maybe in the super liberal college town where we expect El Sayed to be cleaning up, maybe doing great means just not losing it by that much. Well, look at that. In Washtenaw, not that batch of votes, but out of Ann Arbor, we just got a big vote by mail batch, and yeah, it's basically a tie, right? And so if it moves, okay, right, like, so if that big...
They're not calling it, though. They're not calling it. It means there's still a chance. I believe El Sayed will pull this off, but the damage has been done. The damage has been done, man. This is just interesting to watch what happens in the end. I mean, there's a chance that she wins, but wow. This is a bit of a disappointment for a lot of people out there, realizing this is going to be a lot harder than they thought.
This final, potentially final vote by mail drop out of Ann Arbor. But again, I mean, this is kind of what the map looks like right now in terms of where the outstanding vote is. There is 11,000 out of Kalamazoo left, but Kalamazoo is looking.
What's the damage? That your campaign isn't as exciting as you thought it was, and that the people of Michigan aren't as sold on you. This is a split with the Democratic Party here. You got a lot of people to win over, dude. These are a shit ton of votes you're going to have to win over, and that means something has to change. You know what I mean?
Aggressive standpoint for them, it's really come to fruition in those numbers tonight. Whatever else, kind of happens statewide,
Now, you're coping if you think that just PAC money is why this happened. That there's no shot. This is a bit of a disaster for El Sayed. This is the best he could do. And the Republicans are about to dump some Islamophobia we haven't seen since 9/11 on this race. It's about to get nasty. He's going to need all the help he can get. And he pissed off everybody from Gretchen Whitmer to all of Haley Stevens supporters. I mean, I can't wait to read the analysis here and see like the turnout in certain areas due to just being enraged by the campaign he ran and the way people have been talking. Just the disrespect to different communities in the state of Michigan that he's going to have to go hat in hand. This guy, he'll probably be going to church on Sunday in a black church. Watch. This guy's going to be, it's going to be a new Abdul starting tomorrow if he wins. But yeah, Hassan, got to go. If we see Hassan anywhere near him in the next 90 days, he's an idiot. Got to go.
3,400 left. She's leading by 10. 2,900 left. Well, that one's even. 2,400 left. Even. Yeah. Oh boy. You know what? They're just it's these Western Michigan counties. That's I'm really seeing that. And it does. We think maybe about 2,000 to come. About 2,000 to come out of Kent County too. About 2,000 there.
We just got another Kalamazoo update.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to erase this. You got a sense of it. Kalamazoo. Oh, that's a big one. We're basically done, huh? We don't have 11,000 votes left in Kalamazoo anymore.
Well, I mean,
well, we correct.
We've said this before, but yes.
I'm sorry. I get so excited when I just want to see 95, and when I see 94, I'm like close enough. And then Adam is correct. We could have more, but this is a probably close to complete picture of Kalamazoo. I'm just excited because I get to do my favorite game of the benchmarks.
Thank you, Doomer. Appreciate that. Yeah, those double-digit leads. Not reality, man. This game's a lot harder than people thought, and it's going to take a lot of work to get Abdul across the finish line. The polls already showed that he was going to have a tougher election in November than Stevens. I don't know what she's going to do. I don't know what people like Gretchen Whitmer are going to do. Obviously, they're going to want the Democrat to win. I want the Democrat to win. I don't really have an issue with Abdul. I think he's kind of a dick and a narcissist and a weirdo, but as far as being a senator on paper, it seems fine. I mean, I'm for Medicare for all. I wish he would obsess a little less about Israel. I don't think there's much to do there as a senator. Like, what's to vote on? What's to do? How's that going to make life better for people in Michigan to talk about Israel all day long? Like, it's not going to make the cost of living go down. It's not going to make housing more affordable. It's nothing to do with what people are super concerned about. It's a moral issue, and I guess it'll help some people sleep better at night. But what is the action that he can take towards Israel as a senator? They're not getting any money. They're not getting any weapons. Like, they're even telling Congress, please don't send us anything. So I wish he would focus a little bit more on the things that will impact people's lives directly here. And I think that's what he's going to have to do to win this state. They aren't voting on anything for 2 years. Oh, they'll still vote on some things. They won't be able to implement anything, if that's what you mean. I agree with you on that.
For her there, 30 is winning 27, 54, 81 minus 42. She could.
And I think he's going to have to moderate, move to the middle, and that's going to piss off a lot of those people who, they want him as pure as possible, pure as snow, and he's gonna have to lurch a bit to the center.
Nothing from Muskegon, but again, do me a favor, Adam. This is a good one. Ingham County. I mean, in terms of the Mayo. How much is left? What's it running at? Election day.
You say that, but in 2035, we will have solved the housing crisis after voting to call Gaza a genocide. You're right. No, you're right. I can't argue with that. I mean, you will be able to draw a direct line between emphatically calling it a genocide millions of times and cheaper housing. You're right. It's connected for sure.
And she's leading by 3, which, 3 points with 25,000 left, that might net her 750 votes. It's going to be a handful. All those votes left right there, vote by mail's her bread and butter, but Ingham County demographically isn't. And so the good news for her is it looks like El Sayed doesn't build on this margin with what's left in Ingham County, but she may not cut into it with what's left. So again, we say 31,600 now. I could see Macomb slashing that down to about 27. Genesee, with 27,000 left. Again, if she were to just, pour it on the way she just did with that last update, she could net 5,000 more. Maybe we do it this way.
And guess where all that AIPAC money's going next?
Change the marker thickness. Never mind. 5,000, but they do great work. I just did what 5,000. Let's be generous, right? Again, this is non-decision desk approved. 5,000. Take a look. I say I have Flint, and you say 5,000. Okay. Now you say. Ingham, well, maybe it's a wash with what Adam just told us, there. Again, Muskegon, we have nothing of any kind. I really think just the way all these counties have been lining up, I suspect that's in El Sayed County. I suspect we'll just go on the conservative side, maybe say it's by about, 2,000 votes for him. Oakland County. Let's pause on Oakland. vote by mail, election day. What do we think is left there?
Oakland?
Yeah.
So I see mail roughly in, early in person in, election day 85% in, according to our estimates, with maybe 18,000 votes left.
Yeah, and he is leading the election day vote. Correct.
Yeah. 58-40.
So that, yeah, I mean, that could end up, that's Oakland. If that ends up being an El Sayed gain with the remaining vote that's left there, right? I mean, I'm seeing maybe I could be maybe very generous in these counties and say Stevens knocks off 10,000 to bring that down to 21. Maybe nothing changes out of what's remaining, in Ingham County from what Adam just told us, but I think Muskegon, would move that to 23 for Al Sayed, and then that Oakland, if that remaining vote is election day and it's breaking,
Thanks, Milan.
and it breaks, Al Sayed, he builds on that further. Washtenaw, we keep telling you, again, like the best case in Washtenaw for Stevens would be it's just a wash from here to the end. Is it just vote by mail that's left collectively in Washtenaw?
Let me take a look. Yes, that's what we have.
Yeah, so look, that's her best case is the vote by mail is a wash in Washtenaw. I didn't mean to do that. It's a wash in Ingham. So the two big vote-producing kind of hubs for Al Sayed that are left, that they don't do anything. They don't move this thing anyway.
Al Sayed live. Is it worth watching? I don't know. I don't know what. We can tune into it for a few minutes. Not worth tuning in. Wow. Captain America says no. Just doing a rallying cry.
About the campaign we've just come through, I want you to understand that it pales in comparison to the cynicism.
He may already pivot right now.
In comparison to the corporatism. In comparison.
We may see the pivot already beginning.
In comparison to the lies that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump are going to tell. There is so much more that unites us. However much we might disagree with our Democratic opponent, there is so much more that unites us than divides us. And so, to all...
Where's the muscle shirt?
And so, to all of our supporters here tonight, watching on TV, tomorrow we begin to mend fences.
Oh, say sorry.
Whatever happens,
say
tonight,
sorry.
We have a responsibility
to
assure
fences
that we unite to make sure that Mike Rogers never sees the inside of the U.S. Senate.
Already.
And I'm going to ask.
No, you're going to beg.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to ask all of us, as we think about where we go from here, always magnanimity in victory. So if your instinct is to be like, I told you, no. Let's come together to build a movement that's even bigger, that's even stronger, that's even more powerful, that reaches into the very depths of this state, that reminds us the best of who we are and who we can be. That is the commitment I want all of us to be making as we leave here tonight.
Yeah, good luck.
And so, Mike,
this is not a strength
and
of
I know
leftists.
you're listening, Mike.
It's not a strength of leftists to be able to mend fences and reach out and listen and try to win people over. Not. That's going to be a big ask. Big ask.
We are coming for you.
Oh!
I just gotta tell you, I was in med school while Mike Rogers was in Congress. This is a guy who's never seen a check from a pharmaceutical lobbyist he didn't want to cash. He sent our campaign a cease and desist for calling him a pharma lobbyist. But I don't know. If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, smells like a duck, how am I supposed to know it's a goose? So look, forgive me, Mike. I just know that you spend so much time with pharma lobbyists, I just thought you were one. You've taken so much money for them to raise our prescription drug prices. I just thought that you just got in the business. After all, you haven't really explained how you made $14 million golfing in Florida. Unless it was trading on all the government relationships you built when you were in Congress. So I don't know, maybe 14 million wasn't enough. You got to come back, get some more relationships and trade on them too? This is a guy who has never seen a check from a corporation he did not want to corrupt himself with. And here's the thing about it. He can't decide which era of Republican he wants to be from. On the one hand, he was from the neocon era that had us fighting unnecessary wars in Iraq, swore up and down he could never support Donald Trump, then went to Mar-a-Lago when he decided to run for Senate the first time, and licked all the boots until he finally got that Trump endorsement. So he's both the worst of the neocon era and the worst of the MAGA era. And I just think that's the worst of all. Because at least you should know who you are. But I promise you, Mike, by the time we are done with you, all of Michigan is going to know who you are. You are a corporate sellout who's not a pharma lobbyist, but really, really might want to be one someday, who voted to raise our prescription drug prices, who supported wars we don't need to fight, who tried to shut down our bridges, who wants to stand in the way of our unions, who should never see the inside of the U.S. Senate. So friends, we're going to have to wait a little longer to see the outcome of this race. But as I look in front of me, I already see the outcome of this campaign. A community of people who came together around a set of ideals, built on the foundation of what this government was supposed to be in the first place. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And as I think about where we sit in the long arc of our history, it's hard not to reflect on the fact that we just commemorated 250 years. And we all know those 250 years weren't perfect. We all know that a lot of that history was built on a set of foundational errors. And at the same time, I can't help but appreciate the fact that I know what America gave me. America is an incredible place. I used to live the contrapositive of the life I was supposed to live
Tightening
when
up.
I spent summers in Egypt. I crossed 15 hours and 10 years difference in life expectancy. But for the accident of being born here, I got the opportunity to get vaccinated against diseases that killed 2 of my aunts and uncles that I otherwise never met. I got to go to amazing public schools. I got to go to an incredible public university. I got my medical education paid for by the NIH. And at the same time, Growing up just 15 minutes away from me, children whose families had been here far longer than mine, who never got those same opportunities. America can do glorious things, but to love America isn't just to dress up in some colors and pretend that everything's fine. To love America is to will America to do the hard work of being better. If you love America, you want America to be America for all of her kids. And as I think about those past 250 years, those errors, slavery, Jim Crow, the fact that this country was built without giving women equal access to citizenship for years, continued discrimination against people. The thing our country has always done better than anyone else is that we've been able to look those failures in the eye and correct them. It's not because we ignore our challenges. The greatness of America is the ability to see those challenges and fix them. And 250 years on, as we think about where we go from here, it is that ability to correct that we together have embraced in this movement. We live in an era of historical inequality, in an era where union participation is near an all-time low, but the number of billionaires has never been higher. An era where schools continue to carry the consequences of historical segregation. An era where we continue to see a few very small people try to define America as being as small as they are.
Bro, this is going to be a tough sell to this crowd, man. Like, you want these people to love America. These people want to shit on America all day long, man. Yeah, I don't know. Every time I see him talk, it feels like imposter syndrome. But we're watching this because he's on the verge of winning, though the race tightened up. It's a 2% race now.
We can't control the past 250 years. What we can do is build the next 250. And to do that, it's going to mean movements like this one, of the people, by the people, and for the people, with a distinct purpose of taking on the challenges that we face. Those movements have never been more important than they are right now. I look in front of me and I see all kinds of colors, all kinds of stories coming together around the idea that we can have nice things, we just can't do it alone.
Even closer.
But to have them, we're going to need to reach across the divides they tell us we can't breach. Divides of race, of faith, of geography, of sexual orientation, gender identity, to build together what we want to hand off to our kids and our grandkids. And for the past 15 months, I've had the privilege of being a part of that movement with all of you. And so as we continue forward, for the next 13 weeks, I am asking you to put your shoulder in the work to make sure that we defeat Mike Rogers, we defeat and send a blow to Trumpism, and we do the work of building that next 250 years that all of us deserve, because at some point, whether you know them or you don't, the future will ask you, what did you do in this moment? For me, it looks like two little girls, ethnically half Indian like their mom, ethnically half Egyptian like me, 100% American. And I want to tell them, when they ask, that I got to work with so many incredible people who believed in the best of America, so that we could hand it off to them and all of their kids and grandkids. Ask yourself what we could be if we treated all our kids like they were all our kids. Ask yourself what it would mean when it comes to where we spend our tax dollars, about the schools we build, the health care we provide, the opportunities we would want. And for the next 13 weeks and the next 6 years after that, I'm asking you to join me in helping to build that America.
haven't won yet. Relax. What do you mean? Chill, homie.
So with that, we should know who the victor will be tomorrow. And the work starts anew. And so for one last time for this primary, money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? Let's go win. Thank you so much.
Or Hassan down with the plebes in the pit. The indignity, the disrespect. Down with the commons. Didn't get a spot on the stage or nothing. No backstage. Wow. Poor guy. Can't believe they mistreat him like that. They have a star in the room. Look at this, guys. Look at this. It is tightening. Oof. Nail biters, be warned. Thank you, Orange Pill Nurse, for the $20 super chat. Noted. Noted.
And the way the vote by mail and the election day have been running in Macomb, they would cancel each other out. If what remains looks like everything else that's come in Macomb, they cancel each other out. But I want to be careful here because right next door in Oakland, that update we just got a minute ago, a very good update for Stevens, was, you know, we had, our system was telling us that's election day vote that's left, and that last big update went 61-35 for Stevens. Okay, so if that vote by mail, we've gotten 3 or 4 successive updates here. It's been as pro Stevens as we've been expecting all night.
Thank you.
If the remaining vote by mail here just continues that pattern, but the remaining what's coded as election day vote doesn't, that's a big batch of votes there, 15,000 votes that are coded as election day, that if they broke more towards Stevens, but again, she's now in a position 22,800. Did we just get a little bit more?
Taking a look. Small. We got another 1,000 Saginaw and another 200 Van Buren.
How does Saginaw break?
59% for Stevens, El Sayed 34.
Yeah, so getting close there. That's about what we.
Dude, this is an insanely late night for Steve Kornacki. These guys peace out so much earlier. The fact that they're still here tells me that there is a road to victory for Stevens. I don't think it's huge, but it's there. I mean, you got 82% of the vote in, and it's a 1.8% race. The Orange Pill, thank you for another $5. He's going to have a lot of work to do with the black community. I mean, I'm actually kind of relishing watching the leftists have to try to win over liberals now because they only have shame tactics. They only have screaming and offense. They don't have any way to mend fences, like he said. I don't see leftists being able to mend fences. He might be able to pull it together, but he's a toxic guy too. Like, he had to put out a statement telling his followers to stop attacking her personally, Stevens. And just hours earlier, he said she can't string 2 sentences together. So he's going to have to lead by example. I don't think he's I think that's going to be a struggle. So I'm actually fascinated to watch the leftist grovel. It's going to be interesting.
Net a new plurality for Stevens of about 4,500. Okay, but then that would also be that'd be over 4,000 votes for Stevens there.
They need us. Yeah. All of a sudden they need us to join them, right? Like, I'm all for holding on to this seat, you know, and I think those votes are up for grabs, but it's not the liberals' job to go convince themselves to go vote for him. He's got to go convince them, right? Like, kind of like what Hutch has been saying. Like, you're gonna have to bend, bro. So it's gonna be very interesting. I don't think anybody should withhold their vote, but at the same time, people are gonna be upset. They're gonna be unenthusiastic, and it's gonna be on him and his crew to get the people going. So it's gonna be interesting. Hutch has been trolling. I'm sure Hutch has been having a great time. I mean, again, I think it's like they've been screaming at liberals for years, and for a year now with this race, and just crying about AIPAC and all this. And if they win the nomination, then they're going to have to pivot. You can't just scream your way about AIPAC to victory in November. That's not going to work. I don't know if I've ever heard a candidate say it's time to mend fences in their pseudo victory speech. That shows you how toxic it is right now. The Democrats in Michigan are split, and he's going to have to be a leader and get them all on one page.
I'm very hesitant to guess at this point because we've been saying Kent County is all in for quite some time.
Why use harsh language like grovel? Because they deserve a taste of their own medicine after all these years. They need to. This is reality, We've been babying these people for years now, trying to not upset them and make sure they have enough spoons to handle 5 seconds of pushback. Now it's their turn to win people over. That's part of the job. When you get the nomination, you need to go out there and win over the people that didn't vote for you. Find out what they want, what's going to appeal to them. So it's time to put your pride aside and put your hat in your hand and go around asking what I can do for you. That's up to him, man. That's not up to those people. He's got a lot of fences to mend, as he said. I mean, he told his own audience to go, we need to mend fences now. I don't know if they're really capable of that, those people. They're not exactly good at building, like repairing things with people they disagree with.
Counties left in the state of Michigan where there's at least 10,000 votes remaining. There's only 6 counties left.
You guys, I see you crying. You're still trying to play the old AIPAC playbook, and it's not going to win you votes. Think about it. You're trying to win people over, and you're like, I can't believe people are still not going to vote for this guy. He's so good, or whatever, blah, blah, blah. That's not working. You're going to have to try a different strategy there, champ. You can't browbeat these Stevens voters into voting for Abdul. Going to have to go a different route. Time to put that anger aside and start asking some questions.
Because outside of Wayne, that's the biggest source of votes. The interesting thing that we've seen.
No, don't come at me. You're wasting time if you're bugging me about Stevens did this, Stevens did that. That's not going to help you win in November. You're not. You heard Abdul. He said, time to mend fences. Time to start is now. Time for you to knock it off. Stop attacking. That's not going to win in November to try to shame people into voting for him. Like that's not a good strategy, man. I don't know if you've lived a lot of life, but that usually doesn't get you very far. Time to change, he said. Time to knock it off.
Okay. Washtenaw. The vote by mail was running even there in the last update. There's that added complexity of if it's Ann Arbor. This is a bigger if, but what if the vote by mail is a wash there, right? Okay, so now the 2 big pro-Al Sayed places left with more than 10,000 votes, now they've been neutralized by Stevens, is what I'm saying. This is if. And then you've got, 27,000 left here in Genesee. This is Flint. This is breaking. This is, a place where, again, if you're Stevens, you could probably still get about 3,000 vote plurality here. Rough. We've been talking about Wayne, where it's, she needs big updates. She got a good one a minute ago. There's many more to come at 95,000. And then I'm looking at it, and then Oakland with 14,000. We think 14,000 left in Oakland still, or was the system slow updating that?
Yeah, let me take a look. It looks like 14,000 still.
Okay, 14,000. And not quite sure Can you tell what they're coded as in there? This could be a red herring, as we've seen, but is red herring the right word?
Yeah, election day, 18,000.
Okay, but remember the last time we had coded vote as election day here in Oakland, I said, oh my goodness, this is, but it ended up breaking 26 points for Stevens. So if this 14,000 breaks for Stevens, okay, if these are neutralized, if she gets a big number out of Genesee County, okay, 3,000, 7, I'll tell you, yeah.
We just got updates in Midland and Kalamazoo.
Yeah.
Another 4,000 votes out of Midland. She nets a few in Kalamazoo. 1,000, and he nets a few there.
Okay, we got where's the? I don't think
Who do we
I don't
blame?
need benchmarks anymore. We're not in benchmark territory anymore. We are.
I like that game.
Okay.
If I don't think Abdul will lose the general if he does the right things, right? It's not that hard. He's going to have to go apologize to Gretchen Whitmer and all those people, the leaders, not the people. He's going to have to go mend those fences himself, right? Like he's going to have to go figure out a way to get Gretchen Whitmer and Dana Nessel and all those people to not just endorse him, which I think they'll easily do, but to actually help him to convince their people that, hey, man, we got to get behind this guy. And he's going to have to win over Stevens and her supporters and get them to want to help out, right? That's how it is. I mean, isn't that what Abdul El Sayed supporters would expect if Stevens wins? That it's up to Stevens to go win them over by changing. Like, that's the funny thing. I could just flip it right now. I could just say, look, Abdul loses tomorrow. Don't you Abdul El Sayed supporters agree that it's up to Stevens to mend the fences and to win over Abdul El Sayed supporters to move towards their position to win them over? Wouldn't you say that? It's so funny. These people are mad at me for saying the obvious. And if you just flip the script, they would agree to the exact thing I'm saying. Like, it's to be expected. If Abdul ends up losing, his supporters will demand everything that I just said that he needs to do if he wins. It's so funny. It's so funny.
Right? So El Sayed is 22,440. If these two were to happen, okay, 6,500, you're basically knocking this down to 16,000, right? And then you're left with, boy, this is Macomb neutral? Does nothing happen from it? Or does that remaining vote all break for Stevens, by that like 30-point margin we've been seeing? If it,
I'm an Abdul supporter. I would vote for Stevens regardless. Vote blue no matter what. I agree, Day of Oz, and that's the attitude. But do you agree with me that it's going to be up to Abdul to go win over Stevens supporters? Because if Stevens wins, it's up to her to go win over Abdul's supporters, right? I mean, I don't think you would disagree with me. It's logical.
Exactly. They're just coming in one small piece at a time. So big variables here. That Macomb, is Macomb even? If it is, that's very good for El Sayed. Does the remaining Macomb break big for Stevens? Obviously huge for her. The remaining vote by mail in Ingham and Washtenaw, is it a wash? Is it break even? If it is, that's great news for Stevens. Does El Sayed still get another big bounce out of that? If so, obviously great news for him. Oakland, that remaining vote, does it behave like that last batch that we just got, that Stevens won by 26 points? Great news for her if it does. If not, advantage El Sayed. And then 95,000 in Wayne. It's coming in from all these different corners in different permutations. Are there big batches that she just had one a minute ago for Stevens? On top of these other things, are there big batches for her there? And also, as I say, Genesee. Am I being generous?
I agree. Abdul El Sayed agrees with me. He said it's time for us to mend fences. Who's he talking to? Is he talking to the Stevens supporters who hurt the Abdul El Sayed supporters' feelings after he won? I mean, think about it. Is he lecturing Stevens supporters, saying it's time for them to mend fences and join us? He's obviously talking to his supporters. Hey, it's time for us to fix this. And we hurt some feelings and we broke some stuff. It's time for us to go to our neighbor's property and fix the fence. Not for them to come to us and fix our fence. Get the hell out of here.
This is a this is we of all the states we have been doing these primaries for, I think just this is the most complex. The puzzle on this one is the most complex because it's just, as you've seen, nothing is straightforward. It's almost like got a House of Mirrors effect watching these vote returns come in. Nothing is as it seems. It's just not straightforward at all. But it's just made for this kind of dizzying night here where you're looking at it and you're saying, no, Stevens is missing her targets. No, she's making her targets. No, and now it's wrapped all the way around to this. And I think that's the best I can give you in terms of what the major questions are.
Gappy, thank you, bro.
1:30 in the morning, 5.5 hours after polls close. But the good news is, I mean, look, we've really kind of, it finally has come around to a place where we've got like six things here, almost maybe six updates we're looking for. So what's the next one that's going to come in? 22-120. Keep an eye on that number. I'm watching it with you. I won't. At this point, I'm not going to go jumping into any other counties. We'll just react when we get an update. But yeah, again, although I will say almost anything right now that substantially moves that. Well, the one thing that could move that El Sayed number north too, that's the wild card. Should have said. Our friends in Kent County and Grand Rapids, we've been on like. Does that mean something?
Yeah, no, I just saw the number change, and so we
did change. What was it?
I see two counties, Monroe and Roscommon. Monroe gets 2,400 votes, and Roscommon gets.
Wow, it's down to 21,700 votes now from like 37,000 not that long ago. A 1.6% difference between the two candidates with 83% of the votes counted, 17% of the votes still out there. And it's been trending in Stevens' direction for a couple hours now. Incredible.
Bounce this number around a little bit in this zone. But what we are looking for here is anything that substantially moves this number in either direction or an update. You know, if we get Washtenaw, if we get Ingham, and this number doesn't budge, that's just as important and that's just as significant. So something significant. It went down. What was it? Where did we get it?
Genesee.
We got more Genesee. Okay. So this is Flint. We've been saying, I said, could she net another 3,000 or so out of there? It looks like about 2,000 maybe she got out of there. Stevens, again, she's going to win by almost 20 points. This is not 100%.
That's wrong county.
Oh, my God, it's Saginaw.
Oh, my God. Steve.
Okay. Look at this, 78%, even more. The label Saginaw should have told me I was not in Genesee County. Okay, wow, okay. Thank you, Adam. Still a ton to come here. Not a ton, but that's a good amount. That's only about 3/4 in, and Stevens just got another. What was that update? How did it break?
So it was 12,000 votes, 54% for Stevens, 41% for El Sayed.
Yes, that's about a 1,500 vote plurality for her, again, with more to come. We said the math I was using there, right? They're saying, boy, this could get really dicey here for El Sayed. The math I was using there said the remaining vote out of Genesee, could it get her between 3,000, 3,500 votes? She just lopped off 1,500 right there in that update, still not at 80% in there. So again, that was one of our big ones. That's one of our big six, call them the big six counties with that outstanding vote. Although I think with that, I wonder what they're down to. No, they're still over 10,000. Yeah, still 15,000 left there. 1, 2, 3. There are 6 counties over 10,000.
Wow. Yeah, the difference dropped below 20,000. 19,900 votes separate the two contenders now. Holy cow. Can we get a Hassan and sweat checklist? Hassan. Oh, no. Oh, it's over. He's offline. He's done. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Damn. This is a squeaker, man.
I don't see anything big.
Someone just came in. I went from it's big because it was in the high 19s, low 20s. But what was it?
Iron County, 359 votes.
Okay, we're up in the UP. Okay.
We just got a Wayne update.
Okay, whoa. It looks like it was a good one for El Sayed.
Yeah, it was 7,000 votes. He gets 66%. Stevens gets 32%.
Wow. Okay, and again, we're flying a bit blind on where these are coming from. That might be, there are some places there in Wayne that we know to be very El Sayed friendly. That might have been one of them, but that sets Stevens back. Oof. Now she's back at a 22,291 deficit, but still, that leaves just, okay, we'll sit on this, scream through the TV if you see that number move. That still leaves 89,000 votes in Wayne, and as you can see, they're just sort of.
Yeah, we got another Macomb update, 6,000 votes. It's Stevens 63%, El Sayed 32%.
That's the exact clip we've been seeing for like 3-4 straight updates here. This is why this is why I said Macomb is the swing here, because it's coded as half male, half. That was coded as male, I assume, or was it?
Thank you, Armand.
That was coded as male.
Right. Okay. So it's playing to type right now. According to what our system is saying, there's now more outstanding election day vote than vote by mail in Macomb County. But I'm just not sure how that election day vote, what's listed as that, is going to perform, because the other way of looking at this is, that leaves you, now we've got. Yeah, we got 23,000 votes left there in Macomb. If it all breaks, we've seen 63-32, 63-30. We've seen 30-point wins for Stevens in these updates. And again, with 23,000 left, if she just kept doing that, 23-46, that'd be about 7,000 additional votes. She would, a plurality. She would knock that from 20 to 13,000. If it all breaks away, this is to me, in my mind right now at least, it's a huge variable, because I think Macomb could be it could be a wash from this point forward. It could even be it could even net out to El Sayed's favor. That's a bit what the coding that Adam's given you is saying, but it hasn't been performing that way always. It certainly hasn't next door in Oakland.
Yeah, we just need 20,000 votes. Where are they? And this is out of a lot of votes too, guys. Holy shit. Like, this is very tight. This is out of 1.3 million. It's a 20,000 vote race out of 1.3 million. That's crazy, man. Like, this is a brawl right now. How many votes are left? 16% of the ballots. I don't know a number, but you could do the math. I don't know. I don't know if you could say, 1.3 million is 84% and, 16%, do the math, but I have no idea. But the fact that Steve is still going and they're not calling it tells you there's still a path. I mean, there's people a billion times smarter than me crunching the numbers and what's still out there and what's possible, and they're not calling it. That's crazy.
Crashing down. And again, we think Stevens is going to get more out of Genesee.
Listen, do not screw your life up staying up late to watch this, okay, guys? Like, this is going to be settled tomorrow one way or another. You don't need to be here live to witness it if you need to wake up. I do not have to wake up at any point tomorrow, you know what I mean? Like, this is what I live for. I love this shit. But please don't hurt yourselves, all right? There'll be plenty other things to watch and talk about, and we need you well rested. I voted 10 times, 10 different Michigan counties. That's illegal. You're going to prison. Thank you for the $10, though, before you get caught.
In Washtenaw and in Ingham, and just a scattering coming in elsewhere. So we're just, like you, if you're watching this, we're just waiting for that number to budge and to see if it's from one of these significant sort of, I call.
So in 2024, they had big dumps at like 4 and 5 a.m. in Wayne County, which is where Detroit is, and a huge slice of the vote. So, and that's where a lot of the outstanding vote is still. So, what time is it? Almost 11 p.m. my time, almost 2 a.m. So you might be sitting here for 2 hours waiting for the next big dump. I have no idea.
El Sayed.
So it's a decent update for her. It knocks it, this is about as close as she's gotten so far.
Below 20.
Just a shade under 20,000. That is 1.4% statewide. Okay, 19,791.
Wow.
Brings the
1.4% difference
number in Wayne to 84,000. 84,000 votes
below
remain
1.5 now
in Wayne. They've been, I think what I've been seeing, and again, the pattern can change. I'm just going to circle this because again, this is the all important number right now. Every time that changes, we got to see.
Thank you, Vels. Honored.
They've been kind of going
too.
back and forth, right? Trading blows in Wayne. So I obviously it's a game changer if one of them can string together a series of really good updates there. But I'm so focused on, if I could know one thing right now, it's what is the entirety of that remaining Macomb County vote, those 23,000 votes in Macomb County. What does the entirety of that vote look like? Because you can make an argument that it's going to break even or even be slightly favorable to El Sayed, and you can make an argument that it's going to be like a 7,000 or 8,000 vote plurality for Haley Stevens. And the difference in the context of this between those two possibilities obviously is enormous. And so that's, of the things we're looking at here, that's the thing, if I could wave the magic wand and know right now, it would be that. So while any update is massive now, if we ever got...
Steve is locked in. I got to make something to eat. Luckily I have factor meals, so I just heat it up for 2 minutes and then eat. But I got to do that.
Sayed, he gets 55% of them, and Stevens gets 40%.
He won a vote by mail update, right?
This is coded as a mail update.
This is significant. I'll go back to this while we talk about it. Yeah. Again, we said the thing we were sketching through, right? We raised the big questions about the big six. This is one of them, Ingham. It is overwhelmingly an Al Sayed county. We know that, but the vote by mail there, the question was, could Stevens fight El Sayed to a draw in the vote by mail, thereby taking tens of thousands of votes remaining in a core El Sayed county, and El Sayed walks away with no additional plurality out of it. That's the question we were raising there about Stevens. That's not all of it that just came in, but that big batch that just came in was not even. It was double-digit El Sayed. Okay? So it has boosted that statewide margin. Remember, it's boosted it by about 2,100 votes. It's boosted the margin here in the share of the vote to a point in 1.6 points right now. That was if you're El Sayed, it was a very good update for you. Again, we're looking for things here, the answers to our questions. And that one was just answered.
Yeah, this is crazy close. I haven't seen something like this in a while. It's just bouncing back and forth. But again, I think this is already a win for Stevens, and the fact that it's so split. I mean, this is going to be a gut punch for the Abdul El Sayed campaign, Very interesting. All right, I'll be back.
We just saw in Ingham.
Thank you, Maxie. I agree.
And in Washtenaw County, in that 21,000 climbs to 24,000 to 25,000. That's a huge thing. If El Sayed lands that 1-2 punch here, that's massive. So again, we posed those questions as those we talked about those six going above 10,000. And yeah, 84,000 in Wayne. Oh, we are getting down to starting to see the bottom of the barrel, right? Is that the metaphor we're going for here? Sure. The bottom of the barrel is a bad thing. I like elections. There are only 5 counties left now, though, over 10,000. Ingham falls under 10,000 with that update. 21,846. We'll just kind of wait for the next one. They've been coming in pretty regularly. Did we get any? Can I ask you about the thing we were exchanging messages about?
Yes, but you wouldn't like the answer.
Whoa!
Oh, come.
What's that about?
Oh my gosh! Is there anything? Any?
We'll keep working on it.
Don't. Okay.
Some snackies, I think. Is that what is that? What is that about?
Is there any? Can we just set like a tripod or something like?
Going on? Awkward.
The town square.
I love town square.
Could we do that?
We got another update from Lena Wee.
I think they're trying to kick Steve out of the building, maybe.
Oh, it's just we've come so far. It's finally getting there.
Don't you dare try to kick him out.
We're talking about, can we keep this going? Sorry, you could probably figure that out. I'm sorry. You said we got a small amount.
Steve, you just got to break the rules and apologize later, man. Just got to go for it, bro.
3.
Okay, that's one of those. It's just going to bounce it around in that zone. Sorry, I'm.
Got to go. You got to make some calls, man. You're Steve motherfucking Kornacki. All right, you do what you want, bro.
I get a flag from the decision desk that the next Wayne County update should be Canton Township.
Oh, that's great. Okay, we just got a small incremental one. I don't, unless it's from a major county. I don't think it's
from Jackson.
Okay, and it kind of broke even.
Yes.
So the decision desk is telling us that the next Wayne County update is going to come. Come on, show me. How come it's never the one?
I'm guessing the cameraman.
I got the Wayne municipalities.
Has to leave.
Have you seen it, Adam? There it is.
You displayed it to the camera a few hours ago.
I was showing it off. Okay, and you said Canton is the next.
Yes.
Okay, so to set the stage for this, because I think it's a fairly important one, we're talking here about, circle it again, just everybody shout if it moved. Oh, it did move. What happened?
What happened?
Is that Canton?
That was Leelanau.
Oh, okay. That's high income. Yeah, that's right up here.
More for
this is
Syed.
what they call wine country in Michigan. I'm not kidding. There's like 18 wineries here. It's looking out right over. It's beautiful. It's a high income. Anyway, it actually helped. It helped El Sayed. Those are the high income, high education attainment there in that kind of Grand Traverse Bay area. So that boosted him there too. Was not one of the big six, but that was. Oh, something. Is that Canton Town?
Yes.
Oh. Wow.
Oh, boy.
Okay. Why do I hit Monroe all the time? Okay, this just came in Wayne County. Our decision desk is telling us that this is Canton Township. Canton Township is in the western, sort of right here in Wayne County. Give us what the breakdown was.
So this was 20,000 new votes, 54% for El Sayed, 44% for Stevens.
Okay. Context for this: 100,000 people live in Canton Township. The number in the 2018 primary was 49. It was 49 for Whitmer. Okay, it was 38 for El Sayed. Okay, and it was 13 for Tanadar. Right. So the progressive share was 51. That's one way of looking at it. And tonight El Sayed gets 54. Right. The Whitmer share was 49. And tonight, Stevens gets 44. So that's a not inconsequential update. This is one of the bigger townships, one of the bigger sort of jurisdictions in Wayne County right there. And that was very helpful, as you can see, to El Sayed, who's gotten a couple pieces of good news for him in the last few minutes. He got that good news coming out of Ingham County, and he got good news coming out of Canton Township. Again, we're getting a little bit not far from, but relatively speaking, the edges of Wayne County right here. Are they telling us any other specific places on the way?
Not at the moment.
Okay, but wow, what that did, just to give you the sense of this, folks, look, that knocked the remaining vote. We're down to only 64,000 votes left now in Wayne County. We are still at 23 in Macomb. boy, those last updates were very. If you're Al Sayed, we keep swinging here, right? If you're Al Sayed, you're watching that number come down and down and down, and you just brought it back up 5,000 votes, a net of 5,000 votes with these updates. And again, you're watching, if you're Al Sayed, you want to keep this number as stable as you can. Obviously, you want to grow it, but you want to keep it as stable as you can. And you want this number, you can't wait till you want to get this number down, because that vote is volatility, it's unpredictability, and there's still 64,000 left there in Wayne, and there could be good places there left for Stevens. We just got more. Where's it from? He's at 25.5.
Updates from Kalamazoo, 6,000 votes.
Oh, okay. It's out of our big six, but yeah. Why do I always do Berry County for this? Kalamazoo. Okay. Kalamazoo, like Grand Rapids, it's the gift that keeps giving votes. We keep getting to 95 and more. Al Sayed, wow. Stevens got that as close as she's gotten it all night. Al Sayed has responded here. He got a little assist. We are on our big six, but Kalamazoo, Leelanau came through for him too. Kalamazoo, Leelanau, Ingham, big update from Canton Township in Wayne. The ball is in Stevens' court right now. Again, with what is left, 64,000 in Wayne, and then Macomb, 23. I'm more and more. This 23,000 in Macomb County is huge. Huge. I think Stevens now needs it to be. We're saying, is it going to be about even? I could make an argument based on everything we're seeing, why that's the case. Is it going to be Stevens netting 8,000 vote plurality? I think she now increasingly needs it to be the case, that it's that 8,000 vote plurality. I continue to say, if you could tell me one thing right now, it's the makeup of that vote. We got 15,000 left in Genesee. That's where Flint is. We got, again, there's 15,000 votes left here in Genesee. We think there's 14,000 votes left here in Oakland. 15, 14, 23, 64,000 right there in Wayne. Who am I forgetting here? Do we have any other? Oakland. Oh, Washtenaw, right, of course. There's 14,000 votes left in Washtenaw, right? So the game has changed a little bit since we last went through this math. Because if in Ingham is still, there's outstanding vote, but we're inside of 10,000. That last one was significant. If what happened in Ingham happened in Washtenaw, then that number goes further north, for Al Sayed. If the remaining vote in Macomb is a wash, which is possible, then that number would stay north. And then look at this. Suddenly, you take almost 40,000 votes off the map. You'd say, well, Stevens can get a boost out of Genesee County here, but 15,000 votes. It's only going to be a couple thousand. 14,000 Oakland, and Al Sayed, again, just the fact that he was able to put up that number in Canton Township there, right? There's a breadth of support inside of Wayne County there for him too. Again, it raises. If she can't get it out of Macomb, that Stevens really needs something we haven't been. She needs the remainder of Wayne to be just overwhelmingly for her. But if she does get it out of Macomb, if she does get that 30-point margin she's gotten in the last 4 updates out of Macomb, it's absolutely in it. 25,544. Looking at the clock, what do we do?
They were still working on it.
Okay, I appreciate it. I know this has been I know it's been a super long night for everybody. There's just some I'm not the only one that works here. They need the studio, and folks around here have been working. We don't stay up till 2 a.m. doing this every day. So I truly, truly appreciate everybody in here been taking part in this. Do you guys want to come take a bow? Do you guys want to? Can I get you guys on? Can we show these folks? I'm serious. Do you want? I'd love to show the room, maybe the people that make this happen. Here we go. Take a bow.
It's the best.
All right. We've made it to everything. We'd make it to 2 a.m. for one of these.
Never.
Steve, I do have another Wayne update.
Yeah, this is big. This is big.
So we got another 6,000 votes.
Yep.
El Sayed 62, Stevens 35. We just got another 11,000 Washtenaw votes.
Yep. Oh, this is huge.
El Sayed 59, Stevens 39.
Whoa, folks. Woo. We've been asking the questions and we're getting the answers. That vote that just came in Washington, that would have been mail, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Let me double check.
If the answer is yes, that's
yes.
Yeah, okay. We asked the question in Ingham County, could Stevens fight Al-Sayed to a draw with the remaining vote by mail? Answer, no. Washtenaw County, could Stevens fight Al-Sayed to a draw with the remaining vote by mail? Answer, no. Al-Sayed just won that batch by 20 points. Could Stevens consistently roll up those big numbers in Wayne County? There's another big update right there. Al-Sayed, he's within 4 points in the countywide count. What that does, I think someone else just came in, Al-Sayed's number now is creeping close to 30,000. A few minutes ago, it was down at 19,000. He has gotten nothing but good news in the last 6 or 7 updates we've gotten from Kalamazoo, from Leelanau County, Ingham County, Washtenaw County, and in Wayne County. 2 big updates out of Wayne County that are very strong for Al-Sayed. We're at nearly 90% of the vote in statewide here. He's taken what was a very precarious position a few minutes ago, and he has now put himself in a significantly better one with those votes that have come in. That leaves what is left right now. That leaves only 58,000 left out of Wayne County. That's the biggest source of votes that's left statewide. That continues to leave these 23,000 votes out of Macomb that I've said are a bit of a wild card here. That leaves 15,000 right here in Genesee County, and only one other county left right now with more than 10,000 votes outstanding. That is Oakland County, 14,000 right there. And there it is, folks. NBC News Decision Desk is officially projecting that Abdul El-Sayed will win the Democratic primary for the United States Senate in Michigan. He defeats Congresswoman Haley Stevens. He will be the Democratic candidate this fall in the general election against former Congressman Mike Rogers, who won the Republican nomination unopposed. Rogers, who sought a Senate seat in 2024, narrowly lost, seeking a rematch, seeking a rerun here. He will do it against Abdul El-Sayed. I am not going to make this go any longer than it has. Thank you all who have stayed with us tonight. Thank you to everybody here at NBC who has made this possible.
What a
Behind the
finish.
scenes everywhere. What an epic night this was. What that flourish that Al-Sayed had at the end there. If you stayed up, you got to witness it all. It looked like Stevens was closing the gap. It looked like she had a path, and Al-Sayed just shut it off in those last 6 updates we got. That was an incredible amount of drama in the end there after a long, long night. And if you stayed with us through it all, God bless you. Thank you very much. And that will, oh, we got to do a special report. All right, what do I got to do? We're almost done, folks. What do I got to do?
Listen, that was a hell of a fight.
I have to do this as like a cut-in thing. So they're going to I'm going to put on the serious newscaster voice here. I'm going to say a version of what I just said, and then we'll say goodnight. And if you leave now,
That was a hell of a fight right there. But now the hard work begins for Abdul El-Sayed. This is like,
holy cow.
This is a challenge for his team, bro. And I'm sorry, it's time to drop the AIPAC browbeating, the liberal scum. It's time to knock all that shit off. If that's what you're thinking, that's who you are, it's time to knock all that shit off. It's time to mend my fence. My fence is broken. Mending time. I'm telling you. Fuck you. You aren't winning any votes if you go out there with that same dumb attitude about AIPAC and Israel and corporate Dems. You need to drop all that shit. And listen to Abdul. He's the one telling you, not me. But this is going to be really hard for these people, man.
This is an NBC News special report. I'm Steve Kornacki. American voters in 5 states hit the polls on Tuesday, and I've got some major results to share with you.
They cut him off. Poor guy. Rip.
He defeats Congresswoman Haley Stevens. This was a very close race here. You can see there are still a scattering of votes to be counted, but Al-Sayed currently leading Stevens by 2 points here. He will be the Democratic nominee this November, and he will face off against the Republican, Mike Rogers. He won his primary unopposed tonight. Rogers, a former congressman. He ran for the United States Senate in this state against Alyssa Slotkin in 2024. He narrowly lost. He will be now facing off in his second Senate campaign against Al-Sayed. The backdrop of this race, which will be one of the most closely watched races this November, is that this is a state that Donald Trump won. It's a swing state. Trump carried it by a point over Kamala Harris in 2024, and Democrats in nominating Abdul El Sayed, a candidate who was backed by Bernie Sanders, who ran on certainly a far left progressive platform. Can a candidate as far to the left as El Sayed win a state like Michigan? We have seen a host of these left-wing candidates win primaries this year in deep blue districts, deep blue cities where the general election is a foregone conclusion. It's not a foregone conclusion in Michigan. This will be a test. Can El Sayed, can his ideology win in a state that went for Donald Trump by a point? Other major races here tonight in Michigan, the governor's race. Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State, she will be the Democratic candidate for governor, and she will be facing off, trying to succeed two-term Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who's not running for re-election. She will be facing off against John James. John James, a congressman from Macomb County, a Republican who ran with the endorsement of Donald Trump. He wins the Republican primary tonight over Perry Johnson. It will be James. It will be Benson. That will be the governor's race. In the congressional races, a significant result in Michigan's 7th district tonight here. William Lawrence, again, a progressive insurgent candidate, winning the nomination in this, a swing district that Donald Trump carried by a point in 2024. Lawrence wins this primary tonight and will face off in the fall against freshman Republican Tom Barrett. This is a congressional district version of the question that's been raised about El.
Look at these leftists still screaming at us. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Listen to your leader, Abdul. He said, mend my fence. It's time to mend the fence. That's you he's talking to, not us. He's talking to you.
Sayed in the Senate race. Can a candidate as far to the left as Lawrence win in a district that Donald Trump won by a point in 2024? So big, momentous results out of Michigan tonight that squarely put this state in the spotlight in November, both in terms of the Senate race, which will have massive implications for control of the United States Senate, and in this House race, which could have big implications for control of the United States House of Representatives. Thank you for watching this special report, and more news is straight ahead on NBCNews.com. And a complete wrap-up on today. I'm Steve Kornacki. Have a great morning. More news straight ahead.
Rest of us were a little more.
This is going to be a wonderful moment for our friends to the left to learn some humility and how to win people over and make friends. It's going to be wonderful. I'm so happy for them, and I'm excited to see how they win all of these voters who did not vote for their candidate, who are happy to be won over. So you can keep screaming at us all you want, but it's not going to help win any votes. I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand the strategy. I would take a step back and I would say, what do we do to win these people over that voted for Stevens? Because you have a very big divide in Michigan. This is like worst case scenario for Abdul El Sayed. If he had just like a huge victory, then it's no problemo. But this is like the smallest of margins possible. It's time to make some major changes, dude. Major changes. And my thing is with elections, whatever happens, happens. Like, there's nothing I can do to change this in any way. It's not my candidate. You know what I mean? Like, it's not my job to lose the primary and then go ask how I can help, you know? Like, the role becomes now, how do we win these people over who didn't vote for our candidate? That's going to be a tough hill to climb for a lot of these people who just are so used to screaming about AIPAC and Israel and corporate Dems. Like, how are you going to win these people over is my question. Are you just going to like shame them that you have to vote or the Republicans will win? It doesn't seem like a great strategy to me. So I'm fascinated to see what they do and how they change. He's your candidate. I'm not voting. I'm not in Michigan. I don't have to vote. I can play games like Hassan did in 2024. My vote doesn't matter. I'm in California. It doesn't mean anything. It's up to Abdul's campaign and his supporters to win over those Haley Stevens voters and to get them to vote for Abdul. Now, the good news is Haley Stevens voters are nice people who want to see Trump get checked. And I don't think it'll be that hard to win them over. But screeching at them is definitely not going to do it. That's for sure. Now, I'll say this to my community as well. There is a path to win the Senate even without Michigan. I remember I made a video about we could still win without Maine. We can win without Michigan too. Do not think that this is the end of the road. I think Michigan is winnable. I think Abdul El-Sayed can easily win if he makes the right moves. And I'm not asking to move mountains here or do anything crazy. I'm just talking about it's time to win over the governor and the outgoing senator and and look into why those people voted for Haley Stevens, because that outcome right there on the screen is not good if you're an Abdul El-Sayed voter. That is worst case scenario right there. You barely won, meaning you have a hell of a lot of work to do to win over voters to get this guy across the finish line like we all want him to. But it's not up to us. It's not up to the people who voted and believed in something else. It's up to the people who won to convince others to join them. And I'm seeing poor action already in my chat by those people who need so desperately to win over these people. I'm not impressed with what I've seen so far, but we'll just have to see what happens. Him losing is worst case scenario. This is worst case scenario. Now he has the job. Now he's the guy. He's got to do a job now. He has to do the job. And this is where the leftists struggle because they never have had to do any work, both in their personal lives because they never have enough spoons and they can only take one shower a week, and in their elected representatives' lives because they just shake their fists and scream about the corporate Democrats and the Nancy Pelosi's of the world. And if we were in there, we would press 6 buttons and get rid of Israel and communism would be implemented and everyone would have a free hot girlfriend and everybody eats Pop-Tarts for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So this is where the tough work starts, man. This is where the tough work begins. And I almost feel bad for our leftist friends because of the amount of work they're going to have to do. It's going to be more than they've ever been asked before. And I don't know, man. You know, it is what it is, man. For me, I think this race is easily winnable. But I've been telling people for a long time to give more attention to Alaska, Ohio, Iowa. You know, I was concerned that Talarico and Texas getting too much love, and that's a bit of a long shot. But at this point, I think we need to start looking at alternative routes too, because this is going to be a tough one. And guess what? All that AIPAC money is going to go right over to Mr. Mike Rogers. And you're going to see Islamophobia on a level you haven't seen since September 12th, 2001. It's about to get nasty. I want my fence mended, a dozen chickens. This was my concern. This is why I was saying I think this guy's running a nasty campaign that's going to hurt him if he wins, because he's going to have to work with these people that he's upset, like the governor. I mean, I'm not talking about random Joe citizen, though I'm sure plenty of people are pissed based on how his campaign was run and the attacks on the governor and their beloved leaders. Now, I think Gretchen Whitmer and the gang are bigger people than anything, and they will easily endorse him and try to help him as much as possible. But there's still a lot of work to be done. And you know what? After all the screeching from leftists and the freakazoids that call me a Zionist and all the attacks on me and all that, I really, I don't have much sympathy for what they're about to experience. And I think you guys, you liberals, deserve a little bit of win my vote. I say that. I say that because of all the shit that has been thrown this way from that faction of the party. And I think you guys deserve a little bit of, now it's your turn to win some people over, you know? They're very good at breaking stuff. Not so sure they're good at building things. Now, obviously we want this seat, and I think El Sayed could be a great senator. We've seen people come out of nowhere and rise to the occasion and be fantastic senators like John Ossoff. And I hope he wins, and I'll do what I can to help him. But so far, not liking the attitude I'm seeing. They're really good at complaining, yeah. Time to work. Time to get to work. This is your candidate, so let's see what you got. We need this seat. Well, I've always said that getting the Senate was going to be tough. You guys have been heard me saying that for a while. Even if Stevens won this seat and we held on to it, which, again, I think El Sayed has just as good of a chance of holding on to the seat. But I think the Senate has always been an uphill battle. I'm more than happy to have the House of Representatives. Don't sleep on that. But boy, getting the Senate too would just be glorious. This just feels like a beef with Hassan. I don't care about that. I think it would be in El Sayed's best interest to cast him off. I mean, you got Fox News, CNN, everybody asking about the guy who said America deserved 9/11. Why are you palling around with him? I think El Sayed is going to kick Hassan to the curb. He'd be smart. If he doesn't, pretty stupid, you know? You talk about Hassan a lot. Yeah, it's because he doxed me live on his stream and he's a piece of shit. So you can go enjoy his channel. This isn't the place for you. This is for big boys here, not little girls. Even Vosh said he should do that. He is a bad man. Well, let's see how smart El Sayed is. Let's see if he distances himself. I was shocked that he brought him out for the weekend. I thought that was a little I think that is a, part of the contributing factor here, that it's not just the action of Hassan, but it shows a pattern of bad judgment. Like, this should have never happened. This guy was up in the polls. Let me remind you guys. Let's see, where are they? Here we go. These were the polls. Plus 19, plus 17, plus 14, plus 16, plus 11. I mean, what happened? Polls are kind of worthless. Let's see. Hassan happened. I don't know. I think Hassan is a misstep by El Sayed. And I think the results kind of this is unnecessarily close for El Sayed, who had all the excitement, all the action, all the energy. He had people flying out from out of state to canvass. Stevens didn't have that. Stevens' campaign was a snooze fest and struggled to get off the ground. And all the excitement, all the energy was with Abdul El Sayed, and he barely squeaked out a victory here against a milquetoast candidate. I don't know. I'm just kind of giggling at the idea of leftists having to do work. That kind of cracks me up. $60 billion in spending. See, but you're wasting your time attacking and gloating. You need to be mending fences. Did you not hear Abdul El Sayed? He said it's time for us to mend fences and win over those people. So you going around gloating and doing that is not helping. I don't think Abdul would be happy with you for that. I don't think that's a winning strategy. You got 90 days, man. It's time to pull it together. You got 90 days. What you gonna do? Earn my vote by denouncing Hassan Piker. Can you imagine? That would be funny. Yo, what's up, Tom?
Hey, how's it going, man?
I'm doing well. What are you doing, bro?
Nothing, just covering the election. How did that go how you thought it would?
No, not at all. I thought Abdul El Sayed would win by much more. I mean, I just showed the polls on my stream. He was up double digits in every single poll. This was a nail biter. He's going to have a lot of work ahead of him to unite the Democratic Party in Michigan. It seems like a lot of people are not on board with what he's selling.
Yeah, that was definitely surprising. One of the more surprising things, I guess, is why was Mallory McMorrow still on the ballots?
Well, I think that's a technicality. She dropped out after early voting started, like a week or two, which obviously didn't help. But I don't think she could have removed her name even if she dropped out earlier. I don't think it made a difference, though.
Really?
Yeah,
she got something like 56,000 votes, and she was the more like center left candidate. She was a woman. The Stevens crowd, obviously, like it seems like a lot of the things that they were looking for, I would say, is probably about this, if Stevens right now is losing by about 25 to 30,000 votes, and Mallory McMorrow took over 55,000, over 4% when Stevens lost by 4%. Well, yeah, about 2%, then I feel like that would have been a huge difference maker, no?
Well, you have to remember McMorrow was more progressive. She wasn't, I wouldn't say she's center left. I would argue there were three lanes. There was the far left progressive lane. Then there was the Stevens lane, which was closer to the center. And then in between those two, I would put Mallory McMorrow. And I would argue that.
Yeah, I would definitely put her between the two. Yeah,
I would argue more. I could see maybe a 50-50 split between her supporters, maybe even 60-40 to Haley Stevens, which I don't think that would make the difference. I can't do the math in my head right now, but I really think they would have split the McMorrow's voters.
Really interesting. I tried looking for any second candidate ballots or polling, but I couldn't find any for Michigan. But yeah, from what I understand of McMorrow, like she is more progressive than Stevens, but she's also, yeah, I feel like a closer to Stevens than she is to Al Sayed. Well, like nobody's talking about whether or not she's a socialist or anything.
I will say she could have played Kingmaker here, because if she would have endorsed one of the candidates, then now you're talking like 70-80% of those voters going over there, maybe even more.
Was she a anti-APAC candidate?
I don't know her stand. I mean, she was like Israel is our ally kind of candidate. I don't know if she ever stood up against APAC in any way.
I just meant like a anti-Israel funding or anything like that. Because it says that she rejected like, any Israel funding from any PACs, pro-Israel PACs.
I think she was just anti-PAC money. But she had a pretty normie position on Israel.
So do you think El Said has enough time to kind of turn things around in the general? Obviously, he's not polling very well for the general right now, but you think if Stevens endorses him, he'll be able to pull it off?
Oh, I think he can easily win. So the poll I saw showed that he was losing to Mike Rogers by 1%, whereas Stevens was winning by 3%. That's all within the margin of error. So I think he could easily win.
Yeah.
And it's up to him, you know. Like he said in his speech tonight, we need to mend fences, telling his supporters we've broken some relationships and we've hurt some feelings. So it's time for us to go out there and fix this. And I hope he does, because he kind of ran a shitty campaign grumbling about Gretchen Whitmer endorsing his opponent. And, you know, Stevens had all the big endorsements. Dana Nessel, the attorney general. She had the outgoing Senator Gary Peters, the previous Senator Debbie Stabenow, who Alyssa Slotkin replaced. So, you know, he doesn't seem to be, hold on. My headphone died. He doesn't seem to have done the best job at winning over the other side. So I hope he turns a corner here. I hope he kicks Hassan to the curb, and I think he'll moderate to the center as well and start to take some different positions. He's going to have to in order to win this, but it's definitely winnable for sure.
Interesting. Yeah, I thought I agree with the margin of error aspect, but it seemed like I've read numbers of polls that all seem to come to almost the same exact conclusions each and every time, to where it felt like it's I feel like he does have to just make some changes, and obviously whether or not he can get more endorsements from more Democrats going in should make a huge difference. If we can actually keep the blue no matter who. I mean, I've been listening to a lot of the conversations on Live and Learn. We've been reviewing that over here on my channel, and I think I'm with you. I feel like a lot of people who are kind of changing on the blue no matter who right now, it seems a little convenient in this timing where I feel like that everybody should still be supporting somebody like El Said. But that was your position, correct?
Absolutely. I think he can be a fine senator, and I'd love for the Democrats to keep that seat. So it seems like low-hanging fruit, but it's not really in the hands of liberals or Stevens supporters. It's really up to him, right? Because it's not about winning people over, but it's about, now that the primary's done, your job is to appeal to a wider group of people. And obviously we had a contentious primary. So he's the leader now. He's been entrusted with that role, and it's going to be up to him to fix it. And it's not that people are like, you need my vote, you need to come beg me for my vote, but it is his job to now address the concerns of why half the state Democratic Party voted for someone else, right? That's how I see it.
I mean, yeah, it is his job, but I feel like most everybody, I don't think we're that much different from Republicans as far as voters go. I think most everybody's kind of bots, and that they listen to, who their, favorite news broadcaster likes, or they like who their, who their politician endorses, or, they vote on vibes. They vote based on who they think has a good chance. And I think that those sorts of endorsements and other people, actually promoting them and still sticking with the blue no matter who sort of mind frame, I think that makes a huge difference.
Yes, I think it's pure insanity to not vote for any Democrat in this election cycle, no matter how crazy their views are, because to me, the nut jobs are all going to be irrelevant and not going to be able to influence anything. In fact, I think they'll fail at their job and ruin their movement to some degree. So I'm with you on the vote blue no matter who. With what I've seen, I have yet to see my resolve on that tested, but this crop of candidates is not shaking me from that. But I understand where people are coming from. Like I don't know, there's a small contingent of DGG and others out there that are mad at me because I'm not recognizing the harm and the danger of these DSA people. But I understand it. I think it can be contained and dealt with.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I think that's to be seen. Obviously, Democrats right now, establishment Democrats currently have an opportunity to actually make the changes that people have been asking for when it comes to voting for funding for Israel or funding for ICE or, a lot of the main top ticket items that everybody is really worried about. I think the Democrats obviously have a huge opportunity now to make sure that they do the right thing and appeal to the voters that are worried about these issues. But I don't know how much I think it can make a difference at this point. I think that there's a lot of momentum in the other direction, and
you should check out Michigan.
As long as these people don't come off looking super crazy going forward, I don't know that it's gonna. I don't know that it can make a huge difference at this point. Not necessarily that it's going to be the DSA people in and of itself, but I do think polling shows that there's just more than half of the party already is amenable to socialism. Over almost 40% of the party identifies as democratic socialists right now. And capitalism has an approval rating of, people like capitalism in the Democrat Party. It's about 40% right now, and about 65% who like socialism. So it's really trending in the opposite direction for establishment, more liberal Democrats.
Well, but you have to keep in mind, people, when they think of socialism and capitalism, they're not thinking, I want Hassan's version of socialism, right? Like to most 95% of people are going to think socialism is when my health insurance is affordable. And capitalism is bad because I have $10,000 in credit card and can't buy a house at 25 years old, So I don't think people are on board with socialism. I don't think they're on board with abandoning capitalism. I agree the polls say so, but I think most Americans have no idea what any of those terms mean. I also think democratic socialism is a bit of an aesthetic. Like, it's not cool. You almost get looked at like you're crazy if you say you support Joe Biden and the Democrats in power right now, because people can't believe you would support it. They're like, what do you mean? These people suck. They don't do anything. They don't understand when you're in the minority, you can't do shit, and we're coming off a big loss. So my point is, yes, I agree with you, Tom. The polls show 1 in 3 Democrats identifies as a democratic socialist, and 1 in 3 Democrats has no idea what democratic socialism really is. And that's okay.
Well, okay, so I'm supposed to have a conversation with Hutch about this in a couple of days, because I do think that they're a bit more of they are more I don't want to say a threat necessarily, but a threat to the liberal order within the Democrat Party. I do think that they are more daunting than a lot of people give them credit for. And I think one of the big differences is that after there was just this new Harvard Harris X poll that came out recently, that was after Mike Johnson went viral for reading the DSA platform. That was after the DSA co-chair went viral on Fox News for, talking about the entire platform. After that, they went and still polled a bunch of people and still got even more a rise in how many people said that they like democratic socialists better.
I don't
it
doubt
went
that.
up. So
I don't doubt that.
Yeah.
but-
So I think when we say they don't want those things, they just think I want the government to do stuff. Well, they just heard that they want to abolish the Senate and buy out all the fucking major corporations, and
They don't know what any of that means. They don't know anything. Trust me. Very few people saw those interviews with the DSA people on Fox News. They're just mad, and they're here hey, there's these people that are rabble rousing that are telling me I can have free everything. I can eat Pop-Tarts for dinner, and I can have free health care, and this system sucks. It's not working for me, so why wouldn't I vote for those people? So my point is, when the Democrats get into office in January, I think they'll win the House. Not so sure about the Senate, but I think we'll win the House. people are going to see a whole new face and a side of the Democrats that get shit done and not going to be able to improve their lives because we're not in power in the Senate and the White House, but we're going to be able to do investigations and reveal the corruption and why people's lives suck right now and how Trump is enriching himself and how he's hiding pedophiles from prosecution. And I think people will regain faith in the Democrats and the DSA voices will die down. That's basically my argument, is there won't be as much bandwidth, right? Because right now there's a lull in our politics and the primaries are happening and Democrats are out of power. And so it's exciting and it's something different. And so it's getting a lot of attention. But once the Democrats are in power, the media's narrative is going to shift dramatically and the public opinion will shift. And I don't think those DSA types will have much energy. Plus, I think they're all going to fall in line. They're already joining caucuses like the Congressional Black Caucus and saying they'll support Hakeem Jeffries. So,
yeah, I mean, obviously they moderate. AOC and Mamdani, a lot of these people are good examples of showing their moderation, but that's while like they don't have the actual political will to get the things done that they want to do. Whereas like that obviously is changing. And I can't think of can you think of a time where the like liberal order or the liberal aesthetic of Democrats, the establishment that we think of now, where there was kind of this wave of popularity with outsiders in this sort of way, besides like Bernie Sanders by himself, but more so like a group of other candidates that were flooding in all at once? Because I can think of the squad all ending up in the House around the same time. But they were very unpopular at the time, like insanely unpopular. That I can't think of another time where something like this has happened.
No, I think it's because we got coming off a devastating defeat in 2024 and Trump is so bad that people are struggling and they're looking for something new and something different. And these people are offering it. But that's going to change. The environment's going to change in, by January. So, I mean, look, I cannot promise these things will happen, but I just remember what happened in 2019 when Democrats took over the House. They just took over. Like the media gives you no attention and you're treated like a total schmuck and a nobody when you're in the minority. And yet once you got the gavels and you're in charge at one of the chambers, the media, the narrative changes. And all of a sudden it's like Trump administration could be in a lot of trouble or, corruption being revealed. Like the spotlight's going to shine on them in a very bad way, and Democrats will have a chance to shine. So that's basically my argument why I'm not worried right now. But again, I understand why other people are, and there's other people like Destiny that are fighting in different arenas where it's different than what I'm looking at. It's more about like the soul of the party and fighting for the hearts and minds of future Democrats, and the online space kind of is the tip of the spear. So I understand the argument.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Democrats have fought really hard. I mean, for people who watch the stuff daily and we watch the interviews, we watch the, everything that's happening. I feel like Democrats they've been doing all of the things that people ask for them to do. I watched Kyle Kulinski sit around complaining that they're not doing anything. And I finally had him one time say what it was that he would like for Democrats to be doing that they're not doing. And literally every single thing that he mentioned are things that they were doing. Right. And I just watched a live stream from AOC the day before listing off all of those things, saying that like Jeffries had done a great job at giving everybody assignments and sending out emails on a daily basis, telling people what their role was and what they're supposed to be doing to fight back against the Trump administration. And I'm still, turning around watching these big lefty streamers claiming that they're not doing any of those things. But you're saying you think it's because they're the minority that people just aren't seeing those things in the moment?
They're not following at the level we are. They don't. Who the hell's tuned into politics in America in August of 2026 before the midterms? Most
Kyle
people,
Kulinski.
Well, but most people are like running away from politics. I don't want anything to do with it, So I think people are still sour from 2024, and rightfully so. It was a bummer, and Biden was he aged very quickly, and a lot of people just have this negative view of the Democratic Party. But you bring up a great point in that AOC supports Hakeem Jeffries. Everybody in the House supports Hakeem Jeffries, and I think these new DSA types will too. In fact, Brad Lander, who won in New York, one of the 3 candidates endorsed by Mamdani, he said he supported Hakeem Jeffries the next day. So I wouldn't be surprised if they all show up on January 3rd when the 120th Congress is sworn in. And the Democrats are in lockstep, all behind their leaders. And I think it'll help bring down the temperature in general as well. I hope.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Yeah, I just wanted to get your feelings on stuff. I don't think I've talked to you in a while. I think it's been a couple of years. So. Yeah, saw you're on during my time and figured I'd hit you up and see how it's going.
Yeah, no worries. I'm always happy to chat. I just our paths don't cross at the right time, but I appreciate you, Tom.
Yeah, I stream from like 8 p.m. till like 6 a.m. So we're on very different schedules for sure.
All good, bro. All right, well, nice chatting with you,
All right,
man. Who did you want to
Nice
win
talking
tonight?
to you.
Just out of curiosity.
Stevens.
Okay. But you're okay with El Sayed?
When you say okay, like I again, like I am blue no matter who. I want people who are going to fight against the Trump administration. I want people who are going to oppose him. If there's a Republican running who I think is going to oppose the Trump administration more than a Democrat, I might even want them to win or vote for them. I'm in Georgia, so my senator is Ossoff right now, and I'm gonna probably go out and canvass for him again as I did the first time he won with Warnock, and I feel like the whole mantra of blue no matter who throughout this entire period, a lot of people jumping off that ship as soon as there's a ton of progressive candidates that are very different from them. I just find that to be way too convenient. And I understand their argument for why, but they always do this like, well, they wouldn't do it for us, but all of the polling says that leftists voted at insanely high rates. Sure. They voted at well above the general population, and 97% of them voted for Kamala Harris. So I don't agree that the leftists don't do it. Hassan didn't do it. Sure. Maybe Kyle Kowinski didn't do it, but you're not going to do blue no matter who because of 2 or 3 people online. Like, that seems ridiculous to me.
Well, like you just said, most people are going to vote for the Democrat no matter what they say. So to me, it's a lot of talk and it's not a lot, in the end, they'll end up voting. But, look, there's some pent up anger about the way liberals have been treated by these sort of leftist types for years. So I say, let them get out of their system and put a mirror up to some of these nasty people who've been giving them grief for years. And in the end, we'll all come together. But I think it's important to show people when you have an opportunity how they've treated you, so that they avoid doing that in the future. Maybe they'll relax a little bit next time they don't like how it feels. So I think it's going to be short-lived. Like I said, I think El Sayed and other candidates, now that the primary is over, are going to shift to the right into the center. And you seem to agree with me. And I think that will calm things down.
Yeah, I hope. I mean, I don't know if I agree with you. I think that there is a trend. I mean, I see people in chat saying that, like, I'm quoting numbers from 2020. I'm not. I'm quoting numbers from 2024. The 2024 election, leftists voted, 70% of leftists voted, and 93% of those leftists voted for Kamala Harris. So it's a Pew Research poll. You can go check it with like the Left Out Left and the, loyal liberals and all of them. But
leftists did not cost us the 2024 election. But what I'm saying is there's some pent up online and some interpersonal party drama to deal with. And I think it's I don't mind people kind of rubbing it in the other people's faces now. So it's like, oh, you need our votes now after you said you got to earn my vote. So I'm always a fan of putting
that is when you're saying that, like, I think it's on the candidate to earn the vote, I'm thinking, nah, dude, don't do that to me.
Well, but it kind of is. But I think it's not that hard. It's not like they need to come begging and kiss people's feet. They just need to shift a little bit to address the concerns of the people who didn't vote for them. I mean, I really don't think it's asking much. And any smart candidate would do it, whether a liberal or a leftist or DSA or whatever. That's just smart politics, you know? Like, I've got to build a bigger coalition to win. Half the people didn't vote for me, so obviously I need to win them over somehow.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it is on the politician to an extent, but I also think it's on the base as well. And that, as I said, I think most people, just like MAGA, most liberals are also bots, and it's on us as streamers or influencers. It's on people who are in chat listening. It's, to go canvas.
I agree
It's
with
on, like, we wouldn't go and do canvassing and phone banks and all of these things if we thought that it was just about the politician earning people's votes. We have to, like, there's a lot more that we have to do to be active and to win those elections. And it is on everybody to be part of that process.
Absolutely. I didn't vote for Biden in 2020. I voted for Bernie. But I found a way to get excited for Biden. And most of that had to do with what he did and his actions and his words, and that he smartly chose and did to win over people. I was never against him. I just wasn't excited for him. I was more excited for another candidate. So I think in 90 days, when the midterms come around, this isn't going to be a big issue, because Al Sayed, for example, will have shifted a bit. I'm not saying he needs to completely change, but he'll make the right moves. He seems like a smart guy, and I have confidence and faith that he'll do the right things that are necessary, and that it won't be hard for people to get behind him.
Yep.
But he's got to kick Hassan off this fucking list. Okay, Hassan has to go.
Yeah, I was listening to some of the call-ins for crap, I forget the name of the channel. What is it? I always want to call them CPAC. I don't know why.
C-SPAN?
C-SPAN. Yes. C-SPAN. I was listening to a bunch of the call-ins, and a bunch of people who were calling in were upset with El Sayed because he associated with Hassan. That's interesting to me, because I think, damn, like, most of these people, like, I feel like AIPAC and, like, a lot of these, pro-Israel sorts of Democrats have probably made Hassan more of a fucking household name just by opposing him so hardcore. It's I think it's backfiring on them. I think they just need to stop talking about him.
Well, so I think the easy solution would be for El Sayed to distance himself from Hassan. He's not going to lose any voters because of that, right? He's already got all those people. They're not going to bail on him because he chooses not to associate with Hassan. It doesn't mean he has to condemn him. Just don't have him at your party and hang out with him. That's all we're asking. It's not even for me, right? Like, I don't like Hassan, and I would love to see him lose his access to El Sayed and be cast out as a pariah. Do it for the voters that are calling into C-SPAN, as you just described. Because if it's at that point where people are calling into C-SPAN saying, I don't like that he associates with Hassan Piker, Hassan's got to go.
Yeah. Yep. Agreed.
All right, dude. Well, thanks for calling in. I do got to get out of here soon, but it's nice chatting with you, Tom.
Yeah, you too, man. Have a good night.
All right, brother.
Later.
That is Tom Foolery Show. Tom Foolery Show on YouTube. I love you guys spamming hashtag mend my fence. That's funny. What is life if you can't laugh in difficult moments, right? That shit cracks me up. Mend my fence. I expect you here on Sunday to fix my fence. And I want Hassan out of here. Those are my two demands. Hassan gone. And my fence fixed. Then you've got my vote. These are my demands. I mean, it just seems like an easy, practical move to get rid of Hassan. He's the most visible negative aspect of El Sayed's campaign. So it would be smart for him to get rid of him. What value is there in keeping Hassan around? He's already won over the youth and the people who like Hassan. There's no point in keeping him. All you're doing is turning off a bunch of other people. It's not like Hassan is going to win over more people. So get rid of him. Give him the boot. Smartest thing he could do. Thank you, Gappy. I appreciate that, bro. Yeah, I guess New York Times isn't calling it here, but NBC News did. New York Times a little more conservative in their calls. Is anyone else calling it besides NBC News? It's kind of a little surprising that New York Times has not called it yet. I think his ego won't allow him to distance himself from Hassan. Yeah, part of me thinks he's not going to be able to do that because he loves the spotlight. When I see El Sayed, I see a guy who's like an egomaniac who loves the spotlight. But a lot of politicians are like that. So it's not like anything new. But he does really seem to enjoy the spotlight and the attention, and Hassan brings that to him, I guess. I don't know. I just think Hassan is a liability after the primary. You could make the case Hassan is a valuable asset for him in the primary to get people out. But now that everybody's going to say you're hanging out with the guy who said America deserved 9/11 and you're trying to be the first Muslim senator in America, it just seems like a bad fit. Don't you guys agree? Like, that seems like easy, low-hanging fruit. Throw Hassan under the bus. Why wouldn't you? Think about it. You're trying to become the first Muslim senator in America, and you're going to pal around with a guy who's famous for saying America deserved 9/11. That just seems like stupid politics in the general. To me, it's stupid in the primary, and I think that's why the results are what they are here. But that seems like political suicide for the first potential Muslim senator in America to hang around with a guy who said America deserved 9/11. So this is politics 101, man. Very basic shit. very basic stuff here. Atlas R's, thanks for gifting a sub on Twitch. Appreciate that. So one-dimensional. You guys think I'm going to tolerate you talking shit to me in my channel? You're here because you love me. And now you're going to watch me in silence and steam and keep it to yourself because I don't give a shit. I'm right. You're wrong. Period. The fact that you're in here having a mental health care meltdown when your candidate won and you can't stand my basic logical advice is hilarious. And I'm sorry you ran out of spoons a couple days ago and you've been struggling to take a shower for days now. But this is the big kids table, man. And we will laugh at you and delete you from the chat. We don't care. We're not here to rub your head and tell you it's going to be okay. This is not the place to talk your shit. I'll tell you that right now. You're going to get popped. He also hung up the 9/12 newspaper. Yeah, that was idiotic. This guy's been running his mouth for a while too, man. Imagine sitting in my chat for hours mad at me. I'm not going to even remember you when the stream turns off. I'm going to forget you in 3 minutes, dude. I'm sitting here making money, having fun, enjoying talking politics with all these wonderful people, and you're having a meltdown as the one hater in the chat, man. That's pathetic. Get a life, dude. Go mend my fence, dipshit. These people won and they're crying. Yeah, sore winners. Sounds like MAGA. Imagine being upset tonight as a leftist, as a DSA, as a El Sayed supporter. Imagine being mad tonight and coming in here and running your mouth. It just shows that they've got nothing. Like, when Biden won, I was out in the streets, literally. I was out in the streets dancing with my friends and my neighbors, man. I was having a good time. I think I was going in right-wing channels saying, this is stupid. You guys got, I don't give a shit, man. I'm trying to celebrate. Too funny, man. I don't understand your point of view. Well, that's up to you, buddy. I feel like I've been pretty clear here. I don't know what's so confusing about you. I can get the coloring book out if that helps, you know. I mean, some of you guys, I understand me saying these things is tough, but we can color it in together if you want. It's pretty easy. You want to be the first Muslim senator in America. That's wonderful. Maybe don't pal around with a guy who said America deserved 9/11. Probably not the smartest move. probably not the smartest move. Is that clear enough for you? How many times do I have to repeat that to get it through your skull, man? I know that candy coating that surrounds your brain is deflecting all of this knowledge, but this is politics 101, man. It's not that difficult. It's not that tough. AP hasn't called the race. Yeah, I would be shocked if something changes, though. I mean, we're sitting here at 91% of the vote, and New York Times not calling it. Very interesting. Has Decision Desk called it? Let's see. DDHQ. Michigan. No, they haven't called it. Wow. Okay. This is interesting. Decision Desk hasn't called it. Has Fox News called it? I don't see anything over there. Very interesting. They're still live. Well, 24-hour news channel. Haley is down 25,000 votes. That's that's right where NBC News left it. It was a comment 10 years ago. No, he hung a framed picture behind him recently celebrating his comments. He put it up pretty recently. And he hasn't backed down from it at all. I just think it's idiotic to hang around that guy. Why add that baggage to you? Why? It seems unnecessary. It seems like foolish. It's so funny. These people, they cannot even criticize Hassan for that. Most serious leftists that I talk to, and I have some friends that are leftists, they will say, yeah, no, that's stupid that he said that. That's pretty stupid to say that, right? Like they're not going to say it to him. They're not going to say it out loud because you can't cross Hassan, or you'll be in big trouble. You get the collar like Kaya. But they know that is idiotic that he leans into that for sure. We don't mind cringe lords in the Senate. Yeah, we got some cringe lords. They always defend America deserved 9/11. Yeah, that's so stupid. Mamdani did a great job walking the line. Oh, winning in the bluest city in America. I love your comparison there. Yeah, Mamdani really had a lot to worry about there. He had the primary in the bluest city in the country. That's total apples and oranges compared to a swing state, Michigan, statewide election. Are you nuts? That is a pretty sad comparison. Well, Mamdani seemed to do it. Yeah, in the bluest city in America, in a primary. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, he beat Cuomo, the sexual harasser who resigned in shame. That guy. Oh, wow. Amazing job. Mamdani won. A big part of Mamdani's win was the shitty candidates he was up against. I hate to break it to you guys, but a lot of that had to do with the shitty moderates he was up against. If we had half a decent moderate, I don't think Mamdani, the 4-year nobody assemblyman, would have won. Yes, he's charismatic. Yes, he had a good campaign, but he had nobody. He was running against garbage, man. Come on. Let's be real here. Why did they call it when votes are still being counted? Well, they've done the math. They've decided that there's not enough votes left in areas that would be friendly to Stevens, that there's no point. Now, listen, I like Mamdani. I think he's worked out. I don't like some of the weird stuff he said. Like he said the murder rate's down since his administration took over. And I was like, huh? What did you do? What could have Mamdani have done in the last 6 months to change anything? He froze the rent by putting people on the board that he has complete control over. So these people were already paying $1,700, $1,800 for their rent stabilized apartments, while their neighbors pay $4,500 for a 1-bedroom. He hasn't built any of the grocery stores, and there's already complaints. Like, that seems like a mess, right? He hasn't done any of the buses. He claims he did his supporters claim he did the universal child care. That's been in the works since the Blasio administration. And you can look at the history of billions and billions of dollars that have been allocated to that, and the number of children that have been put into universal or into child care before he got there. He's kind of doing the last 20% or so. And yeah, he brought some energy to it and sped it up probably, but that's about the best you can say for Mamdani, that he helped energize the universal child care movement to get across the finish line when it was already 80% of the way there. But maybe he'll do some great stuff moving forward, but like, let's be real, man. But I like that he gives that angry faction of the left a voice, and that he gives them representation as a Democrat. So he makes the Democratic Party better because those people now are following him in his footsteps as Democrats. And he works with people like Kathy Hochul and even Donald Trump, which I think is important because these angry leftists scream at Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer's and all the establishment Democrats all day long. But now they see their guy working with them. So maybe they're not as bad as they thought if Mamdani's working with them and he's praising them. So I think it's good to give people representation, and it turns down the temperature within the party. What did you say? First time chatter. As an almost 40-year-old rural Michigan Abdul voter, I agree with most of what has been said. I want some unity in the party to get shit done. I think he might make that lean in a way I want. 100% agree on the Hassan take. Well, thank you. Almost 40-year-old rural Michigan Abdul voter. I appreciate that. I think Abdul has the potential, like anybody, to be a great senator. And I look forward to him taking the necessary steps to achieve that. But browbeating people who didn't vote for him and liberals on the internet is not going to get it done. So I would encourage Abdul supporters to start working on mending that fence and do better. It starts with you, champ. You heard the command tonight. Abdul said it to his supporters. It's time we mend the fence. Where was it, actually? Let's see if I can find that moment. Is there a transcript here? It's time to mend the fence. And I don't think the people who had their fence broken are the ones that are mending it. You know what I mean?
Watching on TV, tomorrow we begin to mend fences.
There's your marching orders. There's your marching order, leftists. Abdul supporters, there's your marching orders. Tomorrow, you begin to mend the fences.
Watching on TV, tomorrow we begin to mend fences.
That's you. That's you. That's not the people whose fence got broken. That's you. Fence mending time. Time to look up a tutorial on YouTube. How to fix a fence. Mending fence time. I don't think Abdul's lecturing the Haley Stevens supporters saying it's time for you to fix this. I don't think that's what he's saying there. If I had to guess, he's saying to his supporters and the people like him, tomorrow we begin to fix this. All right. Amen. I think it's smart. I think it's right. I think every candidate needs to do that to win over the people that didn't vote for them. But attacking liberals, that's not going to get the fence fixed, right? That's not fixing my fence. My fence ain't getting fixed by crying about AIPAC money. That's not going to fix my fence. So it's time for you to pick up a hammer. I know that might be asking a lot. Haven't lifted a tool in years. Probably don't even know how a hammer works. And we'll patiently wait for you to recover enough spoons to be able to fix the fence. But, you know, there's a limit. You know, we can't wait forever. All right. You're going to have to find those spoons somewhere. We'll be waiting. We'll be here. AIPAC, 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 AIPAC. Put the Pop-Tart down, grab some spoons. Well, you can't just grab spoons, okay? You have to have them in order to accomplish things, all right? All right. You guys are hilarious, man. I just ate something, so that's why I've been chilling here. I'm actually excited to see. I love people having to do work that haven't had to do anything except screech for years. I am excited. I am thrilled. I'm very, you know, the pressure's off. You know what I mean? This ain't my job. I've rebuilt a transmission and voted for Cyan. Wow. Then you should know how to fix a fence. That should be no problem to mend a fence for you, right? You got the ball now, exactly. So mending a fence should be no problem if you've fixed the transmission. That should be no problemo. AIPAC is pro-genocide. They tossed 34 million, not stuff that said how Zionist is awesome. They tossed 34 into anything to trash the other guy. What part of mend the fence did you miss, Private Spoons? What part of crying about AIPAC after your guy won is going to fix my fence? I don't know how to fix a fence. What do you mean? All I know how to do is cry. I just know how to scream about AIPAC in Israel. Have you heard about the genocide? Yes, I've heard about it. But you're screaming about AIPAC isn't going to fix my fence. Get to fixing. You heard the man. Do you want me to repeat it? Abdul did not say go out there and rub AIPAC in the face of people. He said this.
Watching on TV, tomorrow we begin to mend fences.
What part of that involves talking about AIPAC? We must make sure everybody knows about AIPAC spending in order to mend the fence. Kobe, thank you for the 500 bits. Thank you for your coverage of another exciting race once again. Hell yeah, thank you, bro. They gotta fix black voters' fences too. I'm feeling they'll be spending a lot of time in Wayne County fixing them fences. Got a lot of broken fences here. Jesus Christ, man. Mend my fence. Headless Chicken, thank you for gifting a sub on Twitch. I don't know. I could get used to this, man. I see why Hutch enjoys this. I don't know. There's just something funny about having, I guess, no responsibility in the moment, and it's up to other people, and they they now have to shift. They've got to change their tune. Kind of funny. As a liberal, I've been defending very tough things for a long time. I spent 4 years of Biden's administration defending what was happening and fighting these people nonstop, all through the election, all through the 2 years before, and then afterwards, since then, continuing to defend. And now they've got to defend. Now it's up to them. They're the guy. They're the candidate. Now they have to defend. Let's see how they do. Grown men who can't bench press 45 pounds. That's just the bar with no weight. Are also probably incapable of mending a fence. Oh my God, bro. Can't get that bar off. That's funny. Fighting against the people who call out AIPAC? 2 question marks? Fighting the people. Listen, calling out AIPAC isn't going to win over those Haley Stevens those voters, don't you think? That's not going to mend the fence. That's not going to win over Haley Stevens supporters. What are you doing? What are you doing? You can't scream about AIPAC anymore. Now you have to win people over. What are you doing? AIPAC! I make $259,000 a year. Y'all are broke. Hell yeah. That's fucking base, dude. Do you think we should get PAC money out of politics? Absolutely. What's the plan? Do we just run a bunch of social media stars who get grassroots donations for $5 at a pop and know how to get likes and retweets? What's the plan? You tell me. What's the plan to get PAC money out of politics? Because I don't hear anybody complaining about the bigger PACs. You know there's bigger PACs than AIPAC, right? Beverage industry, real estate, Blue Cross. You name it. They're out there. I never hear anybody talking about them. It's just the damn Israel money. That's it. It's almost like if AIPAC disappeared, all that heat would just die down. And be like, yeah, what about these other PACs, right? We're going to go after them now. What? No, I got to go home. Citizens United. Wow. What about it? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What's the plan? So far, it seems the leftist plan to get money out of politics is to run social media darlings who can get $5 donations instead. I don't know if that's the best strategy, man. Like, just because you're good at social media doesn't translate to being a good legislator and being able to help people. You know what I mean? It means you're good at getting likes. So what's the plan? Pack the court? Then what? How do you pack the court? You got to get rid of the filibuster. How are you going to do that? You don't have the votes. You know, I read Abdul El Sayed's book. He says he wrote the book on Medicare for All. It was okay. I mean, it was a nice history lesson about how the United States has tried to expand healthcare coverage for years, and the stakeholders involved and the challenges. But in the end, I was very curious, what's he suggest to how to get it done? And you know what it came down to in the end? Just got to get enough people to give a damn and have protests. And if enough people make enough noise, we'll get Medicare for all. Awesome. That's an awesome plan, dude. That's great. So we'll have Medicare for all in the year 2098 at this rate. Just gotta have more protests. That's it. There's no plan to take on the $1 trillion hospital industry, private equity. There's no plan to take on doctors who don't want to see Medicare for all. There's no plan to take on the pharmaceutical industry and their trillions of dollars. Nothing. Just gotta say it more. Okay. Now, I believe in Medicare for all, but the way to get there is not to get people excited about it. It's to take incremental steps and expand the role of Medicare, a wonderfully successful thing, and show people the sky doesn't fall. It's like saying you need $1 million to retire comfortably. You'll be able to withdraw $40,000 a year if you withdraw a comfortable, say, 4%. $1 million in liquid stocks, bonds. That's a hell of an ask for most people. You know, the median retirement income for a family in America is like $90,000, and we're suggesting $1 million just to have 40 grand a year on top of your Social Security. Well, maybe we should talk about how to get out of debt first. Maybe we should talk about how to save that first 10,000. Maybe we should talk about what a Roth IRA is. Maybe we should get people up to 100,000. You know how many people have 100,000 saved? Very few people. Very few people. So Medicare for all as a policy that you're proposing we pass right now is like telling people you need $1 million for your retirement. It's impossible. It's just like hands up in the air. Where do I even begin? It's impossible, you know, like too many things in the way. But can we get to 0? Yeah. Can we get to 10,000? Sure. Can we eventually get to Medicare for all? Hell yeah. But not by talking about Medicare for all. What's that going to do? Come on, man. And I voted for Bernie. All right. I'm out of here, guys. I appreciate you all. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Thanks for all the super chats. I wish I could thank everybody. I wish I could even read your donations, but I was juggling a lot of balls tonight. Had a lot of people on. That was fun, though. I liked hanging out with people. It was a little hard to keep track of what was going on and have a conversation, but I think it's better in the end if I can figure it out, and it's more entertaining to have a bunch of people hanging out and talking. And I always love people jumping in like that. That's a lot of fun. You never know who's going to show up and hang out for a little bit. So we're gonna keep trying to do that and see if we can fine tune it and have some more fun with this stuff, because I think it's a lot of fun. I think it's cool to watch, and it's exciting, and it's you know, this is what we're all fighting for, this system. Like, other countries don't get to do this. Other people don't get to do this. And even if you don't see the person you want win, you still have to be proud of the process and happy with your fellow Americans and excited for what comes next. I mean, this is a huge success story, what we witnessed tonight. So very cool to see. Obviously, I wish Haley Stevens won, but look, they're not calling it. So I don't know what's going on here. We may wake up to something different tomorrow, but who knows? But all I can say is, if the person you wanted to win did not tonight, do not despair. I have a feeling El Sayed is going to moderate a bit, and he will try to win over those people. He wants, if he's smart, which I think he is, he'll unite the party, and we'll all easily support him, and we'll sail to victory in November. I think he has a very, very good chance of winning. So it's all good. It's all good. But I think we need to really talk about a candidate quality problem. Haley Stevens was okay, no offense to her, but we need rock stars in every race, in every state, every congressional district, and they're out there. But we have to be much more proactive in getting them involved. We can't just leave this stuff to chance. Like, well, let's just see who a good person decides to run. You know, let's pray somebody awesome shows up. That's not a good strategy. We should be out there recruiting and encouraging people to run for office from all sorts of fields and reaching out to people that never thought about running for office. But that's going to do it, guys. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate all the subs, the super chats, the gift subs, the kicks, the kick subs. Well, 1 million people, man. I don't even care. Just watch your reaction to his speech. Why do you keep pretending the average Saeed supporter is at all analogous to the crazy tankies you argue with online? Shut the fuck up.